was taught to hustle through the pain. My body and soul, without each what will I gain? So many try to use me when I help pave the way. But man, that's just life, there ain't really much to say. I'm the one, I know I'm the one, everybody follow me. The one they all trying to beat, I know that I gotta be. I've been training hard, I'm ready for any rivalry. I lost it all but kept the fight in me. Now look, I've been laying low but speak on me and I'ma show up. My squad full of bosses, can't let anybody hoe us. Yeah, my life is sweet, I got the whipping doing donuts. Wanna live like me, well here's the contract you ain't know of. I signed up to grind, I signed up to be the best, man. Chin up when I hustle, I can't focus on the next, man. They said that I gotta work, I said, oh yeah, I'm on it. Cause when it's said and done, we gon' see who really want it. Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm getting better and better and only focus on cheddar. Who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm working hard and I show them when out the water I blow them. Who really want it? Who really want it? It's really the question of the day. Y'all talk a lot, but I don't see y'all walk a lot. You know? Fighter is my name, legendary is my aim. Already legendary, y'all know that we ain't the same. Whether sun or rain, ain't nobody else to blame. The life I live is mine, so I control the change. Tell me that I'll lose, tell me y'all don't see my vision. Tell me that I'm no one and I got some competition. I'ma show you what it looks like when you never listen. Open your eyes and pay attention. I'm on a new level, hell no, I can't settle. Gonna be the best and I'ma show more than I tell you.
Folks, it's week 4 of Valorant NA challenges, and we are back here with day number 2. I'm Mitch Leslie, joined by Keg. What's going on, Max? Good to be here with you, mate. Our first time in the booth, brother. Are you ready?
I was born ready, dude. First of many times between you and I, and today's gonna be an absolute banger.
Absolutely. I mean, again, we are starting to get to the pointy end of things here. I think in this stage 2 of challenges, right? We got a lot of revelations over the mid-season break. We definitely saw teams like Turtle Troop, rise up, start to come to the fore. And again, our Group A and Group B respectively are really starting to shake up a whole lot. We it's worth mentioning though, we have had we have had an announcement recently of one of our teams. Finally, Turtle Troop has a freaking org. It feels like it took over a year.
Way too long, dude. Like, Turtle Troop, or I guess Dark Zero as we can call them now, have been long overdue to have org support. They've been the top free agent team in North America for the longest time, and now that they finally have that support, with Dark Zero no less too, it really does feel like the world's healing.
Absolutely. Let's talk a little bit about what we've coming up here. So this is today's matches. This is the 20th of June. For those of you that don't use a calendar or don't know what day it is, if you work in esports, that you're definitely one of them. We've got MXS, Moist X Shopify, going up against Sad Esports in our first matchup. And then a Core Gaming, who have struggled to find their footing here in stage 2 after some really brilliant performances in stage 1, going up against that TSM roster, who are currently 1 and 2, obviously with the victory over Blinn, and then having to run up against Oxygen and Fluffy Aimers back-to-back in the last couple weeks. TSM, another team who, despite some serious name brand power, haven't quite hit their stride the way that we thought they might.
I mean, you could talk about this with all 4 teams that we're covering today, is that there's a lot of brilliance on each individual roster, but there's been a lot of things between this split and the last split that haven't necessarily clicked, and I hope we get to explore that more later into today.
Yeah, I mean, we'll probably even see it play out a little bit. Of course, right now in the map pool, Breeze has been removed and Haven is once again available for play. That might be something that comes up, a little bit more later on, especially if we get some of the teams starting to go for it. It's not a map that's actually received any significant changes, Max. Normally we expect to see some of these maps come into the pool with a bit of a rework, but Haven is, as we've always known it to be.
Yeah, I mean, hey, maybe Deadlock's the rework that Haven needs, right? We were talking about this in the green room, how Deadlock can ultimately transform the map so much, especially on the defense side. But yeah, I mean, if there were changes to Haven, I'd be really curious to see what they would have been. But with the given meta now, I mean, I can only hope that Haven's just as explosive as before, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it will be interesting now seeing some of the agents start to make their way back into some of these 3-site maps. I think you and I were discussing the potential of Deadlock with Dan Dryad, who, if you want to watch just me and Max, by the way, a couple talking heads, we will be bringing, Dan in when she's able to get her internet sorted. But she's in LA and it's
we're podcasting.
It's kind of that's it. Exactly. We are a couple Sir Yappingtons here. Let's talk a little bit about our first matchup, though. It'll be SAD Esports going up against MXS. And this SAD roster, right, really looked like a force to be reckoned with in stage one. Of course, the departure of Bob and some other sort of mix-ups to this team have left a little bit more of a question mark over it now with Ferbsa in today.
Oh man, where to begin, right? SAD, I really respect them as an org for taking a lot of risks. They're a lot of the firsts for challengers themselves. They brought in a co-ed team. They're willing to bring in players that aren't necessarily in that kind of mixture of tier 1, tier 2 play. And they have a brand new player that's returning again today with Ferbsa.
That's right. I mean, again, this SAD Esports team, to talk about their sort of road so far, I mean, going up against Fluffy Aimers and Blin already here in this stage. Some tough games, taking a map off Blin, who, hey, they 2-0'd M80. So that Blin, team, from Promotion and Relegation has already impressed us quite a great deal. But it's getting pretty serious now, I think, for this SAD roster, right? If you think about where they sit overall, they are 0-3 in this Group B, heading into their 4th match. There are a lot of teams at like 1-2, 1-3 above them, but it is a serious climb if they're, looking towards playoffs a little bit later on. They really need to get their skates on here. It'll be today. Today is when they need to get started. And unfortunately, they get pitted up against MXS of all teams.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be such a swing match for the group right now. Like you mentioned, SAD, they have to win this series today if they want to have a standing chance in challenges from here on out. They're a risk-taking team. They like to go for those weird comps. They like to go and challenge players with brand new strats that other teams may have not seen before. But Mitch, there's a reason why risks are called risks, and if they don't pay off, it wasn't worth it.
Yeah, to be fair, this team, a number of others had always been sort of going for some odd looks at times, right? Even like some of the solo Yoru comps they tried to make work with Skarn in stage 1, were feast or famine a lot of the time. You can see their map pool here, and I think that a quick look shows you that Split is one of their sort of go-tos, and it's where, Max, they play one of the weirder comps I think we see in challenges.
Yeah, there's been some weird comps. I'm happy a lot of teams are experimenting more with Yoru and Deadlock. SAD being one of the pioneers and challengers to do that has looked good, but again, you have to have more behind the depth of your composition besides just that surprise factor. Bringing out a Deadlock is not going to be a magical solution to winning a game. There needs to be a cohesive plan between not only themselves individually, but the team as a whole to go up against your enemy team. Look at SAD's map pool. It's very small, all things considered, looking over the last 2 splits. They like to play around the same 3-4-ish maps, and when they get banned out, those counter bans are really hard for SAD to bounce off of again.
Yeah, and I think like the Ascent map there is just one that tends to come up. It's just an overlap between SAD's pool and a lot of others, and it is the standard composition that they like to play there generally. I think what gave them a lot of success early on was Bob on that Sova. I think she was a really impactful player, really locking down that B site quite often. So now they'll have to be relying on other options to make that happen. And they're going up against a team who... look, I think things have gone for MXS in stage 2, similarly to stage 1, right? They run up against Oxygen Esports. They don't take a win there, but otherwise they're looking pretty good at 2-1. And a win here catapults them directly into 2nd place, right? Especially if it's a clean sort of 2-0. It is Brock, Flyer, Mata, Hodashima. We're still doing it. And Vic. This is a team that I don't think anybody is overlooking. I don't think anybody is underestimating. I think SAD, are going to be in for a rough ride against this team because... I think on pure name power, these guys are pretty wild, and they've continued to show us real consistency. Again, I think the our mid-season cup was pretty telling as well in terms of like where we have like our MXS and, you know, our Oxygen and sort of, yeah, I guess like how we sort of, you know, take the temperature of these guys. I think if you think back, I think they made semi-finals, right? And they end up going down to Oxygen Esports in a 1-2. So they are still having trouble with OXG. But again, they get wins against Fluffy Aimers, I think, as they qualified directly to the quarters. So not a tournament where we really got to see like a whole lot of them because they skipped that first round. They had a first round bye based on their placings in stage 1. But I don't think anybody's sleeping on these guys.
Yeah, no, I'm so glad you mentioned about that first round bye, right? Because Moist, I'm very cautiously optimistic for them in stage 2. They are a name-branded team. These are all players we've known for the longest time, right? But Moist has really only been able to pad their stats with teams that are generally weaker than them. Yeah. We haven't seen Moist go up against like the likes of M80 so much just yet. It's been mostly just Oxygen. And we've seen it over the last few weeks. Oxygen's one of those teams that's like, you know, they're scientifically engineered to try to win Ascension. So while Moist has done really well so far in Challengers this year, I still want to see them go up against the likes of like M80, Dark Zero, and see where they really stand in the standings.
And you can see their map pool, right? Breeze was such a go-to map for this MXS team. That's now out of the pool here. So, you know, we are wondering if they, you know, in its stead have been working on that Haven, if they sort of bring it into this series. They are a team that's played like a lot of bind and split. I think a lot of teams are trying to avoid, you know, taking them to split in general. It's where they look really, really good. But even across the rest of that map pool, right? Look, their Lotus, they had some really strong games. I think when Odorous is really able to start getting rolling on like a lurking controller role, we saw a lot of like that sort of pre-nerf Viper from him, had some fantastic games, and Vic is also incredible, especially when he's, you know, picking up the Cypher or they're sort of swapping between him and Odorous. This team's really well rounded right now, and yeah, you know, when Brock can take us into the 8-sided shape for a moment and beat us around the head, we know we're in for a good time. So yeah, this team is the real deal.
No, I really enjoy Moist in general, and I've been super excited to watch their progress so far, even from last year to this year. But I'm really curious to know what the vetoes are going to look like too, and this is going to be a very telling aspect of Moist versus Sad as well, because look at these vetoes. This is such an ego choice between both teams. Sunset's always been the hard ban for Moist up until this split, and even into this split it has been quite a bit. But because Sad hasn't really found much success this stage, Moist are feeling like, yeah, you know what? You could take us on the map we don't like to play. I think we'll be fine there. And instead, Moist chose to ban out the strongest maps that Sad have. And we talked about how small their map pool is already. You get rid of that factor for Sad, I'm really nervous to see what they're left with.
Yeah, this is a really interesting pick, ban. I think like MXS sort of opting not to play split. It might just be because of that wacky comp that Sad have on that map, especially when you're running up against a deadlock and maybe you don't have like the most ironclad protocols to sort of play around it.
We're having
this entire conversation, by the way, while we're just not addressing like Neon and ISO being absolutely terrifying right now. Yeah. We even saw a Clove busted out yesterday. So you know, a lot of these teams are really starting to explore a little bit more the rest of, you know, these agents available. Like Clove in a single controller comp was kind of, I think it was Oxygen's pick yesterday. We're seeing a bunch of wacky stuff here. So for Haven, I have no expectations. Generally, it's all on the table for me in this map. And if Sad have not really worked to integrate this into their map pool, we might see some very puggy play.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very scrappy matchup, and that's why I think Sunset's the big fear from Moist, is that they prefer uncomfortable maps with a wider range. There's a lot of really big aim-heavy teams and challengers this year, and making them move away from a site or a map that has so many close condensed corners where you can take 50-50s or crossfire the enemy team, removing that factor and bringing things to a straight one-on-one has been a struggle for a lot of teams, and Sad is no exception. You'll see a lot of the time, round conversions are because they just don't win those gunfights. And there's a lot more to the table that comes from that too. But I gotta ask you, man, throw us a number. Are we gonna see ISO today? What's the percentage?
Oh, honestly, on Haven, I can see it. Yeah, I tell you what, I'll give you a 45%. That's kind of what I'm feeling. Yeah, I think I'm like on a especially someone like Sad, a very experimental team. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
Yeah, we've seen like Skarn often like take some interesting duelist picks where they've been available, or, you know, especially on their Breeze, like he was playing a lot of Yori, one of the teams that really wanted to push that as much as possible. The bind map, if we get there, is I don't think it's great for SAD. It's a decent MXS map. They do run that sort of gecko competition pretty effectively there, whereas I think in the past SAD have made more use of the sky-based setups there, which for us felt probably a little bit more standard. So yeah, then we go again, like some of these larger maps with the bigger rotations do allow for like you to involve Neon. The fact that now she coming out of that slide, she does have an accuracy reduction.
If we see Neon bind, I will be very pleasantly surprised. I still don't know how I feel about the Neon changes yet. I think she could be incredible and a great alternative option to entry players that don't necessarily feel as comfortable with verticality. But again, the verdict's still out. That's the beauty of this Neon change. We get to see it in real time today, hopefully.
And the only team that was really pushing the Neon envelope sort of prior to her changes was now Dark Zero. And that was like where Corey would play it on like Sunset and also on Lotus. There you go. But quite often, like the way she was then, she would just get traded out a lot of the time. You would make space, you get traded out, you go on with your life. Whereas Raze maybe offered you a little bit more opportunity to sort of have a bigger impact over the game outside of just being a very pure entry fragger. So we're heading into Agent Select here. It's going to be Haven to start us off here.
No way.
It is sad. Yes, not only do we see the ISO, not only is our prediction being paid off already, but we are going to see the Deadlock as well. A composition that, has a lot of similarities to the split look that SAD have. So they might be ready for this.
I'm really excited to see this comp in action, dude, because you have Coburg on the Astra. They're going to be a hardcore lurk and have a lot more global utility than your typical controller, but these attacking rounds are going to count so much compared to the defense. You have Darkest on Deadlock, your only Sentinel. That means you're not going to have as much flank utility as most Sentinels would. You have to rely on her utility purely for post-plant plays.
Yes.
And that means win condition now for SAD is that they have to get that spike down every single round of this attack. And look, for Moist, the path for victory seems pretty clear. Do not let that Deadlock get on site.
I mean, yeah, again, think of it. Like if you push that A site and you were able to put a wall down in sort of A link there, you are really limiting the attacker's options for trying to sort of retake there.
Big funnel.
Might even have a lineup here, a GravNet lineup over towards the C side. That's getting pinged out here, so it might be a fast play straight up C long.
Yeah, I like this. Good fast push in play. Moist already giving up C site. They're waiting to play pure retake. They want all that utility from SAD gone immediately.
Getting pinged out a little bit here. Obviously, Sova Dart to sort of pave the way from a double initiator set up here, double scan initiator for the defenders. And again, here's that wall. So not even quite in the post plant, but this is going to have to be MXS busting their way through. And it takes a while for these pistols to get through. They don't have a safe way also to knife this wall away, so they're spending precious bullets in doing so.
Yeah, and Garage is a trap too. It's not precariously empty, but no, even then, no Garage capable. It's Skarn for 3.
That is dirty. The sonic sensor is massive there. They run into that stunned up instantly. And Vic now is in a 1 versus 4. It's just too much to ask. SAD gets so deep on C. On virtue, I think, Max, of MXS not having any presence there. They opt to play retake there, but that is a big gamble against this Deadlock.
That's true, and it was a good read from Moist overall. They didn't choose the funnel, reroute themselves to a different area. Garage was, of course, open, but Coburg was waiting right outside for the anti-flank angle. So, Moist, they're aware of what this Deadlock can bring to the table. They're willing to play more patient for that util dump, but they'll have to take that risk and fight Coburg for the flanks if they want to succeed if they give up sight.
Well, I guarantee you they won't be walking to another sonic sensor. I think there'll be a little bit more. Yeah, MXS with that. The 4-player setup here over towards the B side, and we have our Dart here just pinging out anyone set up in A. Contingency to let SAD move all the way down A long.
Of course, not a lot of big buys coming out from Moist side. Playing it slow, playing together, still looking out for that anti-lurk from Coburg. Remember, too, these are valuable rounds from SAD's side. The defense will be a very different story. Moist, of course, minimum of 3 rounds probably needed to have a solid defense here. They don't want to give too much away for SAD if they don't want to. This is a team that struggled so much so far this stage.
That was Spike, Max.
A.
That was Spike drop down there. Sonic Sensor also deactivated now, so MXS can now fortify this position just a little bit more. I think maybe the weapon up. Sheriff's going to work early. Ferbs are now really trying to pressure onto the side. He got to be spotted out instantly by the recon horde. Also deployed. Dip has to swing here with the Bulldog. Going to hold his ground on the side. It's a 2 versus 1. Odorous has very limited options here. And weaponry, not exactly sterling. 70 HP. And he's on the long wraparound.
No information gathered from SAD's side. They have no idea about Odorous' location. Having to go back to A site though, 30 seconds left. Not enough time to reroute the B. A ghosted hand only though.
There's a camera there set up for Odorous. Spotted out instantly. Really going to be able to capitalize off that as Dip was lit, revealed, swings it. Headshot was there for Odoshima, but not enough to finish the job here when two players sad do convert here on this anti-eco. A bit rougher than they would have liked, but hey, they managed to keep that Vandal into the next.
Yeah, losing a lot of bodies in the process. Not the best case in the world, though. Buys into this next round aren't fantastic. Ferbza, though, bring out only a Sheriff. Now, normally that would be kind of a troll pick, but because of this new upgrade to ISO in general, this Sheriff has the chance of getting so much refrag potential off of ISO himself. So we could see a pickup of a Vandal here into this next round off of Moist, but gathering around B site, waiting for the anti-class to potentially go through. Like the lockdown potential on A site too. This stall procedure from Moist has to be everything, but again, A site, especially for the anti-jet trip in the back, will be quite a bit to see if Odorous can make it through.
Tripwire removed here, making plenty of noise though as they pass through the cyber cage. One way they're thrown up briefly, maybe to cover the recon. Push into the site now. Ascan is pretty deep. Look, this Astra util blanketing the back of the side, and Ferbs is able to find Brook early on. Still a player up there in heaven, that's Vic. But decent post-plant positions and the wall for Deadlock thrown down towards Link.
Odorous was trying to play anti-entry, but his tripwires didn't work at all. Now look at this, a crossfire 50-50 set up by Sad. It's going to be so tough for Moist to get in.
Scan sees, though, decaying for a moment. Darkus wanted to swing off this paranoia, does connect, though. That was the Prowler looking to make its way over to the A site. Marta steps up right in front of Darkus, in fact. And after the fact, it's down to Odorous, who could not link up with the rest of MXS, trying to make that retake happen. This is going to be a rough start here for MXS, as they're struggling to respond to these fast side hits of powerful post-plant positioning.
Yeah, Moist will probably have to go for a timeout sooner rather than later. Already down 3 rounds, they lost their buy-up round. Very unusual for not only Moist, but for Sad to have such a devastating lead early on. This is not the Sad we normally see, man. And now I'm wondering, okay, Ferbza, newly coming back into the roster, has only played around 1 series with Sad in the past. It was Alvin Boy to be the sub in the meantime. This pace has been so good, but again, so unusual for Sad. And they're setting up for A again. They know they've been unstoppable so far, even with a full Senti setup on A. Up until now, though, Brock is going to play a much more proactive angle, but even him alone might not be enough with only a Sheriff.
Okay, the trooper actually placed a little bit lower here, you'll notice, by Odorous.
Oh, Flya.
Already very fast. Flank with Coburg was sat back in spawn, waiting for it. Odorous tried to set up there over towards the site, but this time doesn't work out either. MXS went for a more anchor entrenched play over on the A side, but didn't have the weaponry to really fight fair. So now again, in the post plant, in a few moments, wall thrown out there. Them double tap activations, easy to find for Ferbza. Audaciously wants to swing towards Link. Doesn't take any damage because ISO is very good right now. And Vic here, of course, knows he's going to be lit by that recon if he's not careful. Steps up, looking for Dip. Anything that you can get here is 4 rounds in a row for Sad.
Yeah, and Moist at this point, their procedure going for pure retakes has not worked whatsoever. They have to start playing proactive. They need to start taking these opening fights. Mata now, operator in play. This is huge. If he can get that opening pick, no matter who it is, off of this timeout, it needs to be a well-coordinated one. You can start this round in a 5v4 against Sad. That's absolutely gigantic.
On his back here, this was, of course, a pretty early flank attempt there. A player from Sad sat back in spawn. I think it was Coburg waiting for it. You notice here as well, it's not just the barrier that's so powerful in this post plant for the Deadlock. There are sonic sensors on both entries, both through Link and through Sewer, over towards that A site here. So even like a late reflank for the defenders is going to be spotted out relatively easily. This is tough. I mean, no early action for MXS. They probably want to try and use some of the longer extremities of this map to take fights early on. You notice Brook was looking for that peek down A long, but I mean, with nothing but a ghost, he can't stick around after letting that dart go.
Yeah, and the gears are turning for Moist too. We saw Flya attempting to go for the lurk last round, shut down by Coburg. Now they're very well aware the Astra's presence will always be on the lurk. At this point, Moist are giving up too much space to Sad. They're allowing all that util come through, the sonic sensors, the walls, even the positioning of Sad is in such a great angle. Remember, A-Site Haven is one of the most difficult sites in the game to retake, no matter what chips are on the board. Positioning is everything. And now, this proactive play outside A is going to be met with Sad. What looks like more of a default split in the garage this next round. They know themselves that A-Site won't be valuable anymore. They've got to change up their pace and play a little bit slower to regather some room on C.
Speaking of chips, though, MXS were all in on that A-hold. Might be able to get a decent, like, early flank entrenched here by Mata. He's pushed up, holding that angle through lobby.
Up? That's risky.
Yeah, sat there holding it. I don't think he's going to see a lot of action this round either. Through garage, though, is the play. Pretty standard stuff. Going to be a smoke placed towards back C. MXS still have had enough time to set up for this. Drone will confirm. Ferbs are pushed up inside there, but man, he just swings that. That's brutal stuff. Sky able to hold his ground now as well. Down to 3 are MXS, and that operator has not seen a lick of action thus far. We've got Brock and Vic set up here. Vic did not make it over towards this side. Another kill inside by the looks of things. Garage, and another powerful post plant with 5 up for Sad. This is getting out of hand.
Remember, Sad don't know about the operator's presence just yet. No, they do, but on the shot, that's not good for Mata. He's forced it back away and has to save that operator. That's the problem with opping when you're defense on Haven. If you don't find that immediate impact 30, 45 seconds into a round, and you're forced to retake, it's almost a guaranteed save. You're turning your team into a 4v5 right off the rip.
Jittery stuff from Mata. He not ready, obviously, to hold that line against Coburg. This has been MXS now down 5 rounds, and there's even a question of whether they can really maintain this operator. Brock's about to get busy to swing through Lincoln again. ISO cannot be traded. And it's just Mata now. Needs to hit the shot. That operator has done so, man. Disaster for MXS.
And that was the primary win condition for Moist this defense. They needed that operator to stay alive and find presence early on. Now it's been discovered by Sad and shut down. The buys aren't looking good for Moist already. They are close to getting Blade Storm, however, so it might be a bit of reprieve for the buys, at least into the next round, but they'll have to farm for orbs this time. And that'll be very difficult on A, considering the fact the one round now that we've seen that push up from Moist outside of A towards that orb was met with no presence at all from Sad. They have not found any early gunfights at all, Mitch.
I mean, they conditioned MXS very effectively over the first couple of rounds to expect action at A. And MXS, given the size of the map, felt like they had no choice but to try and hedge in that direction. Behind the contingency, they come, but a siege will slow Ferbs down. Scarn, though, is going to get deep in the side. And once again, we have the wall set up. Oh, buddy. Flyer and then Annihilation is going to get dragged out. And MXS have to surge into the side to stop this. But it's going to be Mata for 2. Flyer swings on towards C-Long as well. Finally, MXS getting some action. No plant yet. Spike still held by Dip. Way out there in C-Long, getting lit, of course, by that neural theft, or the recon bolt, rather. And Sad are now going to have to work with 2. A late swing to the other extremity will be met by Otoshima in Tower.
And Coburg's 1 kill off getting Cosmic Divide would be a great way to allow more space for Dip to get onto site. Overextension here, no tradability. Spike needs to go down.
Coburg holds the angle. Okay, wow, they're really investing. There's a Nightfall. Coburg going to play close here. Nice little ping. Dip able to find just the 1. Make it as costly as they possibly can for MXS, whose economy is still developing. Another one for Dip. That is 4 on the round. Yes, it's a lost round, but my goodness, stripping 4 guns from MXS has got to feel brilliant.
That's unbelievable positioning from those last 2 alive. I can't believe Moist only have 1 left. For sure, 9 times out of 10 against most other teams, Moist would be walking out of that situation a 3v0. But right now, they're being put to the test in terms of gunfights. And this is something I noted from Sad for so long, Mitch, is that Sad, they weren't really doing that great up until in terms of just one-on-one fights. But they've turned it around. They've had that surprise factor. And even with Moist getting the proper read about the seaside take, they were there for those early gunfights and won it out. But Sad still converting it to 1 is really big news. This is a default now from Sad. They can't make their explosive presence known just yet. Flowing with just the spike is going to be the deadlock. Waiting for the anti-flag towards A. This is all a big fake approach towards C.
Cosmic Divide, even contingency thrown out. Prowler confirms Ferbs' positioning as well. Doesn't take any hits through the smoke. And this did drag MXS players over, but look, very quickly they are responding. They're going to ping pong again. Much like on Lotus here, back to the other extremity they go. And there is some of this Cypher util set up at least to receive some action through sewer. It's going to be a weird push through Link here. Otoshima and Brock going to double up. That's good. Brock swings that just in time. And remember, this was a dodgy round economically for MXS after losing 4 in the prior. That's going to be re-smoked here. And even the Aldrome might be thrown out to confirm. Anasiri also committed. That's from the attacker's side here. Skarn, she got a licking there from a teammate. Not ideal. Coming up now through sewer, though. Brock is low, but holding strong. And here comes Dip.
It may be the savior here. ISO on the other side. Huge for Ferbs. A big crunch.
player
He's
standing.
ready for it. Flyer holding the angle. No double tap up there for the ISO, and it's just dipped. Found 4 in the previous round. Might be too much to ask for now. We do not have a plan. Dip now going to be peppered with some of these util, and eventually Marta finds a connection with a blade. Now we have a chance for MXS to stabilize with their money.
Not only was that such a great read from Moist, but sad they overcommitted and their timing was off. By the time we had seen Darkest and Coburg already on A site, the rest of their team was nowhere to be seen. Your entry there, albeit a deadlock, first was Spike to go down. That was the round 1 right there. Moist didn't have to do anything else other than guard that Spike and hold the extremities, including that flank through mid, that they're aware about now from Ferbs' end. That one's gonna be guarding B from now on. Operator still not in play for Mata though, still with the Vandal. Not a lot of utility expended though. Trying to keep the money safe, get more consistent rounds. Again, Moist, at the very least, they need 3 to have a healthy half.
I think they spot 2 or 3 there off that recon bolt. Otoshima lying in wait here. Okay, well, the sound sensor, sonic sensor rather, would have gone off anyway. That's going to be refreshed by Darkest. And a very good result for Sad as they're merely probing at this A extremity and get a kill.
And Moist are taking this hook, line, and sinker. That sonic sensor's still down, unaware of it. That are just waiting for the prime opportunity to move on forwards with another pick. Coburg, knowing full well there should be the anti-flank. As soon as that fade goes down, that'll be go time for Sad to push into A site. Oh, but they hold.
Pulling out of mid there. I'll be 2 down. Okay, no, Miss Hat actually want to commit everybody to A long, maybe a later push. Time is short. Here comes that Ashton thrown down. Double tap up for your right, so and off we go. The swing there for Brook is good for 1. It's a trade. Herbs wants to push up past this. Paranoia clips him, but he's still able to find a kill anyway. Timing not really benefiting Marta there. Double tap refreshed, and Flyer is on the flank here. It's a little on the later side though. Maybe gets set up over towards A long, but once again, is this standard A hit from Sad that pays off.
So much for recon.
That's 1. Flyer on the wrap. Ferbs the Dark is going to be grouping up here. Double tap. Pretty good ability. Ferbs it for 4. And Sad get back out in front just as MXS really needed a solid round here. Keep those weapons flowing into the hand.
That was a certified ISO moment from Ferbs. The fact that he took that swing, was headshot against, and still won it out because of that shield. I mean, not only was that a good win condition right there, Ferbs getting a 4K into that round was huge, but over and over again, just taking these fights and with no response from Moist, these gunfights are going to be a lot more difficult than they have been in the past now that ISO is in full fruition. We have to see another change from Moist again. They're trying to play around the pacing and make this game their own, but it hasn't worked out just yet. The smoke falls. Oh?
Okay. Straight away, Ferbs are there being, I think,
shut down the ult.
It's going to be some early action here over towards A long. I like this Hunter's through from Brook, and it pays off. Darkest is felled. Spike dropped in lobby. Vic knows exactly where Dip is, swinging into a bit of a crossfire there. But MXS can probably chill for a sec. They kind of have what they asked for. Now, Otoshima on that flank. He's bound to take some contact of some variety here. Brook needs to be careful not to overheat.
1 enemy remaining.
1.
Last player standing.
Not quite 2. 1v1 now. 3 stars still available for Coburg. Full site control. No information gathered. Brock has to take the long way. Only 2 shock bolts to work with here. Won't find a whole lot of impact immediately. Gives enough time for Coburg now to reposition just about anywhere they want. Or remember, global utility. All they have to do is wait for the spike to be pinged before they can grab well. And they can stun with the Nova Pulse right after that. Brock now.
Just can't be cleared.
He's
Brook
gotta
cannot
remove.
clear that util.
No, he's got to remove Coburg, but Coburg's going to hide away.
Brook probably knows to bounce a shock dart or 2 into this cup. However, not a whole lot of time to work with. Brook is diligently clearing that C side. Here's that first tickle. Of course, Gravwell going to be thrown out straight away. Yeah, and here it comes. 1 more of those, and job will be done. Coburg lucky to be alive, down to 27. Time is ticking, though. That's another fake there from Brook. Coburg, yep, had another star there just for this contingency. And away, Coburg's going to walk Sad, taking their 7th round. Brook, fell by the explosion.
There's just so many moving parts for Sad's roster here on this map. That's hard for Moist to take care of one thing before going to another. Sure, you have Ferbs to worry about. You have Darkest on the deadlock for the post-plant utility. Those are 2 problems in themselves. But then when Coburg is that final condition to stay alive and has that plant control with all that utility, that's a whole other can of worms for Moist to deal with. Only 2 more rounds, 3 more rounds in this half now. Moist only 2 rounds to work with here. Again, Haven's a very large map. It's generally considered to be attacker-sided. A lot of rotate potential for these attackers, but an early paranoia stifles this A push so much.
Yeah, it also messes the timing up with this contingency, so they can't push up A long behind it. Nice little turn there for MXS. The previous round, if you recall, it was a seize that slowed them up. Early action paying off, but oh, buddy, Otoshima walks into that one. Mata, though, might have an opportunity here. Definitely has caught a timing. Darkus not ready to swing that angle adequately, and Mata gets out scot-free.
Good for one. Now San, poised to take down Mata, keep an eye on them, but no, they're forcing themselves to push back into A site. They know full well this team is crunched. Ulrich's have to be the one to watch not only sewers, but the flank potentially as well. 21 HP to do it.
You see a double stack here from two of our MXS players just around that corner. Tail wind over to the side. Horn did light one of these players up, so Vic and Brock, if I'm not mistaken, going to bide that time. Ferbs swings without a one-tap. And now Vic is able to step away from that dart. Got to dip here at 52 HP. 1 versus 3. And again, still has a Vandal on the board to deal with. That'll be stripped from him, though. And MXS get a crucial third round back. Again, it's these early frauds from MXS that are yielding results.
Yeah, finding that confidence again, going for that early util dump. The paranoia to stop Sad from that initial push-in was so important. Allowed small repositions for the double crunch for the remaining defenders. Allowed so much more time for Moist to get their breath, hold themselves down, and make sure, okay, we know how to control this round. And that's the biggest problem with Moist so far has been they haven't had a grip on the early round plays. They haven't gone for those proactive plays and found much success. But the utility dump and the lack of kills to do it has found a lot more work for them to do. But let's see now. Still sticking with Odorous, holding down A site. This is very scary though. You take your Cypher down immediately, no trade ability. Paul's been made to read C site. He has to back away immediately and play around those tripwires. But if you recall before, when we had seen Skarn go for the aggressive entry on A, those tripwires, they were shot down and nullified immediately.
And even more so, the retake from MXS was pretty anemic. They really struggled to get into that A side in that post plant, especially against the deadlock util. But they're getting active on the extremities here.
Oh, I like this.
Mata will check this. This might come down to a raw duel.
This is what Sad want.
Congregation around that A side. Sad have taken so little of the map right now because, again, they've been conditioned to expect that push up from the defenders. And I've got to give credit to Mata. He's not really offering it up. He's about to get very busy, though. This position, though, very favorable with operator player. And there it is. Darkus down. That's also the wall in the post plant off the table. This is going to cause Sad to start to trend towards A.
Great read from Mata, too. Playing around with the patience of Sad. Operator now gone. Deadlock, post plant utility. Not nearly as strong as it was before for Sad if they get that spike in the ground. The Moist are already stacked up on A. They've read this so well.
There's the spray. It's good from Flyer. Able to light those players up with the Haunt. C's also going to be deployed now. Camera reveals Skarn's that in that corner now. Nightfall deployed. All these kills gained by MXS without actually seeing any of Sad's players. And the latter are down to 2. It's Coburg and Dip to make it happen. 12 seconds left, and they are priced into this action. The paranoia is good. Dip doesn't know what hits him coming in from heaven, and Coburg will have to stand and deliver. That is a flawless round here for MXS. Coming alive, not a moment too soon, might I add.
Absolutely, at the very end of the defensive half, the weaker half, surely for this side. They're finally able to unlock what Sad can bring to the table. Only one round left of this half. Sad aren't going to go for a timeout. They have to find a way to change up the pace and go for another explosive play once again. A side, despite whatever's been set up here for the defense, they've been able to bypass it every single time. It's up now to see if they want to go for a fast A this final round. Could surely maybe remove Brock and Otoshima immediately. But even then, though, the return, there's that paranoia from Vic from across the map. If they get over to the link, that'll be huge. But these fast plays for Sad have worked so well.
Right here.
Vic being out of TP A here. And otherwise reinforce that C side is important. Already we're drifting across here. Pretty quick push down towards A long, and here it is. Cosmic Divide going to be thrown up at the back of the side, makes that link push all the more difficult. And there's nothing to see for Otoshima from heaven. Should be a clean post-plant setup, but Vic's actually got ahead of this. Okay, tripwire caught. Mata has to adjust here to find the shot. Eventually it comes through. Wall throwing up, and Mata not bothered, can still go over it. Back to the rest of the team. Otoshima able to respond. The stagger of peaks here from MXS. The swings have been beautiful, and now it's a 2v2. Make it just Dip. With it all to do. Lit by Neural Theft, and somehow finds that shot on the move. Filthy stuff. But the spike is dropped over on the side. Mata's got to be confident in this kind of matchup and still loses it out. Could have gone either way, but a Zippo clutch for Dip.
Dip, a player that has had less than 10 series
Switching
and challengers
sides.
in his entire career is looking fantastic on these gunplays. Taking Mata down to 1v1, huge benefit in and of itself now. 8-4, very competitive half from Moy's side. And sad, all the advantages they had going into their attack are almost hindrances for their defense. The deadlock utility not nearly as beneficial as it is on the attack here. Can't find direct information outside of babysitting the sonic sensors itself. Grab nets can be great for the stall, sure, but all Moist has to do is rotate to the opposite side of the map. That's where that 3-stack on A exists.
The best you can hope for is to try and isolate a player inside a side after they've, pushed into it as deadlock. Using those walls proactively it's really hard to get value out of them here defending, ironically, given that, of course, that we are talking about a Sentinel agent.
The deadlock discovered, too.
That is the USDA prime raw peak there out of Garage. And I've got Sonic Sensor left in Darkest's wake.
Remember, too, sonic sensors only activated by sound. You can teleport across them or just kill deadlock.
Okay, Mata, they're just, better lucky than good sometimes. Thankfully, they've got both. Coburg into the smoke here, but spotted out, tries to swing it, able to find Fly's head. Well, one good turn deserves another, I suppose. Now 4 versus 4. We're going to be in the post plant here as MXS are pretty well entrenched here over the seaside.
Bye.
Yeah, here's Mata. Problem as always. Dip trying to make their way here through Garage. The peak. It's not going to get them there. It's up to Coburg in a 1 versus 4. Forget about it. Just forget about it. Great start here for MXS. Making up those rounds they so sorely needed on that first half.
Yeah, and boys, their composition playing much more safe and standard to the meta we knew of Haven before its removal. Not really changing a whole lot to the game plan. Double information off of the hands of Fade and, of course, the Sova, too. Plenty for Moist to work with and operate off of in the first 30 or so seconds. It's really going to come down to prying that early round information on these lanes. I mean, of course, Darkest going for that early peak did help a lot to figure out where the weaker side might be, but even then, you have to worry about Coburg hiding away with this utility. A 4-stack outside A again. The hopes that this should be in fast A push and using these pistols to leverage the fights.
But looking to swing past the orb take. This could be ugly. Yes. The double tap here allowing Ferbster to take an easy share of shot. Just a hint of what ISO's able to do right now. MXS, though, paved the way in towards Garage with that recon. And Aldro now will be looking to clear Flyer's position, but he gets ahead of it. A second? No. But Otoshima are able to spring into action and find yet another one as he had pushed out of mid. Very proactive here from MXS. They've taken over the map and flipped it, but down to 2. Brock with the Bulldog here as Coburg was able to recover Mata's scoped weapon.
One shot, though. Marshall, headshot against Brock could be everything. Oh, Gareth instead.
Double swing, Coburg not good for it. Down to 10. Back over towards the A side. Here's the Paranoia. Will nip at the heels of the Astra. Darkest hoping to catch the timing here. It'll just be a reasonable flank timing and a weapon to hand to be recovered. But at some point, Darkest has to get involved. Here's that Aldrone. Good timing. Oh, Vic wins it out. Sliver of health for Vic, 7. And now Coburg with a paltry 10 hit points is going to have to try and mirror this rotation across the map.
Big disengage now. Coburg again. Marshall only. B-side going to be so much more difficult. Has that Sheriff to work with, sure, but back over on C, it's the wrong read. B-side's the way to go. Spike goes down. Brock already holding the back end of B-side just in case Vic does fall, but he can teleport out. 7 HP.
Coburg v Brock, too healthy to get the better of there, and MXS more than happy to bounce over to the B side in a 2 versus 1 to take the round away, and they are quite effectively disrupting SAD on this defensive positioning. These are very chaotic rounds, though, let's be clear.
Absolutely, and one of the biggest strengths Moist have had historically has been their macro level reads. Looking at the big picture about what the rotations, especially on a map like Haven that can be an IGL's paradise, is so good to out-manipulate the enemy team. Coburg thought for sure that this would be a map-wide rotate with so little time left towards C. He thought he had the drop, but the answer was no. B site, the easiest way to go, is the one chosen. Big spread around, and once again, a huge opening pick now. Distance to be made on any of these sites will be much more difficult without your jet.
The Outlaw here being valid in 4 out of 5 cases with SAD. So many of them taking that half armor. And these are just dry peaks. I'll be honest with you. The first one was an angle holder, to be fair. Marta getting caught by that one, but Ferbs are again delivering for this sad team. Now you've whittled the attackers down to 3. And Brook's still very early days in this setup. Our drone going to be thrown down. Ferbs are just waiting for an opportunity.
So smart too. Going for that dry peek. Going. Oh well, the owl drone was there.
Good refrag though. Skarn getting involved very quickly now. 51 seconds left in the round, and that spike is actually being pulled
One
out of
enemy
C
remaining.
to a degree. Now, with Otoshima being unsuccessful with any action through Garage, this round's about to grind to a screeching halt. Brook doesn't have a Vandal to hand, but there probably are some in the vicinity to be recovered. He's probably hoping to do so now and bring at least something into the next round, but there's going to be a player here to meet him. Darkest pushed up mid, hold the angle, and Sad get themselves a defensive round.
Even despite the info being gained against Ferbs, it's so hard to go for a dry swing like that because Ferbs' utility might be open. They could have that shield active. Something to watch out for. Essentially a sentinel in themselves as long as it's active. But now 6-9, only 3 rounds of a difference. Moist, they've looked pretty competitive so far, but Sad themselves, as long as they hold the line and they have that general read, they've been so good about crunching it down on Moist. But this could be another explosive push from Moist themselves. There's no Cypher on A site. There's no stalling util outside of Astra and the Deadlock pre-placing utility on C. A site might be the way to go. They only have to take gunfights to get their way onto the site.
That offensive cyber cage comes up though, allows MXS to cross through lobby to imply presence at least through sewer. Ferbster tries to take the challenge there, but the double tap is not going to be enough. Otoshima happy to stand his ground. And now MXS can cut noise for a time. Can they draw anyone out of position? Can Marta maybe rattle the cage over at C?
Marta, operator in hand, just waiting for the cross back over. As soon as even that fake smoke comes up, they can pre-fire and shoot and maybe take down that Astra, opening up C site. B site, if they wait out the timing on the wall, may not know of his existence just yet, but if they just wait and rotate later, they could have B site for free.
MXS don't really have the mechanism though to keep Sad interested in another site. Marta's not going to fire off random shots or waste utility.
I know
Doesn't have the kit
exactly
for
where
it.
you are.
Neural theft though, this is very illuminating, Max.
Yes, this is good. Now there's the crossover. It'll be spotted surely now, the isolated Astra. One more ping.
No, they're going to be waiting in the smoke. Marta trying to hedge with his
30 seconds left.
positioning. Fly stunned up briefly here. Coburg waiting. Of course, Sonic Sensor reveals and stuns up. 4 players though still to work with for MXS, and Marta finally gets purchased with this operator. And this is an angle that Sad are going to be hard pressed to overcome, especially with no one but Skarn remaining. Just a Sad pop up for air. It's back to the depths once more as MXS look to post their 7th.
Yeah, money's already looking somewhat good for Skarn themselves, but not for the rest of Sad. Keeping that Vandal away, making sure there's reinvestments into the next round are so much more important. For Sad themselves, they're up by 3, now 2 rounds. They are so close to converting this first map. And keep in mind too, this is Moist map pick. If they can win this out, that'll be gigantic for them going to Sunset, a map that Moist have always avoided playing. They don't like those up-close fights. But on a big map like this, where you have the freedom to rotate so much more compared to others, there's that flexibility that Moist love to have, especially now that it's back into the pool. You don't have to rely on just Lotus for it anymore. And the timing here in Moist, they've been dominant at it so far this game. They can be patient and wait out Sad, especially now on their defense.
I mean, I do have to love the take that Sad already have on Haven at this very sort of early stage. I say with air quotes, given that the map is unchanged as it was here. The ISOs look pretty good, right? Situations where Ferbs can actually take a fight with double tap, 9 times out of 10, winning them out. I would say that Sad, look, can get ground down a little bit in those later rounds. MXS are playing some pretty strong defaults with some noise cuts that are making it a little bit hard for Sad to make informed decisions.
But the problem, though, is that Sad, they're playing a one-sided comp. They're dominant for their attacking side, but the defense, they have to rely on these gunfights so much more. General timing for Moist, they can just reroute back over and reset the information Sad have gained. Darkest. Spotting at least one, but again, the gunfight's 50-50. Moist always almost come out on top until Ferbs upgrades to ISO.
God, just playing an operator into ISO like that is such a tall order. Really oppressive to deal with that double tap shield. And you can only really take one shot. Ferbster now can fortify this garage position, and Coburg elsewhere was able to find Rourke. That was shot over towards garage itself. Drew left here for MXS. Right on the other side of the wall. Vic is weighing the odds up now. Yeah, crossfire you'd be swinging into. Odorous. Okay, great timing. But it takes Khan down. This might actually free Vic up a little bit, but he's caught with util in hand. That's a disastrous turn of events.
40 seconds. Dip is separated out. Owl Drone's not going to spot him out either. There may be an iota of a chance to take this 1v1. No! Firmza!
30 seconds left.
The timing's so rough. He thought he had an opportunity with the Owl Drone deployed there. Heard it go off, but no. Finally, we get an ISO ult, and it's about as effective as I expected it to be.
I mean, even if Firmza had somehow lost that 1v1, Dip would have been there for the instant trade anyways. It's a guaranteed checkmate for a round. And sad. Waiting out on the antsiness of Moist themselves. Yeah, timeout's definitely needed here. This has been a battle of the wits between both teams. I haven't seen too many Valorant matches like this recently. It's not even just the gunfights. It's really the mental game of figuring out, okay, how can we make sure we don't get overly anxious about these pushes? And for both teams on these attacks, there has been that struggle. For at least Moist now, they have the flexibility of a little bit more information gathering than SAD did. There isn't as much of a reliance on pure, raw space and gunfights necessary. And for Moist, that does allow them to have a little bit more flexibility into the mid-round, but for them too, if they don't find that information to be maximally useful, SAD can circumvent their way around the crevices of this map and take down so many surprise players. And look, there's also Firmza.
Vada has to really think twice about how they look to challenge with the operator.
Yeah.
It's a side that's inhabited by that ISO. And the fact that Ferbsa can just face tank an operator shot and win that duel, I mean, that is extremely impressive of a situation to have to play through. Mata here with Bladestorm up at the very least. Honest Fury, Cosmic Divide up for SAD here. And looking at the economy, it's safe to say this round is about as pivotal as it gets. Skarn has that operator from the previous round. Getting close to a Bladestorm of his own here. Can just hold this mid down, and Mata with the knife, just hoping to make something of it. Unreal! Wow. The shot was missed. Mata, though, does take a leg shot, I think. Swinging out there. But getting the ISO for free, or virtually free, has got to feel good.
Absolutely gigantic there. Now no longer drive swings to the Furbs that could be necessary. Operator not in play, though, for Moist. They can't rely on the one-shots. Though they do have, of course, the Bladestorm. That might as well be one if it's a headshot. But even then, though, reset necessary. Not a default now from Moist. Hiding in that cubby, though. Coburg waiting for that push-up. Plenty of audio cues as well. There is that orb on C. Will be picked up by Vic.
Owl Drone first. Mata does not take contact off of it here. They come! Another one for Mata. Still 30 HP. And now we've recovered a decent rifle. And all of that scanned utility thrown to the back of the B site, C site rather, but it is clear. It's on for young and old now as MXS can set up with 5 players. Only player really taking a licking is Mata, and those blades are still at the ready. I like this. Get ahead of the smoke, though. Look at SAD very quickly make their way to the site. Looking to get down and dirty with it. But Vic's good. What a spray transfer to take Dip down, and that's MXS getting to 8.
I gotta say, I'm so surprised Dip didn't bring out Hunter's Fury to delay the plant. That would have been enough time for more reposition value, despite it being a numbers deficit from SAD's side. Could have been enough to use that smoke to take a fight and dip away. Stall for that spike control. But now they have a Hunter's Fury and, of course, a plethora of other ultimates in their arsenal to work with into this round. Mata returns back with that operator once more. It looks like a default in play for Moist now to play patient, slow things down again. They don't want SAD to get used to their timing whatsoever. And as you mentioned, it was a pivotal round last now. The buy's not looking great for SAD's side. Could maybe try to use those ultimates as leverage, but even then, that's a risky endeavor. You won't have them for the rest of the half, possibly even the rest of the game.
And these are the important ones.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe Annihilation has some value to you, but it's about as good as it gets ultimate-wise for SAD. Looks like Mata was able to strip the double-tap shield off there from Ferbsa with that operator shot and not punished for it either. So contingency here obscures, again, a potential probe forwards from SAD on this A extremity. They have to re-clear now after the fact.
Yeah, baits out a lot of valuable utility too. Owl Drone not available anymore for Moist. Their info gathering was down to a single Prowler in the Haunt from Flya. And that's going to telegraph exactly where that push will go.
Okay, Prowler does see Skarny, takes a chomp out of him.
There.
But now we're down to raw peaks for MXS.
Just regen utility now.
And still a lot of defensive util set up on that C site here. So not out of the woods yet are MXS. Yes, they are favored weapon-wise, but haven't been able to generate any momentum in the early part of the round. Should have been a kill on ISO, but it's not how he works.
Is he telling where he ranges the Sonic sensor? No, but he's going to drop down into it.
Okay, no harm, no foul though. No ability to swing off that facade. They're actually mostly over towards that A side. So all said and done, MXS get a post plant with stronger weaponry. Even that shock dart doesn't find purchase. Brock can just walk away. And now we are well entrenched here. It's an important round for SAD. Still no opportunity to leverage any of those ultimates here, likely saving it to supplement their next gun round. But this one might be a lost cause.
Nah, even looking for exits here, potentially just removing guns away from Moist. Their economy's not looking fantastic either, but there it is, a good push in. Get rid of those guns.
Okay, GravNet thrown out. That was beautiful. Just the setup there with the swing. Updraft. Flyo comes through. Spray down is good. Amada is waiting there at C long. So 2 guns drop there. Is, you know, we like the recon bolt with the updraft swing there for the Jet. Good for a kill, but Blade Storm had to be used in order for Skarn to take a gun away.
Yeah, luckily though, big buy up into this next round. Hopefully we won't see the retrievance of another Blade Storm, but that was necessary. Hopefully no more eco rounds coming through from SAD side. And again, that makes this round so much more important. There's no buffer of having overtime to work with. If SAD lose this round, we're looking at a save once again, and it's already going to be a tied game. If Moist win this round and do bring it to a tie,
over there,
the weapon differential enough could make it so Moist finally converts a winning round here and takes the lead.
MXS though built both Nightfall and Hunter's Fury. Really important ultimates here to try and give themselves an edge when it comes to an execute. No one to be here. SAD are basically playing entirely towards the extremities. Pings over towards A long now. A cyber cage is set up for Otoshima in order to fly across, and the Owl drone will also reveal a lot of information.
That's right, but no deadlock. Still have to be cautious about that Annihilation. No one can play by themselves. Annihilation can be strong in the defense too. You can draw a lot of these attackers post-plant to swing and get taken out trying to save their teammate.
Okay, Ort to garage, sees nothing. No one tucked around a corner. Nightfall being prepped for a C hit. Gonna be thrown out. And do they follow up on this?
No.
They did not.
Stalling for time there. Only one discovered. Still playing around with the timer. 40 seconds left.
Catch them.
The flyer could be huge. C's does not catch. They are starting to scale up their map control here, and I think they're starting to settle on B. The correct decision being made as MXS have used the process of elimination. Annihilation, they might catch someone. No, Brock was just outside of it. GravNet also going to be thrown down now. That one is good. Ferbs is able to swing off that one, and the Hunter's Fury comes in. This is getting ugly. Ferbs will look to swing that one, but Dip's able to get the spike loose at 2 versus 2. Dying seconds of the round. Otoshima just sticks the plant as Dip's about to round that corner, but Vic has a timing. Finds Skarn. Dip wasn't able to capitalize on that window. And now in the post plants, a 1 versus 2. Such an important round. This is SAD emptying the piggy bank to try and get a foothold on this defense side. And that opportunity may have gone begging. Dip's going to be lit once more. Camera sees everything as Otoshima paves the way for Vic to take this fight.
1v1.
But Dip's a little better. Piggy's advantage, that's big. Tickle on the spike and Otoshima falls. Dip delivers again for SAD. Take him to 11 and give them a real chance to close things out in the next few.
The risks that SAD as an org have taken on this team have proven dividends for this round. A player who, frankly, no one's ever really heard of until this split has come through the ranks of the 3rd tier and through the amateur scene of VALORANT, have now proven themselves to be that clutch factor that SAD have desperately needed so far in their run of challengers. And again, that was a round that could have bankrupted SAD, even out the game, and allowed Moist to take that lead 11-10. But now they can reinvest. Skarn has that operator back, and sure, it's not a full buy. 2 Bulldogs to work with, though. Coburg does have Cosmic Divide to work with, though. As soon as any main presence is made by Moist, they can shut it down with that wall, especially for a retake. Early Owl drone. What information can it spot? No, but it baits out the wall at the very least. The deadlock must be nearby.
2 pieces of util drawn out there from the defenders. Ferbs are here. So much information. The double tap goes for nothing, but still, that is a whole lot of real estate that has been gained by the defenders now. And there's no reason for SAD to rotate off that C site. Here's Odorous straight into the crosshair of Ferbsa.
Now Moist have to keep watching for flanks. They're already down a body, but they lost their Cypher too. The tripwire's nullified. Rock does have that Hunter's Fury to open up a lot of space on C side for the push. Could save it for post plan as well. A lot of options.
Vaunt comes down. Is that Hunter's Fury for Brock? There was a light, and yep, Coburg trying to dash away from that backup side. Dark's able to avoid the last shot there from the Hunter's Fury, and Dip is involved once more. This is stunning from Sad. And they've set themselves up to clean this map. 12-9. MXS in the doldrums economically. They're going to have to cobble something together. Well, this one will be over.
It's always devastating to potentially lose your own map pick, especially going to a map next that you refuse to play for the entirety of this year. Only a single time was it brought out now by Moist, and it was not a winning game.
Look at this. Just contact plays from the defenders. Mid-execute here. Completely catching MXS off guard.
And Mitch, that's what I was worried about going into this series, is that Sad, hey, watching back at their VODs, you watch those raw gunfights, it's not really that impressive. But this Sad is a very different story, and I'm beyond impressed.
We got the Angels to make it happen too. Double duelist on defense. You've got to fight a bit scrappy on these sites. But it really has been Dip on this over that has made such a massive impact when it's been needed. All right, we hear that sound. Yeah, I think Vic knows exactly what's waiting on the other side of the wall.
Oh, but Furbs could just dry swing this anyways.
But he has the timing, though. He doesn't check the angle. Double tap or not, there's no way you're winning that out. Some more of that util drawn onto the B side here, but Vic might be happy with what he's got. He's trending back down. Maybe towards Garage here.
Still not ult available from Cobra. Great way to divide out A side. Pivotal for a retake. Moist do have neural theft to work with too. All it takes is one more body to fall. Very close to A site.
Take flight.
C's dropped in that corner. That's a spot that MXS love to double up in on defense. Doing their do. Sorry! That is a disgusting swing from Darkest. Marta fell, Jet out of the equation now. 4 versus 4 achieved. Okay, Skarner's getting it all here. Find you a man that has everything. Down from heaven comes Dip and sticks the landing. It's a perfect 10 from the judges, and what a finish! Sad Esports have done it. They've taken Haven away 13-9 against MXS. We'll call that an upset for a 0-3 team here in stage 2.
I would absolutely call that an upset. Moist through and through. This is a map that's as old as time. It should be in Moist playbook through and through like the back of their hands. An ISO, a deadlock, an Asher brought out, and a whole lot, like a big cauldron of confusion against their team. I mean, Sad is looking fantastic into this series.
Yeah, great start for them. And like you mentioned, the map pool will be favoring them in a big way. If we see a sunset come out in which Sad are prepared to roll out their same brand of gameplay on, they're going to be looking very, very strong. That will be lingering on the other side of the break. So we're going to head to that right now. Take a breath, everybody. Sad Esports seem to be back, and MXS are under the thumb.
My favorite current VALORANT Pro roster of all time is probably the EDG roster with Kang, Howdong, and Smoggy. Those guys are always a blast to watch, and Kang always puts on a show, so it's just fun to watch them.
Talent Esports. I think they're the most fun to watch.
I think my favorite VCT roster right now is gotta be, I would say the Fnatic right now, you know. I think they're all really good players, and that team is always going to be like a top contender. Or PRX right now also. All the players on PRX are just so funny and insane at the game.
I don't know, I guess the prime Santa roster, because they kind of play dumbasses and won a major. I don't know how that happens. They just ran it down and played and won a major, so that's cool.
I think I'd probably go with the Vanities, Elsa, Zeppa, Mitch, and Zeta C9. I think would be my number one.
Favorite VCT roster I've ever seen? I would say maybe the current Paper Rex is probably one of the coolest rosters I've seen. You know, they're going full power. They have everybody.
Probably old Sentinels. I feel like they were just a lot of fun to watch. It was just awesome back then. So I think that's what mainly got me into competitive VALORANT.
My favorite roster from present or past VALORANT would probably be the old Sonics Australian roster, the one that originally came to NA with Dizzy Life, Plix, Crunchy, Bob, and Ian.
I don't know. It kind of depends on the game. In League, I probably have to give it to SKT Telecom. That was a dynasty. And like I said, I'm a huge Faker fan. I don't have like a lot of people that I'm really like hard fans of, like him, Shroud. That's like pretty much it, bro. But I think they were like objectively the best team to have ever touched like maybe any video game, right? Like, and if you're just talking within just League, like they're definitely the best within League, or so far no one has matched them yet, right?
The game starts long before the game starts. And warm hands are faster hands. Gain the upper hand and power up your pregame warm-up with Zippo hand warmers.
A nice little upset victory of a 13-9 there. You know, I'm pulling this slap because look at me. Look at I'm back. I'm back in the hotel setup, chat. I'm back in the hotel setup. Holy. No, but welcome back. Welcome back to North American Challengers chat. I am replacing Dan Giant now, and just gonna be hosting for today. As you can see, I'm still in t-shirt mode. I'm still like. Did
you infiltrate a color run, bro, and then realize it took exertion, and you just gave up after 30 seconds? Like, what's going on?
I'm not even dressed. I'm just like I'm still in painting shorts.
Get the cannons out, bro. Get the nice knees, brother. Nice knees.
Yeah, you know
right.
Those thighs are still good. Anyways, yeah. So let's just recap on that first map here, guys. We got a nice little upset map victory for SAT Esports over MXS, a 13-9. I like what I saw here from this team of SAT Esports. I like that we brought out like a gimmick with an ISO this time around, but a little bit different than yesterday when we had like this neon ISO come out on Lotus from Winthrop. It feels like we had a lot more value out of Ferbsa on this agent here, Uber.
Look, yes, look, in general, right, we know what ISO is kind of trying to do. I think we noticed a couple times, like, Ferbs being able to, like, just dry swing into an angle that Marta was holding with an operator and win, just on virtue of double tap existing. It made it look easier than you just returning to your hotel room and getting a free day rate, bro. It was crazy.
Dude, I had to prep. I'm prepping right now. Look at my notes, dude. But as we continue to take notes, Cake, I mean, we're looking back. We finally get to see Haven again. That's got to be a good thing at the same time. So what's your take on now seeing Haven back with no changes? But, you know, we've gone through a couple of months here since these new agents came out. The meta changed a little bit as well. But the playstyle seems to be fairly similar to how you want to work the map.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're seeing this from a lot of older maps now, where the big changes have to do with the meta and the team compositions overall are being brought out. Yeah, there were no changes to Haven. You know, it would have been cool if there was, but considering how different a lot of agent compositions have been, it's super similar to Ascend, where the wilder and wackier your comp is, the more likely you are to win.
And now we can see here first kills for both of these teams between SAT and MXS. It's been quite even across the board, 11 for each. And I think it tells a story very well of how these teams were able to get a lot of successes in their first bloods, especially on these attack sides. And I think different types of play styles that we saw here, where even when you're seeing Mata with an operator getting fully canceled out by a double tap, a shield coming out here from Ferbsa, it makes things a lot harder here for MXS to really get the ball rolling on their attack side. But SAT Esports seems to have a really good recipe around seeing the Skarn dashing forward to create the space, and then Ferbsa just double tapping literally everybody, playing AimLab's grid shot and just picking off players and getting so much success here for SAT Esports. On the other end, though, for Darkest, we're seeing like a deadlock coming in. I don't think, to my eyes, that there was bringing too much value into the comp. Maybe there's something that I haven't seen that maybe you've seen here, Uber.
Well, no, look, again, we know that Deadlock is pretty powerful in that post-plant situation. The wall is a problem, especially on pistols, right? If you can get a site cleanly, look, it's taking a long time to remove that wall. But what it is, in effect, forcing MXS to do, Vans, is they have to push ahead of this utility. So sometimes you're seeing them go for retakes a little bit early, especially over on that A site. There was a couple of occasions on C where I think Marta had to even, like, you know, updraft over the wall to try and be on the site and fight for it. Because, you know, otherwise there's just too much time being bought for the attackers. And you know, they're just sort of spending their time on the outside looking in, and retaking A on this map in general is really difficult to do, let alone against like this util that is specifically designed to make it harder to get back in.
It really makes me wonder, like, okay, now we have the ISO, we had the deadlock brought out already. We said, like, okay, maybe there's a 45% chance we'll see it this series. I'm wondering if Moist is going to try to switch it up a little bit on a map that they historically just hate playing, if we're going to see an ISO from them.
Yeah, and that's Sunset coming up right now. And to talk about that a little bit, MXS, as you mentioned here, Cake, they've only played it once. They lost against Turtle Troop, 10-13. They played a double initiator that was engaged from the get-go by Sentinels in the past of playing like this Gecko and a KO. But a lot of teams slowly have been switching away from having a KO to bring a little bit more of a breach. While as for SAT Esports, they have been doing that with a breach in their composition, but they've been using still dip on Silva. So I think the question now is MXS going to try to get a little bit more gimmicky with Duelist, or are they going to try to get it into something more meta in terms of initiator? And SAT potentially could see these type of same changes where they want to develop a little bit into this breach, maybe Gecko, to get more favors in their side. Because remember, these are losses that they got for OT for SAT Esports, Gig.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really curious to see if Sad's just going to continue on this mantra of being that one team that likes to experiment and really play ahead of the curve. We see a lot of teams and challengers play pretty safe with team compositions and just general structure in teams. Moist, being one of those teams, has been for a while now. This is their chance to mix it up.
Well, we're going to go right into it, man. It looks like the Ancients are already ready to go into map 2, so we're going to toss it back to you guys so we can actually see what compositions we're going to get.
Thank you very much, Fancily. Go and order yourself some room service. Big guy, put your feet up and let's yeah, I don't know what they got going on over there, but I'm sure they've got, you know, something nice, something real sweet, you know what I'm saying? I'll order you something. I'll send it up to you, big fella. Thanks for coming in. All right, let's have a look at these comps here. So again, basically what we expected. So we are going to have the same dichotomy play out where, you know, one team obviously is playing that bridge comp, this, you know, scan initiator in the Sova, which is, I think, something we see less of in general, right? A lot of teams, you know, lean on that fade a little bit more for that sort of early info. And again, defensively, Moist X Shopify can really recycle so much of this Gecko util to scout out any early action on A. But I want to see the fault line set plays that Sad had put together, Keg, because normally, you know, a team, to justify their pick, has some setups. They need to be a little bit more premeditated in how they make use of that initiator.
You know, I'm a little sad that we're seeing such a strung together comp from Sad because they looked really good on their individual plays on Haven. They had Coburg playing by themselves, the Deadlock could solo hold a site, but Sad having to coordinate on a macro level as a team now on the attack, I'm a little nervous considering the historical results they've had so far this split, but if they can keep putting up the numbers they did on map 1, I think those explosive attacks could work really well for them.
All right, Moist X Shopify, Sad Esports. It's map number 2, folks. We're heading over to Sunset in a moment. And if you caught our discussion earlier on, you would have heard, of course, us talking about MXS kind of preferring not to go to that map in general. A respectable 10 rounds against Turtle Troop at the start of this month is really all the data we have for them here in stage number 2. It's an unchanged composition from this MXS team, whereas Sad are winless on this map, yes, but they've been very competitive games against Blinn and YFP. So, you know, we're taking that with a pinch of salt. A little bit hard to take the average power level of these two teams onto this map here, but Marta already behind the bomb buddy wants to take control of A long and even clearing that trip.
Yeah, removing that trip early on is going to be so huge. That promotes the people inside tiles, the defense, to push up through mid, and possibly go for a late crunch into this round. It's just herding sheep at this point. As long as you can get Sad to go into A main, maybe not.
Timing wasn't quite there. Fault line thrown out in case there'd be a refrag attempt, but Bork is playing a little bit further back. He's good for 2. Maybe just take a sidebar. Good damage on the Ferbsa. And Otoshima is deep entrenched into mid. That's an easy pick off. Now you drop the door. You've got a player advantage, and it's up to Sad to figure out how to fight their way out of this one. But the spike goes loose. Coburg, lifeless on the ground as Diff has to challenge. MXS, it's simple. Take that A main control. Force some players down mid. Win a pistol.
Really love the confident push-ups from Moist into this first round. We'd seen Mata push up an A main, remove that trip early on, try to remove some life in the process, but even the giant group of Moist pushing through mid early on really goes to show that confidence has not wavered from their loss in map 1. If they can continue taking this early mid control, that's going to mean Sad funneled early round no matter what they choose to do onto their attack. They're starting off grouped up outside of A once again. They're going to look for early info on both elbow and, of course, A-Link itself. In mid with that Cypher Cam. New spot out Flyer. That's going to be the common knife that we normally get to see, but Mata still escapes.
Wingman here. Waylaying Scarred and oh
wow.
My goodness, Dip, how does he walk into that? It's just too easy. The lightly armored or unarmored squad of Sad just gets blown to smithereens there. That is a quick flawless here for MXS, and Sad would sooner forget about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to note, too, that the difference between Haven and Sunset now coming back into the pool is that we can assume that all these teams have been scrimming Haven a lot, but having these interesting comps that come through will be harder on a map like Sunset because it's been in play since the map came out. People have seen just about everything on this map, whereas, you know, you can still get away with a deadlock on Haven sometimes. It might still be that surprise factor. But Sad sticking to a more traditional comp here will be more difficult for them on this attacking side. They'll have to find a way to get past this early util onslaught coming out from Moist. But Ferbsa was detected by that knife, could be bait towards B main. No unbreakable trip on B main either, and Marketplace is empty. This could be a lot of control for Sad to get early sight and maybe even the spike plant down on site. But there is that mid control too that Sad has to work with in case anyone tries to rotate in.
And that's going to be pivotal here for MXS to apply pressure on what was almost certainly going to be a post plant on B. Darkest moves up here. You can see ahead of them went Dip. Ferbs are here, tries to get entrenched in mid. That's pretty good, and he's ready for the refrag from Flyer. However, no one expects the third. Mata able to pick up the Vandal now. Over towards mid, as that is under control of MXS, and crucially, Otoshima stayed out of trouble on B.
Owl drawn out now. Any information gained? The answer is somewhat yes. Audio heard from the left and one from the right.
Still, no reason for Sad to move unless there's paint shells being thrown at them. Skando standing clear of those. The timing's perfect here. It's all down to Mata. Very awkward little double satchel challenge there from both Razors. 1 versus 2. Mata looking for some exits now as 3 players look to line up for Sad. High-low setup to get an easy kill confirm. And the Bears are on the board.
Yeah, losing 2 bodies there for Saz, the bare minimum of what you can allow to be gone in that 3rd round. You can still buy up pretty safely into this next. Light shield, sure, of course, for at least 2. But Sad taking their sweet time and having that mid control early on has proven to be beneficial. But Moist, of course, there's no shot they get rid of mid from now on their defense. They're gamble stacking A instead. They're allowing Otoshima to play by themselves on B, really playing for an anti-push-up lurk. They're willing to give up B site and feel comfortable on the retake.
Standing ahead.
That means a lot of map control already lost for Sad. I would even say that mid, if Sad pushes up into it, is one gigantic bait for them to collide into. This is a very scary attack for Sad. They're gonna have to fight and struggle off of this regen smoke utility to bypass all this space and make sure they can hold on to it into retakes.
Okay. That camera normally placed for a solo Cypher. That might telegraph more than just the presence of Cypher himself at the site for Sad. Here's Thrashy B. Straight over towards Skarn, detained. Skarn's going to fold back around the corner, and Otoshima wants to take the challenge. Skarn might recover just in time. No. MXS quick enough. Now they're swarming over the B side. There is a player in mid. Ferbs who will be challenging Otoshima, but gives the game away. Cybercane's thrown out. Otoshima is ready and waiting with a crosshair placed. And Brock now going to go for a defuse. Care of Wingman. We are halfway there. And it's a clean up for MXS. A 3-1. Once again, stifling Sad's burgeoning economy.
It's just such a great game plan from Moist, and Sad's playing directly into it. Even if you do get that spike down on B and have a little bit more money to work with into the next round, there are so many protocols in place for Moist to work with. You have the Thrash right there when the ult's available to go and take down any very aggressive players and have their teammates swing out and be bait for themselves. You have Wingman there for the defuse without taking too many risks and pushing up into B main. It's almost forcing, again, coaxing Sad to push into A site as an adjustment, and you continue to see Moist have that gamble stack there, waiting for those early fights.
Now, last round, the retake protocol at B was more simple because Thrash opened the way for them. Here, maybe a little bit less to deal with to that extent. Mata might be able to get the showstopper online. Once again, Otoshima. Yeah, good point. Gotta get a kill to find that. Here it is. It'll be all revealed laid bare for MXS now. Vic uncharacteristically loses that matchup in mid rather, but Rook will be able to find Ferbs who pushed up on this B side already. Rotations coming in, the timing awkward for Mata, but he's able to course correct. Gets out with a satchel. Aftershock here to make sure he can't come in, but Otoshima finds another angle of approach. Now 2 players in the site, back to back. Sad have to hold their ground. Bomb buddy sent first, and Otoshima's good on the swing. That is 4 on the board rather for MXS.
Yeah, and just go off of these retakes over and over. Moist, they don't have to expend a whole lot of utility to take that space back. We saw the Neural Theft brought out. A lot of individual plays from Sad, not working together as a group to take that Boba space back. Instead, they hold these individual angles, hope for the best that these stragglers can fall and maybe lead to an early-ish trade, but even then, it's so staggered out for this attacking team that they look so much less coordinated than they did on a team that really relied on lack of coordination on Haven. So timeout's called. Sad at this point, they're finding themselves pigeonholed into the same strat over and over again. Keep fast pushing B, get that spike down, and hope for the best. They keep challenging it, it doesn't work. They have to either default here, take those opening picks, or really play for mid and hope to take A site from the back.
I mean, they're not making the incorrect choice in terms of the side that they want to pressure,
part, right?
Like they are going to that solo Cypher site, but But the rotations for MXS are too clean.
But that's the strat, right? That's the beauty of this strat from Moist, is that they want you to think that this B site is intentionally weak, so then they can just stack up and throw and dump util to clear out that minimalistic space for the retake themselves. It is such a bait and switch maneuver from Moist. And SAD are falling for it hook, line, and sinker. They have to take mid control from here and play so much less unorthodox if they want to have a standing chance in this attack.
And that's been a big part of it, right? That lack of mid control for SAD is what ends up unraveling them, even if it's Marta awkwardly having to satchel out of danger in market. Otoshima was able to come through from Boba and take a refrag opportunity. So MXS fighting for that part of the map will be crucial. How does SAD look to work around it? Maybe a default here, but I think it's going to be pretty hard to pull people out of position when the Cypher's set up at B and can see it all.
Yeah, and plus that early knife gives Tell that there's no information outside A main. There has to be a B take, and that promotes the Moist rotate so much quicker.
What is this for? Trying to, I guess, scout out Boba a little bit as attackers, and that's the showstopper that has opened the way into market here. Very quickly, though, Darkest able to step up. Why? They're going to be there for the refrag. Not quite good enough for 2. Numbers are even now, and MXS will have to re-clear market, I think, if they want a decent retake attempt.
I like this delay, though. Not having that spike down means that SAD aren't forced to position themselves deep inside B main. They can take these fights as a group a lot easier, not have to worry about the win condition of the spike.
Good diligence here, aware that there's been enough time elapsed now for a flank to come through. We're all able to get that wingman back. Dizzy also will be recovered, so some pretty impressive utility still available here, especially with the paranoia still up.
38 seconds left. Moist are so determined now that there might be someone so deep in the A site that they have to use these dizzies. The regen util won't be available for the retake. Stun is out, but it's too far away from anyone in Moist to hear.
And that cam is gone for Otoshima. He doesn't see any of this, so MXS maybe overheat a little bit on this assumption that there's been a rotate away from SAD. A great noise cut from the attackers, if we're being fair. Odorous now is going to have to try and challenge this. It'll be a 1 versus 1. This is not going to be double held, but it's an awkward angle. Yeah, tough to win those, Max. Now the 2v3. SAD can set up here inside lobby.
Off your feet!
Great rolling thunder. Isolating Gecko. Smoke still in play, though.
Right there.
Zero reason to push off of that. Another fake defuse. This time Brock's out in the open. Hang on. Dip has the challenges now. There's going to be a body block from Vic as he looks to take the fight. Dip has one more opportunity. And Brock will trade it out for the win. MXS, an unlikely way to recover. In that post plant, there was a freaking rolling thunder that wasn't followed up on, to be fair. SAD looked comfortable until they weren't.
That is a devastating round loss for SAD. They had that all the way through until the final moments they tripped and fell at the finish line. We did reveal something very important, though, from Moist. They are not comfortable letting go of A site. They went for that preemptive, overheating, potential retake on A site because they must feel so much less comfortable letting go of A and going for those retakes. There's so many more places for an attacking team to hide. Now, of course, we're the all-seeing eyes. SAD will have no idea about that. Their timings were good there, but even then, now, this is the round to pry open A and see what's up.
With what weaponry, though?
Not much.
Not time to go for this kind of variation here, Marta. Yeah, sees it out there. Comfortable enough to just raw swing that, and this is the problem. When you're trying to use a fault line set up reactively, it is so hard to get it lined up. That opportunity goes begging. Nice shooting there from Dip. He's just been so good over the course of this series, coming out of virtually nowhere, having an outsized impact on SAD's chances so far, and he's given them a big one in this round.
Ferbs' timing. Does have that neural theft, though. Again, look at the buys. Not great. Only one Phantom.
Ferbs here is almost guaranteed to find a timing. There it is. That is dirty. That is so dirty.
He can't reach the neural theft.
Crash already available again, though. That's an easy kill. 2 versus 2 now. Marta looks to challenge. Paint shells to buy some time. This will allow Marta to pressure down Coburg. Coburg solo on the side for the time being. And that's it. There's no chance to stop Wingman. Ferbs has to try and walk out. It's not planted for that position. And that'll be that. MXS get yet another one. And I am really feeling a map 3.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of scrambling happening from SAD, especially once that spike goes down. It's really every man for themselves. Hopefully, though, off of that timeout, that was a moment for the team to breathe. They had the chance to recoup off of that probably unexpected spike plan, given that it was a thrifty round for themselves. Explosive round potentially on A side here. Only a 3-stack on A this time, not the usual 4. There is that somewhat mid lurk from Vic. He's going to keep eye on that, alongside the tripwires, and of course the mid presence from Odashima themselves. This 3-stack here needs to find maximum value.
Garnsat was in, fault line to pave the way here into elbow. Doesn't want any of it. Okay, Flyer, the headbutts a bullet there. Ferbs are lying in wait. Marta's going to have an awkward little double face to deal with here, and this is raw contact, nothing more. Sad push themselves into the site. Now that's awkward though. They hold their ground. MXS here, a showstopper popped in elbow and stick around, believing it was headed towards spawn. But Vic still has to bail them out here, and the Aldrone's going to see it all. TP across, that's fine. You're still going to be lit after the fact, and everybody will be waiting for you as Coburg will register 3 for the round. As Sad finally find another.
Look, Dip is playing mechanically wonderfully this map, but the utility is so delayed. You already had the majority of your team push into elbow, blind, and they lost their lives. And at the very end of the round did we see that owl drone come out. This has been a big lack of information from Sad. They're pushing into these big chokeholds, essentially blind. We need to see where this recon bow goes into the next round. Gonna be hard given that 2 sets of Moist are in 2 different angles. Both sets cannot be spotted by the same use hill. It'll be a big decision maker here to see where this bolt goes. And if it spots anybody, and it won't, it's directly on site.
Just a sick paranoia. It's such a quick adaptation there for Vehicle. It's only good for a trade. That could have been awkward. Hunter's Fury means Marta has to start a step briefly. Nothing will be gained from that ultimate. Here's Brook. Mosh pit thrown out. Flyer. No one expects that swing. But Ferbs was able to respond in time. MXS have fed themselves into the wood chipper. And now it's just Odashima in a 1v3.
Moist are already good for the half already. 6 and 6 won't be the best, but at least they won't be going into it losing.
Yeah, timing not going to be there for Odashima at all. What an awkward little exchange. MXS wanting to push out of elbow there. Thinking maybe that Sad were down on players. Awkward indeed.
It goes back to the veto, right? Moist were thinking full well, yeah, look, this is the team that hasn't won a single series this split. We're going to take them to our most uncomfortable map. We hate playing this map. And they're going for these overconfident pushes. This is one of the few rounds where we've actually seen it punished for Sad's favor. And now they're going to break up A site. They're going to let go of it so much more. They're expecting a big change on Sad's end. But Sad is a team that loves to go for the same thing over and over again. We saw that way back over on Haven.
That ain't broke, don't fix it. Skarn, though,
yeah,
changes the rollout. This time heading over towards Link direction. Flyer. Well, credit for effort. But again, a bit of an awkward buy round here for MXS. And Skarn now going to be able to cut his way through them. Bit good for one, but just the trade. Showstopper up here for Marta. And decent timing on the flank, but has to win 2 out, and he does. Now, there's an opportunity. 45 HP. Dip still healthy as they come. Oh, buddy, that is ridiculous. Marta with a showstopper ends it. Come on, man. That's so weird. Sad take yet another one here as MXS throw caution to the wind.
I don't think I've ever seen a round win like that. Yeah, I'd go for a timeout too. What the heck just happened, says Moist. And not big corrections need to be made for the team. Just a chance to take a breather, not overheat like they did the last 2 rounds. The rounds where they've played somewhat slower and played for these retakes on B have been their more dominant rounds. But that plays into that fear factor that we mentioned, right? They don't want to give up A site nearly as fast as B. A site is deceptively hard to retake with how many funnels these defenders have to clear.
And with the weaponry they had, they weren't exactly brewing with confidence that they could double stack into elbow and have a strong position there. And they were pretty distributed across the site. And obviously, Flyer just, looking for an opportunity, bursting through that smoke on Link. Fair enough to throw a variation in. Yeah, we don't see many rounds end like that. Marta hoping to not get traded with the showstopper. So Sad able to take a posthumous round win.
Yeah, I can't remember how many posthumous round wins I've seen like that where there's just nothing on the battlefield. It's a little eerie for LA, huh? But 6 and 4 now. Moist, they still have the chance to get themselves a lead going into this half. No real discernible comp advantages for one side or another going into this one. Haven, at least, there was that deadlock comp that's going to be much more difficult to work with on the defense. Both teams here, they can play for their gunfights pretty early on.
Okay, fault line satchel in. That way, Scar knows that no one's going to be playing close right. So swung out here. This is, you could get out of there with a satchel, but it feels one and done to me. Vic down to 4. Still good for 2 because why not? And Ferbs are now essentially pinned in that corner. You may not know how low Vic is. Spike is down. Vic smokes it off. Pressure starting them out here towards elbow. And there's really not much that Ferbs can do except try and win on one of his extremities, win one of his 1v1s, but it's being doubled up on here by MXS, given how low Vic is. Spike to hand at least, Max, but just don't see how you're getting out of this situation unscathed. Ferbs is the one that has to figure it out, though. 53 to play. A little bit of spam, Odorous. The fear of God in him. Neural Theft would be an utter waste here. He knows. He knows exactly what he's walking into. And there it is. Stand and deliver, they say. MXS get their 7th.
Try to fake out with the camera there. Unlucky,
Last
almost.
round in the half.
Well, again, we saw the majority of this early game devolve into retakes against Sad on B site. Now it's been Gunfight City that, frankly, the rounds have been closer for Sad, taking on these straight fights on A. But now we're going to see the return of that 4-stack once more. A lot of ultimates now built up for Moist. As soon as any presence is given away from the attacking team, we should see Thrash come through. Null Command possibly right after. Wouldn't be surprised if Vic eventually repositions themselves for the flank too.
Data started people fly out. Early Thrash off the rip here to clear elbow. That's just an answer to the fast race satchel play that we've seen Skarn go for. And Marta scaled up into mid.
Great timing there. Spike lost.
Spike down B.
Get him out. That's the question. Otoshima says we'll take a trade for Marta. That gives us a player advantage now. Finally. For the first time in what feels like 5 or 6 rounds, Sad are looking at B.
Flash is gone. Stun's gone too. Oh, no! The fly trap. 2 left alive now. Bare minimum information gathered now. Dip has recombo, can only use it once.
Dip spotted there. Nice little shoulder peek for Otoshima, and he'll wait. He'll wait for a peek from the other side of that opening. Dip's going to be set up to make it hard to actually double face that angle. Ah, spotted out. Okay. Well, yeah, Dip essentially out of options at that point. Can take solace in the fact that a From the Shadows was committed in order to reveal him. Now Koberg will play at the back of the site here. Neural Theft, of course. Just eliminating the other possibility for MXS now, as there's no point holding those ultimates. Ugly stuff. 8 rounds for MXS on defense. Got to be good to go into the second half with a bit of confidence when you're a whole map down.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the biggest strengths of Moist overall in their run of challengers is that they have a really good read overall of what their enemy team wants to accomplish at the start of a round. The fact that they read into the fact that they could give up B a lot more than A site, give up the spike plant, go for a retake with minimal utility used realistically, was so smart from Moist in the early games. Sad though, they made it competitive by taking raw gunfights on A site, not nearly as even as Moist had probably anticipated it as being. But now that the sides swap, there's going to be considerably less information for Sad to work with. Blaya started each round up with that early suppressing knife to find A main control. That information was gigantic in letting the team know to go for those early rotates defensively on B site. That won't be the case anymore. More of a presence needed now on B for the defense. A side, 3 defenders, sure, but not nearly as many guns to take fights.
Marta eating utility like it's going out of fashion there. Skarn, no choice but to hold that line. No way to get out. And MXS, simple application of flash utility gives them control of elbow here. And they know that Dip is waiting on the other side. Otoshima thinking about playing ahead of that intended shock dart location. But it's a simple matter to overload this position. Dip is sat in the smoke. Looking to peek out of it now behind the fault line. I like the little 1-2 they put together, but ultimately, sheer weight of numbers for MXS makes it impossible. Spike is headed towards A still. They're about to emerge from elbow. Marta snuck onto the site and is smoked off. Ferbs may have no choice but to walk on in.
A lot of low HP though.
Yeah, he's going to have to be literal Trigun level accuracy here, but bash the Stampede in a 1v3. Also the same level of invincibility, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah.
All right, Camel spotted. Not much to be done from here. Getting the pistol there. That is a twist of the knife in the back for Sad Esports with a paltry 4 rounds to work with. I'm going to have to wait until the other side, presumably of that bonus, to think about getting onto the board.
Yeah, these early rounds have been a big benefit from Sad too so far this entire series. The fact that they couldn't convert this pistol Means now Moist, like you mentioned, should be going 10-4 now. They'll be 3 rounds away from bringing things to a decider to bind if they do convert this buy-up. Sad may have the chance to do the funniest thing in a 4v4. Only with classics though, and a single sheriff.
Standard cam location there. Just look over towards Link briefly. Cyber Cage, here we go. Marta. Yep, caught in the fault line here, able to get out though. Satchel pretty darn good at getting himself out of a snafu. When Darkest solo swings into that. Oh, buddy. Sad are throwing themselves at the wall to see what sticks. Unfortunately, it's just a Ren Trails at the moment. Ferbs are with it all to do again. There's no chance.
No, and Ferber's delayed again. Went for the flank last round. This time, just pure disconnected from the rest of the team, having to solo hold B. Just a read here from Mata. Oh, okay, Flyer. Well,
Mata
now you know.
Question mark?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Flyer, sure. Yeah, 10-4 now, though. And if Sad's return out of Haven to a map that's much more conventional in Challengers thus far has been a standard comp and, frankly, just a lot of disconnectedness between the team's communication, it really makes me worried for Bind because that's a similar fault the team has had historically on that map, where they have the right ideas, but whether it be coordinating gunfights, winning those gunfights, the utility exchange, and when it's brought out, has been a big issue for Sad.
We liked him in the post plants a lot on Haven.
We did.
They have not been able to get many of them on this map. And even when they have, it's been like a Cypher-held site that the rotations for MXS were way more well-drilled than they were on Haven. This is a different arena. Make no mistake. Cypher util stymied for a brief moment. He knows that Sad have made a significant investment into this round. It'll be MXS to play it slowly.
Cover going out.
Big hole. Good smoke now. Forcing Sad if they want to take it to re-clear mid. Looking for that explosive play. 1 minute left now. Just Coburg on A side, shooting out the camera. Paranoid out, execution in play. Look at this, Mata though, stifled. That timing's everything.
Great counter paranoia there from Coburg. Buys a lot of time and also forces everyone to go through elbow. Fault line. No swing off that for Coburg. A little too risky perhaps. Mata just walks out of the open. 1 for 1. Coburg down to 22 though. Could be a problem, but only 2 left now for MXS and they are trapped inside elbow. They can get out, but they've made sound doing so.
30 seconds left.
So much sound. And Ferbster is healthy enough to challenge this. It's very clear where MXS are headed here.
It's gotta be a cut through mid if they want to have time to plant that spike. Already watched top of mid.
Is that happy for? Ooh, dangerous. Yep, there's Vic. Spike though was to hand for
10
Brock.
seconds left.
So it will be a pure retake now as Brock will just get it down in time. Clear the camera. Pinged out though. Unwinnable from that position. Not even Brock to go on can get it done. Start up with 4 at the end of the round. Keep those guns going into round 16 and get their 5th.
That was a miracle round from Sad. They absolutely need to keep every gun alive. Only losing Skarn is the best potential option this team has had. Now, they know A-Site can be really well played in their favor as long as they can hold on tight and wait out utility. Moist, again, similar issue they had back on Haven. Timing, they usually have it in their favor. But if it slips away and becomes mistimed on their own end for the executes, the big chance for Sad to slide in and take a few kills. B-Site though, only Ferbza, who was discovered last round. No unbreakable trip this time either. It'll be a great opportunity to remove B-Site completely start of round.
And I think for Sad here, it's really a matter of having a successful B retake. That Cypher cam placed such that, you know, there's no expectation for Ferbs that anyone would join them on the B side. Clearing some of these tripwires here. Brock spots that out, of course, and Flyer revealing all this util. So great round here for an L command. In goes Thrash. Those initiator ultimates going to be used now to clear B entirely. Darkest falling there on Bo, but takes like an early swing by the looks of things, and there was trade potential based on the Sad players there, but that opportunity goes begging. Coburg also taken down. MXS look good now for this retake attempt from the defenders.
And they needed to go for this clean retake too. But Mitch, there's no flashes available. There's no way of clearing out that space and not forcing Moist to push in.
Oh, they've got to contact this. All right, there's Dizzy. Marta disrupting here with a satchel, swings into Ferbsa, who was ostensibly flashed, but still able to take 2 kills here. Now the 2 versus 2. Ferbsa for 3. Up to Otoshima now. And it's not planted for him at all. Challenges Ferbsa, but the double swing comes through as Dip gets off the defuse. What a round. What a comeback. Assad were down to 3 before that hit really came in.
And that was dire straits. Down by 2 bodies. No flashes available. The raw... you would think he was still playing ISO. The raw push in from Ferbsa. Swinging through and taking, what, 3 bodies down inside B main? That's absolutely what you want for a new mainstay player for Sad's side. As much as Alvin was a great sentinel, Ferbsa just has that extra X factor to bring themselves 20-2. Well above anybody else in this lobby.
And again, that was the question we asked at the start of that round. How good is the retake here on the Cypher site? Pretty good, as it turns out.
Yeah.
And bear in mind, that was a null command thrash round for MXS to try and give them an easy in. Those options off the table for them from here on out. And that gap is closed to 4.
Good Hunter's Fury. Great way to style the space. Otoshima, though, removes Dip. That's a huge neural theft.
Gun now, satchel's out. Gonna be good for that one. It's just Brock. Hunter's Fury ends up being the undoing for Dip there after some fantastic rounds at a great retake teamed up with Ferbsa. Speaking of which, they'll be receiving this hit. Brock sees the cam, doesn't expect there to be someone on the site itself. And the Stinger doesn't get to go to work. Now it's a 3-round deficit.
If they try big worry now, Ferbsa. Absolute raid boss on B side, but Skarn also picked up an ult orb right at the end of that last round, 1 away from Showstopper. They could try to farm an early kill here. They get enough space, which just seems doubtful. They could go for A orb. But if they're able to play their cards just right, get 1 kill, they could easily Showstopper and get at least 2 more on this A push. Moist need to be cognizant that Skarn is close, and they have to be careful.
I think MXS have gotten onto the fact that there's no breach over towards A at the start of these rounds. So the odds of a fast hit being disrupted by a fault line are not high. Still, they're now going to go towards tiles, and it's such a lightly held mid because we saw the drift over there from Darkers. This pans out well for MXS, and that's even better. Getting a kill straight through towards Market. Cyber Cage to allow for the cross here. Darkest looking for a way around it, but just walks into the line, already being held by Otoshima. And trade for Dip. Alcrone sent out. And Flyer, in no hurry to move from that position, receives that extremity push, and it's an open B side.
It really feels like Sad's defense right now is open season. If you can find an opportunity, you take it. These calls separated out now completely. No tradability between the last 2 members. Showstopper now from Skarn available.
Flyer cut noise at the right time, but Dip was ready. 3 for the Sova. Oh. Okay. Love that shoulder peek, really. The presence of mind to go for that here. Now the pincer starts to get put on them. Skarn has a showstopper. Might have a chance to make use of it. Dip might just swing this one. Brock knows he's about to get tapped from behind. Can he make it happen? No. Sad. Putting it together at the end of that round beautifully. Dip winning that fight against Flyer. Absolutely critical.
And Dip has just made such an impact on Sad ever since he joined the roster. And you mentioned it before, this is a player that was in the depths of amateur Valorant for the longest time. Started winning these smaller tournaments, and now look at the reward. Yeah, you get some money there, but I mean, look, going on Sad, playing in challengers, and really doing a really good job at it too was unbelievable. But now Moist, they go for a timeout themselves. This is a big chance for them to turn things around. They had such a great lead, but now they're only up by 2. It was close on Haven. They nearly took it back themselves, but it slipped away. And they've had the great ideas early rounds, but it's just these small rotates that are being made by themselves, shut down by the top of mid by one player or another. Just this mid-rounding's been so difficult for Moist to find that impact to get the B site.
And you pointed the finger, actually. It's sad, honestly, when it came down to some of the raw gunfights, right? Those individual moments, being able to win and like establish themselves in some really important parts of this map, i.e. Dip flanking through mid. They're able to make it happen here over the last couple of rounds, and the difference is palpable. I will say, it's being generated by 2 specific individuals on this ad roster, and I don't think you don't need a rocket science degree to sort of piece that together. But again, having Ferbsa as the solo weak site holder doing so well, it basically means that A and B both feel nigh impenetrable for the attackers.
I mean, if you're Moist now, what's the perspective, right? Is your win condition just to remove Furbza and dip? Or do you want to play for the site themselves and then coax those two players that are performing unbelievably to play directly into you? It's such a tough choice depending on where you're at.
Good start here would be a fast hit and take control of Elbow, I think. Showstopper for Mudder. Yeah, okay. Straight
Dip.
behind box there, making the correct guess. Dipto able to spray through there from Lincoln. Furbza trying to give MXS pause for thought as they scale up into Elbow now. Here comes a rotation from Darkest. It's going to be here on time. MXS have really been slowed up here by so much of this util. Cyber Cage thrown out. And that's some info gathering there for Vic as he ults into the site and sees probably a hell of a lot of resistance waiting.
Oh, this stall makes me nervous now. 1 minute left. All that space creation, all that utility. Imada's life, for what? Just a reset. They could try to re-hit later. 56 seconds left, though. There's not a lot of time to employ that strat. They could try to go mid once again. Always being held, though. This is where Moist tend to get picked off on that entry towards Marketplace to be. This time, though, Darkest is in position.
Odorous is holding a really safe angle in Elbow, so not looking towards spawn and won't see too much. He's just hoping someone walks in to try and re-clear Elbow manually.
They're going to go mid to A.
30
It's the
seconds
only chance
left.
they have to switch it up.
There's no trips here, though. And that sound. Darkest! It's good for 2. That's got to be enough. 22 seconds left in the round. Spike recovered by Flyer, but he's about to get a heck of a lot more than he anticipated. And it's good for 2 with the spray transfer.
16 seconds. 1v1.
Spike so far away, though, for Otoshima, and Furbza knows they can just play the time game.
10 seconds
You
left.
can catch the Cypher on the crossback if you find the right timing, and Furbza does. Plays off the sound cue perfectly. Another impeccable round finish for the Cypher that's already leading the way for Sad.
I love the idea of playing up into mid, take over A site. That's what I wanted to see Sad on the attack do, but no. You can see why it gets shut down so quickly. It's that one player that's playing that Sniper's Nest top of mid that's been stifling Moist so much. And they've been trying to unlock A site, but they're having so much more difficulties, even with a 3v5. B site, though, has been easier to get onto for both these teams. Retakes for Sad have been a little bit more chaotic than when it was Moist on the defense, but it's certainly winnable for their defense too. Default. Looking for that opening pick. Pressure should be against mid. A lot of players holding a very devout angle one side or another, but they're dialing themselves back. Thrash instead brought out, clearing so much space. A Hunter's Fury to toe. So much info, so much space creation. All for what?
They're going to have themselves be here. It's the weaponry that's more of a concern for MXS now. They are really trying to dig their heels here. Actually, lay hit towards B. Trips are on that site. Mada's able to take down Coburg. That was the play road towards Market. And there was a smoke in the way. Furbza very quickly wants to make his way into Market to recover that space. Just better weaponry here for Sad, going a long way. Rolling Thunder also up. That's just a fault line though for now. Double lit.
Oh,
that is ridiculous. Skarno wasn't hit by that Thrash at all. He's able to sit back and take the trade, or at very least a free kill. And now Flyers in a 1v3. This is getting ugly now. MXS starting to backslide.
This is such a great turnaround from Sad. They're taking elements of Haven back out again. Remember, that was a team where the coordination wasn't necessarily on the big picture scale. It was playing around each other, having these individual plays, and really just capitalizing on the mistakes of Moist. 10 to 10 now. A team that I was afraid they'd be overly coordinated, over-engineer these rounds, are now not doing that anymore, and Sad are looking great again. I don't know if Sad can keep this up, Mitch, if we're going to see map 3.
Sad have lost both pistols on this map and have been able to come back beautifully here with 6 rounds in a row. Now we're even. And this is a round for MXS that they lose this, that economy is in dire straits. Again, not reinventing the wheel here once more. No early aggression towards A, and again, they will embed 1 or 2 players over towards tiles. A lot depends on Coburg here not offering himself up for free. And it's a more passive angle being held.
Does have that paranoia to help anyone with contact. Top on stairs.
Dip. Dodging, ducking, and diving as well. That's the course of this map. Oshima revealed briefly now behind that statue. Vic's able to turn it into a trade at least, but Darkest is also there. This is potentially catastrophic for the attackers. They're out on B. We have a variation in placement of those trips though. And MXS have to be careful. There's an opportunity to capitalize on it. That's why the null command was so important. Furbza now cannot rely on those trips at all. Neural Theft though does its job. Off the side are MXS trying to play, but Ferbza deals with Flyer. That's one. Two more to face.
standing.
You could have held on it potentially. Marta now has the opportunity to bring the KO back, and this means Scar has to move. Oh, that's scary! Oh, he's done it yet again! Oh, MXS this time as attackers, though, will win that posthumous round.
Oh, man. I mean, we talked about how we rarely see that at all, but now twice in one game. Unbelievable. And Moist getting their hands so dirty with these gunfights now. Bringing to this to be a very scrappy map has worked out beneficially for both teams. But now Moist, they're one round away from securing, at the very least, having Sad face overtime. But they have to convert this next round. No, Neural Theft available, sure, but you can't fish for this opening pick. You need to wait and bide your time.
That's a pretty high-value recon bolt there from the defenders.
Oh, man. Rolling Thunder available for Darkest, too. If he brings that out way too early, this could be over.
This is so proactive, though, for Sad, because they have such control of that B-side extremity, Max.
They do.
Hold this angle. I know exactly. Marta, though. He's going to punish you if you're not ready for it. Scar just whips out the old bazooka and says, come right on up. So the Neural Theft, really, will give some information, but doesn't allow them to play off that local scenario with the raids on the other side of the wall. Vic is deep up mid. Darkest was on the move there, not able to complete the kill. It's going to ward Vic away at the very least, but market is open for the attackers. It's Ferbza sat at the back of B again. Double trip set up, but nobody's walked into them just yet. There's one. 60 HP. Ferbza has been unbelievable for this Sad roster. And they don't overheat here. They just back off, happy enough with that one kill.
Rolling Thunder.
Odorous is sat in this corner. Ferbza has a feel for it. But again, who is there to play off that? There's the trade. This is going to be costly for Sad, but they want the round win. There's that Rolling Thunder you were talking about, Keg. Brock has to sit out. Vic fakes a TP on top of the kiosk here. And there it is. You're kidding me. Oh, no. They allowed the defuse to happen. Sound cue must have been obscured. That is brutal.
Oh, the timing was almost there. There was so much wasted utility by Sad that last round. The Rolling Thunder even was delayed. Paranoia before that. Unused necessarily, but no. 11-11 now. Whoever wins this next round guarantees overtime. Or potentially overtime.
That was crazy. The defuse there for Sad.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way, dude. Vic, I thought Vic's timing would be a little bit faster there and get the swipe, but no. Missed timing all around. No spike picked up this time. Early flashes out, faking the push over towards A. But Sad aren't falling for it. They're still holding on to mid. They know the conditioning of this early round util usually leads to a caravan from A to mid to B.
Smoke at top of mid. What is our regulation time kill record? Was it like Aspas at 36? Ferb's at 29 here. That is crazy stuff. Ooh. Okay, freebie. Straight through the smoke. Brock just riddled with bullets as he was minding his own business in tiles.
Cage triggered.
And in the market, go MXS at least. They've snuck through there. They braved the firing squad for now, but it's about to be reassembled now in Boba. Half peek for dip. Doesn't commit. MXS get out.
Standing ahead.
Oh, they're stuck. A minute left on the clock. Fully discovered 2. They might try to reset and re-hit B.
Shut down.
Another smoke kill for Sad. Ferb's hit by the paranoia here, but no play off of that. Vic has to go slow. Flashpoint for Darkest, but again, trying to keep that spike at bay. This is ridiculous. Vic now in a 1 versus 4. This is it. This is the money for MXS threatening to be flushed down the gurgler.
30 seconds left.
And the spike isn't to hand. It's so far across the map. Vic doesn't even have an ultimate to recover it. This is cooked, bro. Cooked.
Cooked. The chefs are in the kitchen and they're looking mighty sad. This was Moist hoping, not even hoping. They felt so confident they could win out this series so cleanly off of vetoes. Get rid of Sad's best maps. Yeah, it's okay. You can put our worst one, the one we hate to play. This is the second time Sunset has been played by Moist in all of Challengers this year. And they were willing to play into this because they knew Sad had not won a series yet so far this split. And felt so confident they could keep that streak going and bring themselves up in the group for an easy day. Sad said no. 1 round away from converting this series 2-0.
Suppression there inflicted on these two Sad players pushing up. Still enough money for MXS to make a very reasonable buy, but Marta Well, his chance to have an impact on the round has gone begging. No commitment here for MXS. Very much a default, and they have good mid presence. Plenty of util to play off and a Thrash. For losing their entry, that is going to hurt. Thrash is heading over towards B here. Caught in the trips. Won't see anything more. At least able to double back and be recovered.
Huge. That's huge.
Crossing now over towards A.
Dip and Verbs are still alive. They've been monstrous in getting kills.
Massive hold here for Coburg. Just a later timing, I think, to start that flank. Here's the plant. Sad not in a great position to intervene. Hunter's Fury, though, disrupts the plant entirely. Otoshima taken down to lethal range. Flyer also very, very low, and there's that neural theft. Tells you everything you need to know. Coburg may not have time to wait here for Ferbs to take something on his own, and the timing's not there. Brook's able to take the swing and check it after the fact with a dizzy. I think Ferbs avoids it, so might have a timing here, but it's looking worse and worse for Sad now. That overtime potential starting to rear its head. Wingman is good, but Darkest, what timing? Easy. Able to control the Vandal now in a 2 versus 2. Darkest pushes through. Flash point got him in there. Otoshima now, it's dipping to 1 versus 1, and Sad have done it. They've shut the door on MXS. What an upset win. Clearing out Sunset and Coburg. Oh, man, he's astral projecting right now, and I would be too. What a result to get your first win of stage 2.
Unbelievable. I have not seen a team in Challengers make such a drastic turnaround. Wow, unbelievable. Ferbza came in essentially the very last second. We thought going into this Alvin Boy would still be playing. Has been beautiful, both mechanically and worthy of helping into the server. Dip and Ferbza. Holy Mitch, unbelievable.
Yeah, that is obscene, honestly. I'm curious to see what that scoreboard says for Ferbs, because again, 29 kills by round 23. Just an unbelievable showing from that, again, that mostly solo site holding Cypher. Such a problem for MXS to deal with over the course of the day. And all of our conversation coming into this game was that MXS just take one win and they catapult themselves back into like the top 2. Now, they're 2-2. Dropping a game to Sad, giving them their first win off this stage, really throwing Group A into utter chaos.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like, there's been such an elevation of teams' performances across the board from Stage 1 into the Mid-Season Cup into Stage 2. Every single team has leveled up. But Sad was debatably that one team that we didn't really know what to expect going into this. Roster shuffles, substitute players. Who have they been scrimming with? What have they been scrimming? And now we see this utter chaos, a deadlock combo on Haven. 31. Anything's possible.
Dropping 31. It's just
That's unbelievable.
Who is this guy?
Little
Who is this
casual
guy?
numbers there, right? Who is this guy? He's a guy that has played with Dorcas and Dip before. I know I was listening to you guys too on this amazing cast of boys, but you know, Keg was mentioning it for Dip, all-star player that has been grinding the tier 2, tier 3 scene, but they've been doing a point under really had a chance to really get further out, but this gives them a chance now. First, now.
Ooh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, Van Zussi, we got a bit of roboticness from your mic there, Van. So we'll give you a chance to clean that up a little bit. Yeah, hotel mic. Listen, we've put this together on pretty short notice to get Vans in here, so we'll give him just a moment to get us set up here. But I was getting the lore. Bro was trying to drop lore on me. God damn, I was here for that. Maybe we'll hear that later on here. But look at these post-plant stats, right? Both these, both these teams are pushing into these single Cypher sites. That's why the post-plant rotations from both sides, SAD and MXS respectively, very, very good. This is a real map for it here, but it came down to some really down and dirty fights towards the end of the round. 15 first kills, and MXS still can't convert. God damn.
Yeah, I mean, look, the First Bloods had impact going into this series, but not as much monstrous impact as the late round plays. Big win con for both teams. Really put a lot of emphasis on not only taking site control, getting that spike for the post plant, but also evading the post plants and making sure they could retake sites was more important than any early and mid rounds we had seen.
Yeah, a ridiculous result here. All right, what's up? That's a little sassy. Sound a little sassy still, brother. All right, we got Vans. We got Vans struggling a little bit there, folks. Sorry about that. We'll get that one sorted on the other side of the break. We'll be back, of course, to continue to wrap up this SAD versus MXS result. So don't go too far. It's SAD Esports with their first win of Stage 2.
They say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine? In life, you make your own guarantees. Nobody else will light your way. Start your own fire and keep it burning. And we guarantee you'll have one hell of a lifetime.
Welcome back, folks, to the Knights North American Challengers. I'm Vancillion, and thank you so much for your patience with the little hiccups that I've had, but I seem to be fairly good now. I'm still white as a ghost because of the lighting that I have here, but at least the audio should be fine. So without further ado, though, usually what happens here is we have a post-match interview, which we didn't get to have before that break, so I'm going to bring in Dip now. Dip, dude, congratulations.
How's it going?
W. Dude, it's going great. I haven't had a chance to talk to you in a very, very long time. I think since Brazil. Brazil. Campus Clutch. So, how's things been going for you, man, so far? I mean, you've been grinding. You now made it to SAD Esports. How's the grind been for Northwood to now?
Yeah, I mean, the grind's been tough. It honestly has, as you can tell. Like, this is our first one in Challengers. We've been struggling heavily, but I think we've been working hard, and things are finally starting to piece together. Scrims have been going way better. I mean, we finally can pull through on the win. So things are turning around.
That's awesome to hear. Actually, there's two parts that I want to elaborate on that statement. Then is the first one is this the reintroduction of Ferbsa into the core that you've built in the past, that you've played with him and with Darkus in the past? Has that been like the biggest addition and the biggest change that started to see immediate results now for SAD Esports?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Ferbsa, Darkus, and I have been playing together for over 2 years now, so we have a lot of chemistry. We know how each other play. I don't know. We play well together, and it's helped a lot of things.
And what about Coach Joe? Because Coach Joe also joined most recently into the SAD Esports roster, right? So how's it been going with Coach Joe? How did you guys link together, and how did it come about?
I've known Joe for a little bit now, and then I guess SAD ended up looking for a coach, and then eventually, you know, I guess whatever roster drama SAD went through, and then they were looking for new players. Coach Joe introduced me. And yeah, I mean, the Haven comp we ran today, that was all Joe. That was his idea, and it worked out well. So.
Yeah, let's talk about that, because you guys looked excellent on the attack side. I mean, maybe we haven't seen the true value of what Deadlock could bring into that composition, but at least this ISO and Jet combination of continuously hitting this A site on the attack seemed to be a very nice recipe.
Yeah, I think I mean Deadlock in general. Deadlock is a really strong agent. His anchoring ability is next to none, in my opinion, compared to other agents. And I think ISO is really strong as well, and I think teams are going to start to realize that. And eventually, I mean, it's just so early, so you know you're not going to be able to see a whole lot of work from ISO, but I think he has a lot of potential in pro play.
And do you think it's just like a one-off gimmicky thing, because you know, everybody's talking about how overtuned Neon and ISO are right now, that some teams just want to pick him up and try it out? Or do you still see this agent being like a long-term fit into a new meta that we currently see now in 8.11?
I see it both ways. I definitely think like as right now it's for sure more gimmicky, because you know everyone's testing stuff. No one really knows how to play against it yet, so it's very gimmicky now. But I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll see if teams stick with it and how it turns out in franchise scene as well as challengers.
Awesome. Well, you also sound super excited, because I think you're running off a super high of this victory and this upset that you got against MXS. And I want to talk about that in that second map, because that second, exactly about time. That second map on Sunset, it didn't look like it was going to go to plan, though, because the amount of times that you guys just tried to hit towards this B site, and then MXS seems to want to play just retake every single time, has been successful for them every single time. So how did you, what was communications to make sure that you're able to close out this series?
Well, we were struggling with B post plan a lot. I think we had the site free 4 times roughly, and I think we lost every time. Our adjustment was either to just fight up into them or straight up just execute A as 5, and I think that worked for us 3-4 rounds in a row. So we just kept doing that. We just adjusted to what worked. So.
And then you had Furbs that just pop off on the defensive side, seeing like a different play style that you guys had versus MXS, where you guys did such a great job denying MXS site control while they were playing retake against you guys, and you saw the result in the end, you guys getting that victory over MXS. One last question for you though, Dip, before I let you go, because I've been following you for quite a long time as somebody that has a great mind for this game, but also somebody that likes to stick a lot to the Sova. I've seen you use Sova on Lotus. I've seen you now use Sova a lot here on Sunset, where you know some fans and some players or people that are trying to learn a game may not understand the true value of Sova in these maps. So why do you play Sova so much, and what do you see in this agent that makes him so strong?
I just think Sova has he has the highest skill ceiling, in my opinion. You can be the most creative out of any other agent with Sova, in my opinion. There's just so many different angles you can use your utility to utilize, you know, just unexpected darts. You just get free wall hacks on these guys, and it's, I don't know, you can be very creative. That's why I like it the most. I feel like it brings out, I don't know, I enjoy playing it. I'm more passionate when I'm playing something like Sova, but that's why I enjoy it so much.
If anything, give you a lot of value in these clutches towards the end as well, because not only have we been seeing you doing some great calls, but you've been popping off here in these clutch situations on Sunset, which closed out the series. So big congratulations, Sip. I think this is a huge win that's going to give a lot of momentum and a lot of confidence to the team, and I'm very much expecting some great results coming out from SAD for the rest of Stage 2, especially with such a dominant victory against MXS.
Thank you, Vansily. I appreciate it.
All right, brother. Chat, that's it. We had Dip that we just had an interview with. It looks like I'm still, struggling a little bit with the internet, but hopefully you guys could still bear it with me. But we're going to toss things to a break, and we have more Valorant coming up here right after in Challengers. We have QoR and TSM after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Peace.
Welcome back, folks, to Any Challenges. I must say, I'm starting to like this hotel setup because I can rest my arms straight on a desk and kind of do like the Mimi, like I'm thinking every time I speak, and it's very, very comfortable. But gentlemen, we just got to witness an amazing matchup between MXS and SAT Esports, where an upset victory came through SAT Esports, a rare win, and hopefully many more to come. But we have another banger of a series coming up next, and that's going to be QoR versus TSM. Now, when you hear this matchup off the rip here, Uber, what comes to mind? Is it going to be a one-sided match? Is it going to be a TSM win? Are we going to see an upset? What flows through your state?
If you had asked me this question in stage one, my answer would be extremely different. But we are dealing with a core team that has struggled with their form lately, right? I think losses to, like they go up against Turtle Troop, Go Bros, and M80, right? They don't win any of those matches. They do get a map against Turtle Troop, which is pretty notable. But even M80 have been a little bit shaky, themselves lately. So that was back when M80 still had Nitro, if I'm not mistaken. It was like So again, this was a team that has a lot of individual ability, especially maps where Zeldris is able to play Jet and start to take the game over. They look really good. They're going up against a team in TSM who I would not say are completely settled and stable themselves. I think that this TSM team still has a lot to prove. Again, it's a roster with a ton of name power, name brand, but we just saw MXS get slapped around. So that only takes you so far these days.
100%. And when you're looking at this roster too, usually it's a roster that doesn't need too many introductions, but there has been some subs here and there, and some role changes going from week after week as well here, Keg. Especially when you're looking at how Poise and Seven kind of like are switching up these roles, where maybe Seven could be playing a little bit more of this Sky now instead of Poise. So we're starting to see that a TSM that seems to be still trying to find their identity in this roster.
And I think that's okay. I feel like most teams so far in Stage 2 are looking for that identity still, given how the meta's shaken up so much over the last few weeks. But I think that gives QoR a lot more playing ground to work with going into this series. If we looked at TSM Stage 1 or last year, I think this would be a more one-sided affair, Vans. But given now that we are seeing so many changes, I think QoR could definitely make this like a map 3.
Yeah, and especially when you're looking at TSM and QoR, I don't like to coin this as in a bad way of calling it a battle of the mids. It's just that but it's like the mid of the rankings, right? If you're looking at it. So there's everybody at this point is pretty much fighting for like that number 8 to number 4, I'd like to say, to try to make it through the playoffs. And any one of these teams, from even this B-roll that you're watching, where they played against Fluffy Aimers, that's also another team that's currently battling to try to just squeak through towards that playoffs. Maybe not as dominant in terms of performances coming out of these teams, but they definitely have these moments where they could shine, pop off. And I feel that this has been the story of challengers so far, Uber, because this is literally what just happened to SAT Esports against MXS, a team that on paper shouldn't have won against MXS, yet they can still find moments where they pop off and they're looking like the best team in the league so far. And maybe TSM could be one of those today.
Yeah, I think like SAT are not afraid to look for an edge, on some of these maps, like Haven, for example. That some of our more established teams with more rigid structures and sort of directives from coaching staff might not have actually been able to try out yet. So this is, in situations where Haven comes up, for example, I think that's huge. Also situations where you can bring like an ISO or a Neon in, or, continue to abuse the deadlock on some of these maps. So that's probably where you should be looking if you don't necessarily feel like you're on even footing in a coaching capacity. This TSM team, genuinely, we expect them to be individually incredibly strong. Someone like a Proto, it's a little bit criminal that some of these players are honestly still in challenges fighting for their spot at Ascension. And this team, though, TSM, they have underperformed on multiple occasions. Looking at the strength of this roster, you've got Sim, GMD, Seven, who are poised. These players are all who have like top tier 1, top level experience, right?
Yeah.
You do want to see them start to look a little bit more dominant. And the time is right, because in their group, M80 is slumping. Right, they're looking a little bit weak. Like TSM might be the kind of team that could start to make a run. Who else is in this group? Maybe Dark Zero, the only team that like arguably should just have their number right now, as they have everyone. Yeah. So, yeah, I want to see TSM come alive today. I think a win here is nothing short of essential against another 0-3 team who've only won one map so far this stage.
I think it's going to be a rough week, though, for TSM, because some of their best maps have been the maps where you force uncomfortability against enemy teams. So we saw Lotus, we saw Breeze being some of their top maps. Some of the top maps have had the best win percentages for them, too. Breeze is gone now. You can't just rely on raw aim and wide angles anymore to win those games. Now, depending on what the veto is going to look like, TSM's going to have to play a lot more condensed than they're used to.
Yeah, and to add a point on that, because you were talking about it before, Breeze usually is their best map for TSM, having a chance to speak to their coach and also to GMD, yet they still went 3-3 in that season so far, and this season so far. So you're starting to see that despite playing their best maps, it's getting veto against them. When they're able to finally float it, they're still not getting the best victories and convincing victories out of those. So there are those moments where they're going to be up and down, and hopefully for TSM fans, it's not going to be the down this time around. But they are playing against this roster right here, QoR Gaming, who, as you've just mentioned here, Uber, a team this split has not won a series yet, has only won a map so far, but there's still so much potential around this team. There's, even if you're looking at this highlight reel, there's moments where Zeldris is able to put the matter into their own hands. But I think that's the story as well for QoR. Whenever it comes down to, you know, the coaching staff that you have around this team, and you come up with a certain game plan, there's still a lot of individualistic plays that are coming out from these players that allows for QoR to maybe get a couple of rounds. But I feel that they still need that extra oomph, that extra synergy to really be a strong QoR, no pun intended.
Yeah, look, I think that like this team were always strong. I didn't mention it earlier, right? Like allowing Zeldris to play the Jet, but also just in general, like maps like Ascent or ones where they could play those more standard compositions where T-Dog could play the Sova, for example. They look really, really good. I think the loss to M80 was like, what, last week? Yeah, last week. It was like they got thrashed on that map. And I'm thinking this is supposed to be, I know it's M80, right? So like a lot of those like very classic maps, the very popular ones, you know, you do expect a team like M80 to be rock solid on here, but that's where QoR is supposed to be really distinguishing themselves here against a lot of these other rosters. So they might have to look elsewhere to find edges like that. I think, you know, we've seen on Sunset, for example, this team has also had decent success in the past. They like, it was at the end of May, they freaking flattened Turtle Troop on Sunset. I think they like gave up like 2 rounds, if I'm not mistaken. That's like a great map for them, right, in general, even though they're sort of showing a 4-3 record. So if we get a map pool that has like Ascent, Icebox, Breed's obviously not available. I mean, if they can get Sunset, Ascent, Icebox, I'm feeling okay about them. But that's probably more because like TSM have just been unconvincing for me over the last few weeks, and even that stage 1.
I want to bank on that when you talk about Icebox. Despite the record showing 2-4, one of those losses was against a Turtle Troop that went into overtime that you needed some insane calling coming out from both the IGLs, being T-Dog on the side of QoR and then Stellar on the side of Dark Zero, aka Turtle Troop. By the way, welcome Dark Zero to Challengers. Thank you so much for supporting the scene. Now that said, I agree with you here, Uber, that this should be a good map pool for QoR going against TSM today, Keg.
Yeah, it's really hard to compare QoR for last week too against M80 for a few different factors. M80, they just switched up their IGL, so having T-Dog go up against Xander now, who's taking a much more aggressive stance in those early round calls, makes things a lot more difficult for him to pivot around for those mid to late rounds. But I want to focus our attention before we get into the vetoes that we do have Zeldris still, right?
Yeah.
Homie just graduated high school. Like, he's got time to grind now. Yeah, how do you think I feel?
Mitch, you're so old, man. Mitch, you're so old.
We're old. But no, he just graduated high school, right? And so that was one of the first big games post graduation where he could just play nonstop, right? At least he's getting paid for it. We just grinded games without doing anything when we were in high school. But now that there's been a little bit more time to kind of adjust and allow that level up from Zeldris, I'm really expecting higher results this week.
I mean, Vans was in Jesus Christ class. So basically, they got to skip school a lot because he was out doing miracles and such. So they kind of had it easy. Yeah.
Dude, we were eating good, man. Like, all you had to do was take one piece of bread, and somehow we had so much salmon for everybody.
Dude, lunchtimes would have been honestly. And every time the wise men come to visit, you guys, you know, you get some great new fragrances, you know.
Showered in gold.
Like, damn, no Axe body spray for you guys. You had that frankincense. Holy.
I like that smell. I like that smell. But before we derail even more, let's actually go into those map vetoes that you both were talking about, and we're expecting to see if we had a chance to see some Ascent, some Icebox, and, you know, some Breeze at some point. If it was still in there, you would favor QoR at this point. And now, Uber, I'm gonna pass it back to you again. We're looking at this veto system and this veto process, and we actually do have Ascent and Icebox. So are you now going to favor QoR that they won the veto, that they might have a better chance here to upset TSM today?
No, I'm not going. But this is, I mean, for me, this is bare minimum, I think, for QoR to make a competitive series happen. I won't rule it out, I think. The problem is that when your best map is Ascent, you are going to run into a lot of teams that are generally well drilled. It's like one of the first that you pick up in your map pool unless you've decided that it's going to be your permaban, which all of a sudden then leaves you having to like be really good on some really obscure maps, right? To have a good like macro strategy. So look, you know, that's a map that where TSM are going to have some, you know, capability, I think. Again, TSM haven't played that this stage. In stage 1, they played Ascent a total of 1 time and lost to Sad Esports. So, you know, I'm curious to see the fact that this comes up. TSM have left it open because they don't want to deal with the sunset. I think that makes perfect sense, and they're not ready on Haven yet. So seeing that ban out from TSM makes me think, okay, they're going to allow QoR to sneak some of these, you know, great maps for them in.
What worries me the most about this veto for TSM is that QoR is starting on defense second on Ascent. If you have the same usual 5 suspects on both sides and it's a mirror comp, 85 to 90% of the time, if your first half is the attack and then your second half is the defense, you automatically win.
But at least bank it on that now we're looking at it, because I know once we have this discourse of Ascent out as one of the maps here for, in general, when it's actually being floated through the vetoes, it's like, oh, well, it's a lot defender-sided, it's a lot defender-sided, it's a lot defender-sided, but you're starting to see a lot of teams that are able to get good value on their attack sides, getting like 4-5 rounds on top of that. And the reason why is because you kind of already know like the right positions of where somebody should be playing. Like if you're going to play Ascent and you're playing that regular comp, who's playing P? It's most likely your Sova. Your KG could be playing there or switching over to the A site. So you're going to default a lot. Once you find that information, it now comes down to who's now playing the better timings and the better macro at that point on decision making that's being done here by the teams based on the information that they get. So it's almost daunting as a player on top of that, as a crew, to get the maximum value out of a map like this, because you're not leveraging like, oh, it's a defender-sided map, we're going to be able to win this. You're going to have to be a lot more active in what you're seeing and what you're noticing within the map to have the right calls as a group to be able to win that. So I think this could still go back and forth on the map here of Ascent for both of these teams. The thing, though, I want to add, though, is that this might be difficult for TSM a bit when you're looking at this veto, because one, Breeze is under rotation anymore, that you just mentioned here, King, which then means their favorite map, their best map, is gone. And then on top of that, the Lotus was banned here by QoR, which was most likely their second best map for TSM, looking at the stage 1 and now going into stage 2. So you had to play your third, and then everything following that is not the cleanest either. So I feel that you're in a period now for TSM that has to rework that map veto and your map pool into your favor, where I'm going to have to disagree with you, Uber. I might think that QoR might take this over TSM just by those map vetoes and by that analogy.
That's crazy, Van Silly cheering for an underdog. That's just so out of character for you, buddy. Honestly.
But is it really underdog, right?
No,
Because I
I
talked
mean,
about the battle of the mids at this point, where everybody's pretty much on the same playing field.
We said last week QoR is like the permanent underdog. They have fought as like they have been. Look, even before open quals, right? They've always been that seen as that team that can't make it too far. But they've been surprising us way back since like last summer. LAN finals, they lost to OXG. They fought through open quals. They made it here, and they've been doing a pretty good job stopping themselves out of relegation. But, you know, compared to a lot of namestay talent, it's still kind of hard for them to prove a name in the scene.
TSM should be better than they are. They should have a better record.
Yeah. I mean, TSM should have been better than they are. M80 should have been better than they are. MXS should have been better today. Like it's like the story of the underdog. It works. Maybe there is something out there, right? The script here for Riot is not about like who's the best team or like favorites always winning. We're able to make a very competitive stage so far here for the North American Challengers, but that is also going to resume after this break, because we're still waiting for some of the players to get ready here before we get into the lobby to kick things off between QoR and TSM on Ascent, coming up next.
figures.
Thanks for sticking with us, folks. It is QoR versus TSM here on good old Ascent. QoR 0-3 right now here in Stage 2 of Challenges, still searching for that first win, but perhaps spurred on by Sad finding theirs in the previous matchup. They'll bring a little bit more fire and fury into this one. TSM are 1-2, like we were talking about before the break, Max. A little unconvincing. We're not sold on this team. And both rosters are coming with the standard Ascent squads. Strap yourselves in for some good old-fashioned Valorant.
Now, call me a little superstitious, but when we have two teams the same era comps on Ascent, the attacking team, when they swap to the defense, they usually come out the victors. The attacking side of Ascent, when you have these 5 and only these 5, is so difficult. And Vans alluded to it too back on the desk, is that everyone and their mother knows exactly what the attacking strats look like and how to pivot, where to be, the general locations. That's going to put a lot of shoulders on the IGLs of both teams to really try to outsmart one another on a macro scale.
Yeah, I think also like a lot will have to do with, do we see one of these teams, pick up an operator on their jet player early, and can they exploit it or abuse it, right? No one's trying to do anything weird with ISO or anything like that. So, the rules of engagement for this run on Ascent will look like many in the past. It's a group of 3 here over towards the A site. No early one-way here from GMD, so QoR able to walk up in. Top mid is smoked out, so TSM in the dark so far as to where QoR is set up. Some action here, some noise being made in B to sell this a little bit.
Quick note too, Ziff playing Cypher, usually the KJ. Last time we had seen it was actually on my birthday, April 17th, against OXG. Let's see now. Good split push here, A side given up. TSM may be looking to play a quick retake here if they need to, or willing to hold on to B site. Very stealthy pushing though.
Did GMD see them?
I don't think so.
What a timing to find here. Well, they're about to give it away, but they've got Zeldris tucked really deep here. Taking a heaven position could be devastating, and Snarly's able to take down Gimon through the masonry of that corner. And with the player already set up here, Zeldris may be able to play off a flash or just take a raw swing in the direction of Sim. TSM sluggishly dragging themselves across the map here. And they get a suppression tag on the jet. Smoke thrown up.
Oh, good flash. Oh, the push up. No one's watching top heaven.
Zeldris here able to get back behind Jen. TSM with 2 left to work with now. Proto dropping down into the line of fire. Zeldris looking comfortable now. 2 players at main to play off of, and an uninspired pistol round from TSM means QoR can walk up and take whatever they please.
Yeah, I'm really curious to know what the game plan was defensively for TSM on retaking A site. Gave up the site very early on. Must have read into the fact that QoR historically on that attack, or for pistol, excuse me, they love to push into B very quickly. No mid presence, no B presence, not a lot of poking and probing coming out from TSM either on A. Now they're the ones gamble stacking on A site this round, and I'd say they may be gamble stacking correctly. A 4v4 here. Better weaponry Mitch though from QoR's end. This should be a messy round 2.
Yeah, the triple stack here. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, what is this?
There's levels to it.
It's like a pirate ship cannonball setup here. Oh yeah, I'd run away too. No, QoR gonna go. What's up?
The 100th Eve stack.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
QoR gonna go back and VOD review that later and be like, wow, I'm glad we didn't go A site. B though, completely empty. A single Cypher cam there to guard the site. Good rotation from TSM already. They're ready for that explosivity. They have a really good general timing about the defense of this map. Know when to push.
Hang on. They're just gonna... The TSM have had time to take this whole stack over towards B and actually get grouped up here in main. They might just go for a confirmation swing here. Yeah, they see it. As if able to spray them down though. That is pretty unsuccessful. It's TSM now. Still 2 players left on this side, but you have enough time to rotate back. It's just that Sim is the potential spanner in the works here. And he knows what's coming. Tailwind's already popped. That's 1. Holds his ground for 2. And now the spike goes loose. 7 found Ziff elsewhere. So it is a 2 versus 3 favoring the defenders. And Sim gets out. I'd say Scott-free, but Snarly catches him as he tries to make his way towards mid. And the spike is heading across the map. Okay. All right,
wow. A very odd start to this game. Did like the game plan though. Silent rotations from QoR, just waiting out the timer, looking for those overly anxious opening peaks, and well, they got them, but I don't think we expected TSM to find so many bodies along the way. Snarly though, good lurk up on A. Very unconventional attacking strats so far from QoR's end. Does make this map a lot more interesting.
I'll take it at this point. So far, pretty glacial pace from both these sides. For a very light bonus.
They're just investing in that Vandal, though. Be a big investment, especially that Vandal's lost early on. Very slow opener here. Good default from QoR. Throwing out utility, not a lot of it regenerative. Now Aldron's going to spot out that no one's tree just yet, but everyone else is hiding away. This tells me, though, I don't think the access point's going to be door. I think they're trying to go in the tree to backside.
Yeah, Sim knows he has the better weapon here and is more than happy to challenge through that smoke. Respects it not at all. Now moving into a mid-pinch position, so Market's going to get some action. A Proto playing with inside his own cyber cage and does take a hit. Zeldris spotted. Oh, caught inside the tripwire. It's too easy for a Proto. And a swing to account for Ziff. And TSM get themselves on the board. Again, after a little bit of a glacial start to the map after losing that pistol.
Yeah, I'm imagining now that buys are ramping up here, especially with the introduction of Operators soon and the Odins of Sovas. We should be able to see a much faster game plan come out from both teams. But that onus is really going to come down on TSM. If they make those big investments earlier on, it's going to keep QoR playing very slowly, hoping for the best of those over-rotations from TSM to be exploited. But if they want to continue to rock just rifles, it's going to mean TSM, they can play this as fast as they humanly want, and QoR will have no choice but to capitulate and play alongside it. Okay. Nothing found early on with the information. Amen. Lot of noise made with this recombo inside a tree to A site. Gamble stack 3K once again.
And Horde of Wildebeest here. This is the pace that we'd like to see from QoR. Zeldris just takes that challenge raw. Gimon had a trade out there, but there was more where that came from. Players flanking Zeldris. They've wrapped all the way through Heaven now. 7 is suppressed and still able to hold his own. Nerve brought down. 7 knows what's coming on the other side of that. It takes a push up to Gen from Ziff to actually deal with that anchored KO. And now TSM have that player advantage. They've dealt with a very unconventional push up here. And Ziff is all alone. With all the info, can see all the cards. But has to deal with the Proto. A consummate duelist in his own right, and Ziff gets it done. That is a bizarre round.
Look, I'm going to be honest with you, Mitch. I think all these rounds have been really bizarre, but it's been fun to watch. I mean, again, we talked about the win condition for both these teams having to be to outsmart one team over another. This isn't a battle of mechanical versus mechanical like we saw in the previous series. This is a map that both these teams have been playing for years, figuring out how they can outposition one another and just catch each other off guard. Ziff in that 1v2 did such a great job using all the cards in his possession to take away another round from TSM and make their buys a lot more rough again. This time it's B. Early shock dart, make that 2 now from Poised.
Look at the pace variation here between the last 2 rounds. Now they've really slowed it down.
Adaptable calling coming out from QoR's end.
Cybercam here, obviously, is an issue. Zeldris is ready to rush into the site. Updraft. Pale Wind spotted out there briefly, though, by their recon. So Zeldris now needs to be very considered about his next move. He'll just take a raw swing. TSM, though, comfortable in this style of play. This is something I think Van Zilli brought up. You know, the core really do play like very contact heavy at times and try and lean into their mechanical ability. TSM, I mean, it just bounces off them in this round.
And we saw that a lot last week too, where QoR will set up purposely just for Zeldris to push in and find that opening pick and just create that space to win out a round. But when that's shut down, and it was quite a bit last week for them, it becomes a lot more difficult for these attacking rounds to find impact.
Well, Ziff here is really just awaiting a meeting with his maker. Spike a long way away inside switch room, and there are 4 players with one converging eventually on his position. Gimon going the scenic route here. 20 seconds left. Ziff's odds of recovering or maintaining this rifle also not exactly at a premium. And he's been waiting for this backstab for so long.
He's just waiting to farm up ult at this point. If he can remove at least one, he'd be 1 off from neural theft into the next round.
He takes him. Why me? Oh,
unlucky.
Yeah, tough to save that gun. Eventually, Gimon did come calling. Pretty patient, conservative play from TSM here. But again, stalwart defending. QoR do really try to rush in on them, but Zeldris dashes onto a recon. Seemed to be kind of alone there inside Switch House for quite a while. Maybe B main was smoked off, but looked a little bit haphazard for the attackers.
Yeah, it's one thing that QoR struggled with historically is that they'll allow Zeldris to push in, but the follow-through sometimes is lacking. And even if you do see big push-ins, there's a lack of clearing out corners oftentimes from the team too. Something that needs to be corrected sooner rather than later. A lot of ultimates now stacked up for TSM. You have nothing but pistols on QoR's side. You're trying your best to bait out those ults. You really want that null command gone on a thrifty round like this.
That recon intended to probably ping out a cross to wine. Come on here playing close contact. And QoR with pretty rough weaponry to work with now. We're just trying to draw someone out. Slightest gap in that smoke, but no opportunity to really exploit that because the Proto is being very patient in hell over at A. We're drifting over. QoR with a 1-round lead, that's about to dwindle, is our expectation at least. They do have Hunter's Fury available, but TSM have found themselves a nice little niche here and they are settling in.
Yeah, and bring out that Hunter's Fury on a broken buy like this is a very risky move. Could be possible though. Build up some space, allow Zeldris to push in. Maybe take backside control, remove a Proto. Could be a good start, but again, the pieces have to fall perfectly for that to happen. There's this lurk though from Ziff. Baited out by the knife. They know exactly where the KO's at now. Hoping just to bait out rotates back over towards A side, but spotted out by the cam, it's all but over.
Yeah. Keeping to it B is the best they can hope for, I think, Keg. Proto here. Hunter's Fury coming in here on a bit of a save round, but Gimond more than happy to place some close contact on the site. T-Dog in midair there. It's a tickle, at least, on Gimond. But it's really only him, and the spike is all the way over towards Tree. You see it there dropped in the corner. So no opportunity to recover that here. Looks like Ziff and T-Dog might be exiting the round with very little. Maybe hand over some ult orbs at least. That'll be that. TSM close it out to even up the game. Losing the pistol round doesn't seem to hurt them too badly. Settling into this defensive side, but they've already conceded 3 attacking rounds. QoR could be happy with just a few more heading into the half.
I'm just really worried, Mitch, that the Hunter's Fury was used on such a broken buy round that you won't be able to have any impact on it post-plant for future rounds this half. You may be able to sneak in one more, but it takes a lot for Hunter's Fury to come online. And yeah, it's been a big struggle for QoR to get that spike into the ground. Probably not looking to rely on it too much for late round plays. But now that the operator's out, can't use it to drive away the position of Sim either. And they're a sentinel in of themselves on this defense. Keep repositioning quite a bit now.
Seven does not opt to shoulder check this mid, by the way. He just drifts across.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I mean, there is no alarm bot there either. It's going to make the timings a little bit different. Shooting out the tripwire, though, it's a good start, at least for TSM, to get some sort of information, but the follow-through is non-existent. There is a Proto watching from stairs, top of Marketplace. Might be the contingency factor of not jumping over.
Could be the
This is
operator's
so
presence.
slow.
Yeah, this, again, very default defensive setup here, and it's Seven that kind of hedges between either of the sites. The Cypher util in mid, there was a trip there that's been removed now, so the early detection system has activated for TSM. Mon swings into that. This gets a little bit antsy. I guess they feel that giving up mid, they don't really have an opportunity to peer into the center part of the map through any other avenue, so give one up for free there over towards Catwalk. TSM now needs to try and find a way to keep QoR at arm's length, and T-Dog just moves straight up through towards Heaven. The operator finds purchase eventually. Smoke out towards CT though, and you can see QoR now drifting across towards that B in earnest. Surely not.
Oh, Proto. Dangerous game. QoR went for the aggressive default, just looking to see if that operator was available, and they finally found it, pivoted the B site. Got rid of the operator.
And the rest of the defenders here, nicely done. And look, I mean, we've seen our fair share of Ascent rounds, right? It definitely plays out as you'd expect, right? That mid control behind the L drone, scale in, and then eventually, you know, have some element, you know, of radicality. That was T-Dog pushing up, you know, grass over towards, you know, broken window. Takes a fight there. We did see QoR really try and sell that A, keep 2 players, keep 1 player a day for as long as possible here. So pretty straightforward stuff. But QoR on the execution side looked pretty good. Ziff having a pretty decent game himself.
I mean, look, if you're QoR, you just won that such a slow but aggressive round, and you forced TSM to go for a very early timeout. You're feeling good. You have found a winning way of bypassing these attacking rounds that are just so notoriously hard for a map like Ascent. I mean, all things considered, getting 4 rounds in the attack, if you're QoR, you're already feeling really good. You've hit the bare minimum. of what you need to switch over to the defense. But now the big question has to be, where's the proactivity from Sim and that operator? It needs to come out this next round if they could afford it. At the very least, and it's a risky strat, Mitch, but honestly, I would bring out a Marshall or even an Outlaw here, just to put that aggressive presence on the board against QoR.
Well, I think giving up mid is a strategy we see a lot of teams go for, but, you know, with only a tripwire up there, you've gone away from the Killjoy. Now we're bringing the Cypher onto this map, as both teams have opted to do. It can feel a little bit nerve-wracking. That's why Kimon ends up taking that peek over towards Catwalk, because they don't have any other way of getting info. They don't have a, you know, a recon available. Obviously 0 point not up. So they sort of dry face check and get punished.
This defensive setup from TSM 2 is very unconventional. The KO and the Sova have been swapped sites completely. QoR don't have to worry about the Odin presence right on B main wall. Ziff can aim check this for free.
Yeah.
And now
they're hedging for a B hit, I think. They want to use null command reactively.
They have to. They're just waiting for that Cypher to be pressured out. But that means, too, any flash presence would not help Sim if they did want to push up at all. That's not in the MO of TSM. They're willing to give up mid yet again post-timeout.
Yeah, Sim has been holding that sort of heaven angle with an operator at hand or otherwise. This round no different. QoR sort of waiting for the timing of some of this replenishable utility to come back. So here's that second wave of it. Flash there, poised lit. Okay, by that recon. Again, doesn't really tell you a huge amount if you're caught. And Hunter's Fury now being drawn out. Poised, expecting behind that recon, there'd be some action in tree. That's not the case though. Again, it's a group up in mid for QoR.
This is such a great call from QoR's side. They notice the Sova out of position, not on B, no Odin available. They feint that presence back over towards Marketplace, and they dip back in the tree, attempting to force out a rotate. The TSM stay.
Yep, they're going to be hitting a fully stacked site, or a 3-player stacked site at the very least here over at A. It'll be Sim for first contact. Here it is, Zeldris going over the top towards Jen, and he's going to be good with the knives. Kimon almost found a second there. The spray transfer, though, not quite as adroit as he otherwise would have liked, and in a flash, TSM are down to 2 players. At the death of the round, the spike is planted. Ziff now going to group up over towards Jen as that door is open, care of the fragment.
Big body differential here, Proto. Neural Theft available, doesn't want to waste it here on surely a lost round. Post timeout too. Remember, it gives time for QoR to talk as well. A site control, B site, 2 rounds in a row where these aggressive defaults have found so much impact. TSM is playing too slow. They have to push up here. They have to play for first contact.
Yeah, they ain't doing anything. They are going to chill and save these guns. QoR with a 5th attacking round? Might be a day for upsets here, if you can even call it that. Vansili was ardently speaking the virtues of QoR in that pre-game. You start to see why here. This is absolutely a comfortable arena for them.
You know, I will be the middle ground. I would say, yeah, QoR, they've been ramping up their production, doing so well for their attack, but I mean, 5 rounds for any starting attacking side of a team in Challengers is honestly an upset in of itself. This is a map where everyone should know how to bypass and take down attackers. It usually becomes a battle of these defensive teams, bringing it all the way to overtime. But if QoR can continue this pace, especially into the second half, we might not see overtime at all.
Neural Theft here for both sides, and a Omen ult for Kimon. This time a bit more proactive in mid TSM. Not a great buy though. Sim as a judge and as a bulldog for Kimon himself. So leave that B site alone just with the util to populate it. We've got a push up here on A main as Sim. Not sure where that damage was taken early in the round.
Yeah, I must have... It was a shock bolt from T-Dog. Great timing there.
Oh, no! Come on, young blood. There's always going to be someone covering this over there.
I'm lucky.
Well, what do you do?
This is such a ratty setup from TSM too, and it could have worked in dividends if QoR had played the same game plan as before, but they've swapped it up. They're not going for that aggressive default. They're not blindly lingering into mid, hoping for the best either. Great Neural Theft deployed by Ziff.
7 lit. Now lit a second time for QoR. No, he was really manning that corner. T-Dog hoping to clear him back there. Smoke thrown out, also recon to play from behind, and Ziff can just stand out here in the open in main. Powerful position. 7 tried to flash his way in, and it's going to be a trade over on that A site. Spike in tree at the moment. Kimon trying to spray down through this smoke with a bulldog, but he's down to 5 HP, and Ziff carving a swathe onto the A site. And once again, a Proto is going to put his feet up, kick back, and let this round elapse.
This is becoming a big issue. The big players that you see defensively on this map have to be the Sova Odin and Operator Jet, neither one of which have made a big appearance so far this half. Odin hasn't been shown at all. Sim had Operator for 1 rifle and found no impact with it except for 1 kill. This, again, two teams without a Killjoy. Very unusual to see, especially with the Cypher lockdown. Willing to give up A so much more easily. Or are essentially given A site for free round after round.
Well, the problem is there's all this, like, the Cypher util set up, obviously, to gain information when there's a site hit. That's not happening early in the round. Neither team are really playing into the opposing Cypher setups. So defenders just don't know what attackers are up to. They have to take some risks in order to get that information. And more often than not, QoR can make an educated guess about the setup here. I mean, this situation for Sim, like, okay, you kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't, but they're ready for that. They know the Al drone, if there's someone playing forward, is going to precipitate a push. And you have players covering this over. That just, you know, that's really on virtue of it being a weaker buy for TSM in general, but it doesn't get much better.
I mean, TSM are just hoping that this is such a reactive game that they can play for themselves, but it hasn't worked once. Okay, I like this aggressive push-up from B main. This is what I wanted to see. Triggered. Oh, but the early cage comes through. That's a shutdown in of itself.
Well, now you know all you need to know if you are QoR about TSM setup here over at B. Obviously, they've played against this many times before. And boys are forced to be reckoning with here. T-Dog's brought the Odin for the first time now into the game. The Cypher util switched over towards the A side here. And our drone does its thing, clears mid. There's not even a tripwire to speak of there. QoR have their pick of the litter now.
Big info found by Poised. Had a big question mark about initiator utility going to the early rounds. If QoR can find so much value in the early rounds taking space, where's the info? There it is.
I think Seven's too close to the null command. Couldn't use any of that util himself. So it ends up being a favored trade for QoR, who just move up onto the side. Only Sim sat there in CT. And the rest of TSM are just far too far away. This will now give time where you can ease into powerful post-plant positions with a healthy bit of util. Gimon Smoke just come back online to refresh the one towards CT. There's a Paranoia available as well. Nerve, though. None of the above. So TSM need to make use of this Paranoia somehow, get on in. This is such a classic retake scenario. With no presence in market, TSM almost feel like they're giving it up.
Paranoia not even initiated for the push in from Sim.
Standing.
Where's the utility? This has been a fantastically called half from T-Dog. And TSM, they've been slow to the draw every single round. There was no utility dump, not even an attempt at a proto once more. Has to stay for, what, Mitch? 3 rounds in a row?
Yeah.
At least?
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, again, TSM don't have the ability to get this info early. They just cannot do it.
But they should. They have Poised. They have 7.
And they saw a player inside B main, right? They saw Ziff there, and Poised just like wallbangs a bit, gets some decent damage. But it tells you so little, like about what the intent is in terms of where QoR are trying to end up. And it's early in the round. They have so many options.
They do. Sim stacked up already with 7 and Gimon. They have double, triple flash potential and a knife to shut down any A main presence.
And nothing's going to happen right now. Because there's no QoR presence over towards A. And I think like the fact that there's no one way here should be a dead giveaway for Nerve.
They're hoping for a re-rotate back over to A site and catch them off guard.
I don't hate this.
It might work.
I don't hate this at all.
I'm pretty sure the angle Sim's at can't be flashed by the KO.
Love that shoulder peek.
Oh,
man, they
no.
just know. They just know.
If you took down T-Dog, you wouldn't have to worry about the ult.
And they're also out-droning this, so they're going to get the confirm of the complete abandonment of that position by TSM. So they force the operator off of the shot. Oh man, it's so good. Seldris. Thanks for coming.
Oh. And that should promote a split push to B main, but now that the operator's gone, there's less of a presence on A. 50 seconds left. QoR don't have to commit yet. They can choose if they want to go tree instead.
Okay, so our refreshing utils come back online here. I think T-Dog really just confirming that like the B side hasn't been abandoned with that recon. Okay. Hunter's Fury.
Really confirming it.
Check Boathouse. Yeah, okay, so lights up Proto.
30 seconds
And he sees a
left.
Cypher, not S over there. But yeah, this is like very, very slow here. And that, yeah, Paranoia, okay, it might allow the KO to get in there. Have to wait on the timing though for T-Dog to join Snarly. Then they're going to get across. So we're looking at a post-plant scenario here with no Heaven presence set up yet for TSM.
little overzealous from QoR though with some of these plays, especially from T-Dog.
Ziff gonna wish he had that one back. No flash here. Can only spray it as well. Finds
What?
2 for it. Yep, that is brilliant. 7 here doesn't really know. Has no idea about the setup here on the side. A Proto will, but it'll be in a 1 versus 2. He has a window before Ziv gets here, and he knows he needs to take it. Take the fight, but Snarly just a little bit better. And that's 8 attacking rounds for QoR. This is a horrendous start to the map for TSM.
Yeah, horrendous is... I would almost say that's an understatement. TSM, they haven't changed a lot about their general game plan from the start of this game. There are glimpses of proactivity, desperately what they need to win these rounds, that are brought out in the first 30 seconds. And then they slink it back onto sites, playing so fortified. But these fortifications are being broken down so quick by QoR, just by playing slow. This is going to be a fast play now from QoR.
I like it.
Okay, good, that's proactivity.
Traded out though there. Weird little sort of one-way cage there over towards main. Gimon's able to get to the site here, but it's awkward. And he's going to be spotted by the recon. They can now double face here over towards Jen. The fragment thrown back. Gimon doing well to at least get his. And Sin now appears with the knives. Good for one, but drops down. Almost drops down, rather. Looked like he'd be taking a very aggressive slant on this round. But TSM get themselves back. Save a little bit of face here. But 4 defending rounds.
Switching sides.
Well, if they don't find a pistol here, it's not going to be enough.
Yeah. I mean, look, when you have essentially the same exact mirror comp on Ascent, it's so common, but you need to win all the attacking rounds you can to have a very safe defense. And QoR, they've already won 8 of those attacking rounds. They are looking nice and dandy for this side. And TSM, they have to have prepped up for this attack. They need to have a different game plan going into this. They were 1-0 on that defense. In the 1 round, QoR played pretty standard, fast into A site. They got shut down so quick. That's what TSM was planning for this entire time.
1 outing for TSM on this map. All of challenges this year. And honestly, I think they had a decent defending round against SAD. They got that. Well, they only won 5 rounds of defense against SAD, rather, so maybe not what they were hoping for, but
And look, this is a big correction from last week. QoR went 4-13 versus M80 on this map.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? The difference. They look extremely well rounded here. Not really a foot out of line.
The calling's been immaculate. Everyone knows exactly what they need to do. Each beat of the round.
Right, too busy here. Getting busy. I mean, too busy. Plant down now, and again, it'll be the 3-player stack over towards B from QoR, making his way across. Poise should be good for 1 at minimum here, and he delivers. So pistol round essentially secured here now for TSM. That was the bare minimum in order for them to have a chance to take in this map. Just now in Zeldris, this is a drill that they're running, nothing more. Heading to a post plant. There's paranoia up here for Gimon, and another 0 point to confirm.
One enemy
When we go to Jen, Proto 7 both have the angle, and that'll be that. TSM, 5 rounds here to the 8 of QoR. It's time to get busy and stack up these attacking side rounds.
Absolutely necessary from TSM. Very well put themselves, great attacking calls, really good lead in on how to take those opening picks from Sim as well. And the circle back about QoR too is that they're a very unusual outlier on Ascent, where they are a team that usually does convert more attacking rounds than their defense. That 4-13 I just mentioned, they won 1 defense round versus M80. And they brought out virtually the same comp, barring Zip, bringing out KJ instead of Cypher.
Standing ahead.
Is that going to be a big enough change to win more of these defense rounds? Oh, Sim nearly took away T-Dog.
Zeldris here looking to play off of a timing, but there's no flash agents over at B for QoR. They're really selling this. They're going for it. This might end up bringing the spike their way. Of course, Gimon doesn't have TP, so this is going to get walked by 7. At the end of the site, can you get pretty deep, apparently. TSM here, taking it slow and steady.
I was going to say, this could be a fake push at first for B main. Gimon, semi-aware now with KO's presence. Definitely the shots now. Not even necessary to take the fight. It's been such a great disassembly from the heads of Sim.
Yeah, and a couple like variations thrown in there, I think, by QoR. Trying to get a player embedded there in mid. Catch something at the very least. But TSM haven't really been slowed down. They lose no guns in that previous round. Some slight upgrades here. Then you see a Proto just taking a Sheriff instead. Someone who I really fear. I would fear having a face with that weapon in his hand. Core, standard buy-ups here. T-Dog really trying to hold it down on B with that Odin. We'll try and buy it as early and often as possible.
I'll just keep in mind, has been doing nothing but playing Valorant post-graduation. Looking to go for the aggressive flash setup here off of the hands of the KO. Enough of a tripwire, not the usual alarm bot that we see.
I see a lot of action. The spray transfer couldn't be there. A Proto and a Sheriff. Again, it's dirty. That's a Vandal recovered. Core have now an opportunity to try and bolster this B side. Behind T-Dog and this Odin. Yeah, nicely done. A Proto there just falls to pieces. And T-Dog's going to rotate back to the side after being hit with that paranoia. Zip already posted up in Boathouse. This could be dangerous. The spray has already begun, but TSM win it out there. They have the numbers on site in a 2 versus 2. Gimon now happy to turn this Odin back around on Core. Will be lit by the 0 point.
Huge information. Buys enough time now for Nerve to rotate through B main. One smoke, one paranoia available. Paranoia will be a great entryway to the back site.
Playing off this absolutely paramount.
It missed.
It doesn't catch. Now Core have to find another way to gain an edge here. Or is it going to get sprayed down in a hail of bullets? Gimon might have to reload in a moment, though. That's something worth tracking. Poise is too low, though.
Enemy remaining.
Well, that's enough to stop the defuse at the very least here. Gimon looking for a weapon, but this might expose him. The Sheriff doesn't quite get him there. Nerve on that defuse now. Oh, he's not going to make it. That is ridiculous. TSM there get a reprieve as the Zippo clutch comes up. A Pyrrhic victory. But their economy is still in an okay spot after how they started this half, so they'll take it.
Absolutely. A great fighting chance, though, from Core 2. Great chance of retaking in a 2v2. But the buys are not looking good. The best thing you have in your arsenal now is going to be 3 light shields. It's gnarly close to maybe getting Null Command. Don't want to bring it out unless you can gather weapons into this round. Protoss one up Null Command. Ult cycling across the board now from TSM looking great. This could be an opportunity now for Core. Recognizing that. They could fight for orb control here. Make sure no one can gather any. Deny out the Hunter's Fury potential into the next round. Double flash potential outside B main. They're just there to wait to pop off of it. No flashes outside A. Owl Drone spots nothing mid.
Take flight. Really standard anti-eco protocols here.
Oh, but Mitch, that Owl Drone at the very end from Core, they must have spotted the Owl Drone from TSM. There is some presence mid now. No one's going to rotate because of that. Now there has to be the watch in mid, just in case.
Down to a minute in the round. We have double trips here over on that A site. They've got a clear main here, so TSM give away their positioning in favor of playing safe against this pistol bite. And they have left Proto right back here, playing off his own camera, which has now been removed. So he knows there's a bit of aggression here in B, mate. And he can't really sell anything to Core without taking a big risk against the Sheriffs. So he'll back away as well.
They sold the recon bolt, though. They may have the chance to get this drop on A side with no defenders around. Only one. Make that 2.
They get here. There's one in tree. I don't think there's really anything that T-Dog could have done. He just allows this to happen. 3-player stack over towards Heaven. It's going to be a retake with pistols against an armed to the TSM squad. And here they come. One after another. And they fall in the same fashion. It's just T-Dog and Zeldris left, who have opted now to group up over towards Heaven with the Sheriffs. It's all but impossible here. Core are going to see this game even up. TSM are figuring it out on this attacking side after a lackluster defense. They found a momentum here at a crucial moment. Round 16 sees an even game.
Show me where to go.
This is so topsy-turvy compared to what we've seen all of Challengers. A battle of the defense, now a battle of the attack. Core desperately need to go for a timeout any round now. It's gonna be hard though. They'll give an opportunity for TSM themselves to reconvene. But Core themselves overwhelmed by these end round pushes. A lack of information now from both these defending teams has made things so hard for mind games. And now look at the response. More aggression outside of mid. This time the more flash of potential. T-Dog though with a shock as well. Operator, mistiming.
In heaven we go. A little bit of a messy exchange there. 0 point lights up the KO, so 7. Slows it down, and that's a huge recon. Huge recon for Core. T-Dog lines it up and is trying to get them to recover this operator potentially, or at least repost up on this aggressive angle. And that is a stunning fragment. Seven stuck in the corner, had no way to get out. He would have walked into the line of fire either way. And TSM are going to go for it. Caution to the wind they throw. It's poisoning Gimon. The former actually top of mid here. It's a decent crossfire, but Gimon is going to put himself in a position where he can't be traded. And T-Dog brings him down. Okay, we see the foot of Nerve there. Paranoia, though. Bruh, that is brutal. TSM cannot get an advantage there. So awkward.
Great pacing change from QoR, recognizing the fact that they themselves now have to play so proactive. Great opening pick from Zeldris, bringing out the operator, traded out, sure, but you got rid of Sim. Sim has been the spearhead for the majority of these rounds from the attack of TSM. They themselves have an operator, and that's could be a big benefit for QoR themselves. I know that sounds weird, but Sim, he's been so good about being just ahead of the pacing of QoR, catching them off guard, getting these opening picks. But that operator's gonna tether him. He's gonna have to stay with the rest of his team and maybe not even play entry.
Well, well. Sim here tries to take what looked like a jump peek there and just gets absolutely battered. Things now starting to slide once again out of TSM's hands just as they strung together so many important attacking rounds here. They've just handed the operator over to one of their teammates and they've given a player advantage to QoR. Null Command is up here for Snarly. Maybe hoping to preempt a fast hit, but there's no way to get that info now. Play off Zeldris' contact, maybe. Snarly just doesn't want to make use of that ability here. They will smoke to delay.
They've lost their smokes, they've lost their entry potential. All you have left now is info gathering and anti-flank. There's really no distance you can make on this map on the attack. At this point, you're just waiting for QoR to overextend and farm for ults. 50 seconds left, you may have a chance to fight through mid, but that tripwire is still active. No space has been made by TSM this round.
And Zeldris is not going to be scared off this angle. Like you mentioned, there is just no utility to force you to post off this. Outside of that, okay, so Aldrin is there. Zeldris gives it up, but he can repost off of Snarly's contact, but they lose out. Always had an operator. That got passed around after Sim got picked off at the start of the round over at A main. Beautiful start. Wow. Boys really improvising here. A MacGyver-esque effort for TSM to give themselves a road now to a round win. And Ziff has it all to do.
What a tilting round for QoR. A round that should not have been losable whatsoever. And now Ziff has to force the save. One by one, QoR were taking fights. Their overconfidence got the best of them. They've lost the operator in the process. They've lost their lead, and we're back to a tied game. And you could not have asked for a better opening, Mitch.
I mean, yeah, it was looking horrendous for TSM at the start of the round. They lose a dry peak. Ziff just blows Sim up while he tries to swing that operator A main early.
Look, if you're a TSM fan, that's a miracle round.
I mean, Poise just went ham.
Yeah,
that playthrough cat was ridiculous. Zeldris was like passively holding angles. So credit, they forced him off with the owl drone, and then you think, okay, well, who was it? Nerve or Snarly, I think, trying to play, from door. Maybe give Zeldris a chance to post back up, but they didn't have the util to give Zeldris that space.
I mean, they're thinking, we don't need that util. We have the angles to use here. We should be good with Zeldris' op, but the Cyber Cage blocking his field of view and just straight up missing shots from there, that's rough. And TSM now go for a timeout their own. Surely, I'm sure this was called before they ended up winning the round. And at this point, you have to wonder, okay, these very, very slow attack rounds have worked in dividends for both teams. QoR have been on the right track by playing more proactive in the beginning, but towards that mid to late round, that hurt them devastatingly in the end.
Now TSM making QoR stew in it for a little bit. We haven't exactly seen the things that we alluded to that gave us confidence in QoR on this map. We haven't seen Zeldris take the game over. We haven't seen T-Dog just be indomitable over on that B side necessarily. He's getting rotated around a bit. And I think we're seeing a lot of proactivity from QoR in some of these rounds, right? Evidenced, I think, by, the kill on Sim right at the beginning of that round 18, excuse me. So they're going for these plays, but the round should not have gone the way it did, I think, with Poise just muscling his way through cat into tree with an operator.
This is going to be a big test of patience, though, from TSM. 4 ults available. 9 times out of 10, teams would steamroll on the B side with all of them. But that has proven not to be the attacking move for either one of these teams. They play it slow. Surely now 7 must preserve their life to be able to use that null command directly on one of the 2 sites. The value here from all these ults, especially if you can make it last more than 1 round, could very well be the surefire way for TSM to convert map 1. Now we'll drone towards mid. Cypher camp spotted. Smoke goes down immediately. No presence really found information-wise on A main.
Yeah, and also there's no one trying to play off of an Al drone there on the side of TSM. So no info really garnered by the camera that Ziff had set up there in mid, and that gets destroyed from top mid eventually anyway.
Boys may try to sell this B-side take, but without an ult behind it, I don't think QoR are going to fall for it.
Honestly, Sim doesn't seem that, or rather, Poise doesn't seem that invested in selling it either. Like a gainful Hunter's Fury on a more stacked site might put you in a better position. So T-Dog gets a light up in mid here. This is going to force out the Hunter's Fury, we'll say. Null command also getting popped here in this round. Poise going to reciprocate.
30 seconds left.
Checking tree, checking the front of that A side. Yeah, no one gets anything off those Hunter's Furies. For a time here, T-Dog was suppressed, playing inside the smoke. Cybercage now falls. TSM, though, swarming over this A side. QoR, valuable opportunity now to retake, but their guns are a little odd. They got a stinger on T-Dog. That's why he's playing so close inside that smoke, and he gets value out of it. He actually gets the jump on a Proto. No one watching trees somehow. That's an opportunity now for the defenders. T-Dog cannot recover a weapon there, but still has recon available. Sim chimes in, though. It's nerf falling here over to that tree direction. And Sim now with the knives attempting to make something happen from over the smoke, but Ziff is in. Now we'll deal with Gamon. Wins that one out as well. Sight now trending over towards QoR, and from A main, there has to be a recovery from TSM. Poise has to make this work. There's a player on the defuse. Poise tries to go for it, and Snarly is ready. QoR snatched this round back. The Newton's Cradle of Valorant carries on.
I'm wondering, is this going to be the future of Ascent? Just these slow, worming plays across the extremities, very different from what we've seen.
Existence, Keg. Don't
Honestly,
do that.
You say that? This might be the most fun Ascent I've seen this year. Given the compositions. Like, if we go over to like, APAC, right, and you have like your Neon, Sages, whatever, yeah, that's fun too. But like this isn't even like, I don't even know how to describe this, dude. This is entirely a mental battle.
It's volatile too, because you have these like, maybe extended sort of slower periods at the start of the rounds, but the side hits are very frenetic because you're hitting 5v5. There's no picks to start a round at all. T-Dog just dry repost that angle. What? The audacity, and takes Sim down.
Big sofa. Okay.
I just can't believe no one sets him up for that repost. He just goes for it. What a timing.
I mean, these hero plays from QoR have been very strenuous, sure, but it works. TSM aren't expecting it.
T-Dog was able to use that Al drone. Doesn't look like they get position off of it. But Snarly's on the side, able to find one. Nerve comes through the door, but is cut short. And a Proto just, all right, challenges through that smoke as well. Chaotic, to say the least. Seven's made it a 1 versus 1. T-Dog fakes it. 7 not buying it. Not for a second. And it's back and forth stuff. The Zippo clutch for 7. 3 in the round. And TSM get their 10th.
I can't wrap my mind over this game. This is complete topsy-turvy from how teams normally just fight for defense rounds over and over. But no, this is attacker-sided Ascent. Yeah, and QoR, I'd go for a timeout too. Frustration clearly seen by a lot of these rogue swings, especially from T-Dog in the beginning of that round. Throwing everything at the wall to see what they can do.
I mean, there's audacity from both sides here, I think. Like, T-Dog...
There is.
T-Dog is in that position where he does not have to swing that angle again. He could Al-drone it and then repost up if it's safe to do so, but he knows the hit is coming in fast, so he just picks an opportunity to take a timing and it works off. Like, Sim just gets wrecked. Probably pretty frustrating for Sim, who was updrafting out of his own cloudburst there. But then, like, a Proto just walks through smoke. There's like really messy fighting on site for TSM in that post plant in general. There's people just dry challenging from door. Neither of these teams are offering each other any respect. Not scaring of it.
All I'm saying is that everybody I see on these cameras are locked in. Not a single smile on their faces. They want this win. And I don't blame them. This has been one of the most difficult ascents I've seen for both these teams. It's been a big upgrade for QoR since their bout against M80 last week. They only won 1 defense round there. And this half, they've only won 2. already an upgrade, sure, but their attack was really carrying them a lot more than I thought. Seven's one off getting null command. You could fight for the orbs here, and Snarly's going to do just that. B main. Held by an Ares with T-Dog, ensuring again, you cannot get that orb.
Camera sees it. Sim inching his way up. T-Dog knows he needs to wait until they step up a little further. Good damage. Sim with the operator down to 44. Strong breeze to blow him over at this point. And Snarly, oh, he was playing closer today, man. I actually think they swung that in the end. Double-faced it with Sheriffs into a solo player. No chance to get the gun back, but still.
Oftentimes, losing your smokes that early on the attack should spell the end of the round, but that hasn't proven the case for either of these teams. Back to the tree we go.
That could be the end of Sim. He swung into some wallbang spam. T-Dog with the Ares. God of War coming at you. That's an operator drop there. Sim was just so determined to make something of that at 44 HP. What is this round, mate? Okay, 7. He's the last man standing. Fragmented tree trying to split this fight up. He does get the 1v1 against Zeldris. Clean stuff. It allows him to recover the spike. Now, only one player in his vicinity to deal with. And Nerva's going to play for retake because he has nothing but a bloody frenzy to work with.
Null command, too. You can shut down any potential util, especially T-Dogs.
T-Dog will have at least the recon up in the next few seconds, I'd say. Wow, would you believe it? 7's in the side after planting. Neural Theft there reveals the position of the lone attacker. 7 has to salvage another round for TSM. Wouldn't be the first 3+ K he's found, but T-Dog again takes his time and QoR inch ever closer to the magic number here. TSM's money as well. It's pretty slaughtered.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if you're TSM, you're looking at that eco, you're looking to maybe fight for overtime. A very long fought round again from QoR.
And the first Thrifty I think we've seen all day.
Yeah. I mean, there's been a lot of rounds that I feel like could have been Thrifties with these weird buys from both series. But yeah, first one officially marked. T-Dog does have that Hunter's Fury. Been very liberal with its usage. 7 still remains with that null command. Probably not going to be used when you have nothing but 2 stingers at the best of your arsenal. But then again, this is all grouped up B. This could be a fantastic rush in on B with that ult.
The Speedway trip, though, could be a big one.
But not if it's null command.
Oh, that's actually not a trip, sorry. That's just the camera. Yeah, you're right. Null command could shut it down. Zeldris. Okay. Sim goes towards market. Caught by Zeldris instantly. That slowed things down proper good. Flash out. Zeldris forced off the angle. Now TSM can get in. Will fall back to Boathouse. And Gimon was waiting inside market for the rotate. Inevitably, it came through. Nerve, though, a little bit more conservative this time. Rewarded with the kill, but taken down to 2 HP. Snarly will be there as well, though. It's just a proto. Tries to walk out into the open. Naked as the day he was born. Nothing but the 6-shooter at his hip and the big iron. Ain't gonna cut it.
I can feel the tension in the server from here. Now TSM truly had to fight for overtime now. QoR, their map pick. Big turnaround from the last few times they played this map. And their ult cycling is looking fantastic too. We remarked on 7's ult, but now Snarly went away from the reverse. Operator still in hand from Zeldris now, waiting back of A site. This is the more comfortable site for TSM, and that's where they're stacking up. Fantastic call now. Snarly immediately taking its A main angle, may look for the flash. No. They go for the molly instead.
He might have been tracking a play for orb here for Poise.
My ult is ready.
I think he was expecting some pressure here. So some util parted with by TSM, but they've got the Hunter's Fury in exchange. And Nerve had no choice but to give that up. Or rather Snarly to back away over towards the A site. And we might be seeing a... What has precipitated this rotation by T-Dog over towards grass, over the garden here?
There was that shock bolt. Didn't destroy any of QoR's defensive utility. They must be expecting TSM not to play as linearly as they have the last few rounds.
Deploying drone.
Owl Drone could spell out here, reversal. My big fear is that this could spell out a big fake towards B site. Will T-Dog rotate is the big question. There hasn't been any jump peak spotting towards mid site.
Sif doing it now.
This is a battle of intuition now. QoR, they're sticky on A site.
Okay, so the noise cut here for TSM. Actually read by QoR. Null command thrown down. Zeldris, no chance to post up on this angle unless he does it raw. But Snarly was tucked in the corner and Zeldris had an opportunity to swing out. This could be it for TSM. Down to Poise and Gimon, nothing more. Dildris sails down from heaven and ends it.
Defenders win.
QoR take away Ascent. They're the second map win of the stage against a TSM who, again, continue to look lackluster and frankly a little confusing at times. And the audacity to give this Ascent map over towards QoR. They make good on that map pick and they get themselves a huge win.
A battle of wits. There's no other way of putting it. That was a calling difference between both teams, but it was so close. You can't even really call it a difference. It was down by just a few rounds, Mitch, and realistically, it just took who had the better opportunities to take advantage of what they had.
Yeah, really slow, meticulous gameplay from both sides, but QoR, again, so well drilled on that map, and also they won that 50 round. That's a huge difference maker.
Yeah.
And their anti-eco protocols were also very solid. TSM did not have the chance to do the same to them. We'll be back, in his best of 3. QoR take away the first map Ascent, but there's much more to play, so don't go too far. This is your challenges on a Thursday afternoon. Yeah, that's what day it is. See you later.
Oh.
Well, chat, Uber and Keg did introduce us the first map of this series to be some good old honest Valorant, and indeed we did get that, a 13-10 victory, but on the side of QoR versus TSM, where, you know, this is basically how we introduced this matchup, boys. We said that this was going to be an attack side where there was going to be a lot of defaulting, finding some great timings. It was a war attrition of both sides, though. I mean, we got some nice stuff going on.
What happened? What actually happened on this map? I just...
Dude, this map was so weird.
Goddamn blur to me, honestly. Like, the start of every round is like really like to protocol. It's like as indicated on the label, and then we just have some super weird moments. Like TSM, I guess, like, I don't know how easy it is, right, for some of these teams to like put together like good like 50 round strats on this map. I think it's pretty hard at this stage. I'd say the fact that QoR managed to do it on even one occasion is impressive, but all they did was like put a player close to like A main around the corner and just like try and double swing it. So I would not say that we necessarily saw anything, you know, any wheels reinvented here.
No. It was a game of timing for sure. Because if you looked at the replay, like that op shot that we had on middle market all the way towards spawn when Sim was rotating, those are the type of plays where when it's like the most basic Valorant that you can play with this composition, it comes down to what angles and what space can you take advantage of. And that's one of the rounds where the trips from a proto was actually placed both trips for one unbreakable one inside B site and the other one for a trap kill towards B main, which then leaves middle open. That you had a position that stays away from the camera that still gets you a perfect vision on a rotate back towards spawn, and you capitalize on the kill. That's basically what had to come down to for both of these teams in order to win these rounds. There were so many audible cues and plays being called from both of these teams to allow for these victories to come in favor. But I think, Keg, the biggest nail in the coffin, though, was that round number 21 when QoR won that Thrifty. It was pretty much GG because TSM had a broken economy after.
Yeah, I think that plays into a big win con too from QoR over TSM, is that they were more willing to take adaptations. I think from the beginning, the very first round, TSM, they had a QoR game plan in mind. Man, they didn't really want to stray away from that really ever. It took multiple timeouts for them to start adjusting things a little bit, but QoR going for that Thrifty, they were more willing to play loose and much more malleable to what they had.
Mitch, this still has to give you some sort of hope, though, seeing the results that it's only, quote-unquote, only a 10-13 loss for TSM when all of the first bloods went in favor of QoR. I think I saw, 16-7 on that previous screen in terms of first bloods?
Yeah, and I think that like a big part of that is, you know, as you mentioned, Seven had a couple of huge clutch rounds, a couple 3K rounds, I think, to salvage things for TSM. But the fact that TSM are having to rely on that is probably what is more concerning, because like from a bird's eye view, it looked like a pretty uninspired map in general for TSM, or at least none of their game plans could actually be, you know, actioned on or, you know, put into action, because they're playing like a player down at the start of like every round. Not every round. 2 out of 3 rounds, right? They are at a player disadvantage. And I don't know if this should be so shocking when TSM won what? How many rounds on offense? Like 5?
I think on offense, they got at least 4 in a row, right? Because they won pistol, converted bonus.
No, the defense rounds, excuse me.
Defense, I think it was 4, yeah.
I don't know.
I think it was 4 on defense. Yeah, it was definitely hard. It was one of those moments where you're able to find the perfect openings here when you're playing the attack side for even both of the teams, rather, right? I don't think that if the Thrifty did not happen on QoR's side, this probably would have been a map that would have went extra innings on that first map in this series here, at 12-12 going into that one. But at least for me, if you're looking at it as well from QoR's perspective, this is also when you're looking at that coaching staff, and I'm always going to give credit to somebody like Ocean as the head coach and Slow is Cool as the assistant coach, where they built like a good roster and a good composition in the past with a Sage on this map. So they're okay of playing a default. It understands really the macro of how this map is played and approach it in a perfect style with the way that they do so in this composition. But that said, there's still a chance to come back here from TSM, because we're going to be able to move into their map pick. So they're going to be able to play defensive side on Bind. Is this still going to be a good look here, Keg, if we see TSM starting off on defense on their map pick?
This one's such a big question mark to me, Vance. I'm not going to lie. I think with a lot of meta changes that have come by recently, and, you know, Viper may or may not be as much as impactful as she used to be, I'm really curious to see what both these teams want to bring to the table in terms of compositions into this map. I think whether or not we see the Sky, whether or not we see Viper from either of these teams is going to be really indicative about the pacing and generally which team is more comfortable with that pacing.
Yeah, we're gonna have to give credit to a lot of these teams recently in Dark Zero and others. Dark Zero first off on Ascent, but other teams now trying this out. Even TSM, I think if I'm not mistaken, tried a deadlock on this map as well on Bind at some point. And I think this is a great way, like a great replacement, I guess, as to why you don't have the Viper in your comp anymore, because you're trying to stall as much as you could with the Viper, but now that you only have a Snake Bite or bringing up the smokes or whatnot is going to take a little bit longer for you to recharge. That deadlock in those lockdowns with the sights, with the net, with the grab net you could throw in the walls could help a lot in that stall to allow for your team to start rotating and even stalling as much as you could if it works out in that favor. But I'm going to stop yapping on my side, man. We're going to make this very quick. Agents are already ready. We're going to go into Bind right now and let you guys talk about the map composition.
Yeah, thank you, Vince. We'll have a look over this as it comes out here. Core Gaming.
Oh my god.
Okay, they've actually gone over towards the Gecko Fade setup here, and they still have a Viper on this map. So this is a departure from the last comp they brought out here. We saw we used like a Deadlock Viper Raise, Sky look from them. So we are buying in heavily to the Gecko Fade setup for Core.
Yeah, I am a little worried about the Viper setup here, just because we've seen a lot of teams either really thrive against those defense, or I guess in Core's case for the first half, the attacking walls. But if we see TSM not get stalled out on whatever side they're on, I think that'll be a really big indicator about who can take this map away. This for TSM is a very explosive comp. You're looking at the rushdown smokes in the Brimstone, the deadlock post-plant utility, and that's for their attack. For their defense, they can use all that util, most of which is regenerative, to push in, find contact immediately, and slink back in. That was their goal for Ascent. They didn't quite hit the mark a lot of the time, but I think they could do it here.
Yeah, look, the last outing on Bind for Core was anything but inspirational. A 13-3 loss to Turtle Troop. Very, very average here. So, TSM, this is definitely a fertile opportunity to get yourself back into the series here after, an Ascent that they would sooner forget. But I would suggest that TSM's Bind has also not exactly, been mind-blowing. They played it a bunch in this second stage. Stage one was a pretty average one. But again, if they can take Oxygen to overtime on this map, this is definitely where they want to be. They beat Fluffy Amers and Blink here, so should be a 3-mapper at this rate. Let's see if Core is on one today or not with this new comp.
I mean, my big question going into this is, has Core done their homework with this comp that TSM has? That Deadlock, as great as she is a really big surprise factor for a lot of teams. If you know how to get around her already going into the match, that's going to put TSM at a big deficit.
This Viper was so interesting, right? It's actually, thrown from the middle part of the map to basically just cut off the push out of vents onto the site. Can be refreshed, of course, but it's a little bit harder to do that reliably now. It's allowed Core at least into a full post-plant scenario. Ziff's good for one there. I think there was a paint shell seize combo attempted towards the back of U-Haul, but TSM are mostly unscathed after that. Sim taking a little bit of damage through the wall, and here's the swing. A Proto, though, the timing is terrible. A Proto and Sim don't have it put together. Too much stacker between the two of them. Nerve. It may not matter, though. Nerve here should get taken down before he has a chance to stop the... Oh, no. The Molly. 7 is down. Gimon had it halved. Trying to get the defuse here, and the shots go wide for Nerve. He can't finish the job. And Gimon gets the defuse.
Very close call in the beginning, though, for both teams. TSM, though, I love the retake protocols. They were able to take back Lamp's control. They used the deadlock wall to stuff out a lot of the positioning that Core wanted to take advantage of early on. But even then, though, that singular smoke that had gone down, along with the lineup from Nerve, it didn't falter enough. He just aimed a little bit to the left. Different reality could have been Nerve hit that shot. Fantastic round from Core. Was not the case. But now TSM, because they did convert that first round, they're able to ramp up this economy so much more now. I'm expecting a lot more aggression here. A Proto, waiting for the peak, has grabbed that ready. Great timing here, waiting outside of Hookah.
The Viper wall is a wider angle than last round. Actually more designed to split up the site than to cut off U-Haul and vent ingress rather. And they know it's coming, so you can deploy this wall here. Again, under focus fire, it dissipates pretty quickly, so it hasn't really slowed up Core all that much. Despite this, they do opt to pull out.
Here. This is tough, though. With that wall, if you want to go for a plan on A site, you're looking to take that teleport to Showers. It's pinged out. Not really that watched by B Garden. Everyone's distracted with this A main push. There's a distraction factor here. This is going to promote the teleport from B to A.
T-Dog tries to keep him interested. Waves catnip in their face for as long as possible. Snarly wins out against Poised here. There's a player inside Hookah. That's going to be spotted out by the Dizzy. And a Proto has to get off the angle. It's quite a lot for a wingman plant, given that he's safely cloistered in between those two pieces of wood. But the spray down through the container, and with no one else left, wingman decides he's also out of there.
Yeah, it's a really tough round from QoR. That whole wall, the teleport play was contingent on the fact that he would win those gunfights outside of A main, but the push-up from TSM, again, that proactivity that was lacking from them on the last map, now coming in spades, has been so good for them, albeit with a weapon advantage. But if they can continue like this is really good.
All right. Looks like we're going to smoke deep into showers here and play for that orb.
This is good. Just farming up orb now for Sim. Bring out that early showstopper. They make contact. They do. Oh, Sim falls. What a Christmas tree.
Right there.
A little bit messy. T-Dog's already wrapped his way through short. He saw an opportunity. The Dizzy, though, obscures his vision. Makes it nothing but a trade.
Last player standing.
Proto open throw the grab net down, but isn't ready for Ziff, who's just posted up there. A second player making their way down short. The more conventional Viper wall this round. Wow, Ziff, too good for Poised there. QoR get themselves another one back here. And again, it was a close pistol. Could have gone either way. They found their first round in the third.
Yeah, Ziv has just been on point mechanically so far this map. 2-0 points now away from grabbing the Viper's pit. Could very well try to farm up that orb outside of B main, push out the pit, possibly on B site or for the post plant. 3-stack set up already though for TSM. Well aware of guarding the orb, needing to be important. Wondering now if there will be a showers presence from TSM too. Orb guarding on this map is so important for these defenders. There is that potential showstopper too from Sim if they get this op shot.
Fighting for long. And for Sim, it's too easy.
No showstopper follow-up either.
No Brimstone either. Pretty devastating to lose the controller with the first pick now. And I think QoR might end up just serving themselves up. Isn't a tasty morsel. Now we got to re-clear long. So all eyes turning towards Hookah if that's where any of the action's going to be. QoR have no smokes to put down.
Yeah, this is rough now. They can't pick up that poison orb anymore. There's that wall in the way. They can wait out the timing. Sure, they have the Viper's wall to maybe scale their way towards the teleport back. Presence still from Zeldris and Hookah. Could be trying to drive out these rotates and go for the TP.
Very limited util to draw people back here.
Oh my god. No way.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. You can call, yep. Audible here, back over towards B. Now you can get deep, by the way, into elbow. Zeldris has such a good line here on Gimon, and he connects it. Paint shells to buy some time. He won't repost on the angle. There's plenty of time for Snarly, who I think was interrupted by a sonic sensor to get that plant.
Now, does Zid have a lineup, though? Finding a way for the anti-rotate. Here's the teleport. Oh, there it is. No lineup. Good stall. A big distraction, too.
What? I guess there's just not enough bandwidth here to send two players to find that one angle. So it ends up being a trade. Snarly has the antidote for this. Thrash is perfect in this situation. Gets cleared awful quick, though. Ziff has been able to make his way into Hookah. That small delay from the Gecko ultimate was big, but there's a wingman defuse happening here. TSM that almost got way too out of hand. The timing as Zeldris found there, threatened to unravel them in the round. But they recover with composure and get their third.
Now there's a big lesson for TSM. They can't commit over rotations anymore unless they know definitively that's where QoR's execute will be. QoR have been so good about worming their way through these defenses so often, especially even with Sim. We're dividing out these plays one by one. They can't allow Zeldris to get that outrider back again.
Look, all of those moments, those first three moments are just like a little glaring for TSM. Like, things they cannot be affording, especially when they're, still trying to establish that economy and they want to have a real steamroll of a defense side here.
Well, you say that too, and I'm thinking that's also a round that QoR can't afford to lose like again. They invested Thrash, they invested so much utility and ultimates into that last round, including their economy. And yet they weren't able to convert, which should have been an easily winnable round.
We have Zeldris set up to swing this. Off the angle, Sim is forced by the Prowler. Zeldris gets there before he can get his gun up. Gimon's good for a trade at the very least, but that's the operator now down. Now Ziff tries to get ahead of it. We don't quite have a player posted up yet in heaven. Poise only just now getting there. And the wingman plant can't be interrupted as a result of that zip, though. Awkward. A Proto found a real timing on him, and now Poise is able to do work. He jumps out of heaven. He did allow the wingman plant to go down, but it's just nerve. Caught inside a grab net, forced to crouch. Nothing but a sheriff to his name. The Trailblazer takes a chunk out of him.
Operator lost. Someone should go pick that up inside showers, and they will. Could have been a very scary round loss from TSM. Another conversion for themselves. A little bit more money in the pockets of QoR, though, getting that spike down. Ultimate's built up, though. 7-1 up now from Thrash. A Proto available with the Annihilation. Annihilation can be really scary on a small map like mine. Big benefit there, too, is that you wait to see presence. You go for the Annihilation, say post plant when there's so much chaos. Try to free your teammates out. They force their way out of their safety positions and swing. Perfect time for the rest of TSM to follow up and take them down. There's a lot of scary ults on the side of TSM that QoR have to worry about. And they don't have the economy to squander away any of these rounds either. This round should be fast and explosive off of Nightfall from T-Dog.
QoR need to get back in the game. We're going to swing out over towards B long here. Covered by that brimstone smoke to enable the orb to be recovered. And defenders can pull back from behind that. Sim. Ziv knew something was afoot there. I don't know if he expected the operator to be present, though, so another great first blood here for TSM in the round.
Boys, brought up that early flash. They know information outside showers. Prowler 2, audio given. Split push. Outside B. Viper gone now. Makes A site the teleport much more difficult to accomplish. This has to be a B attack.
Nightfall comes out also. The Sky Smoke's going to be good to cover up elbow entirely. Zeldris doesn't know there's a brim behind him. Will he emerge? Doesn't have to. In fact, he does. It is Gimon that answers the threat of Zeldris by coming through that smoke. Okay, orbital strike thrown down. This is about to get a little bit messy. It's just snarly. Yeah, this is going to be a tough map for QoR. I'm calling it now.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. QoR, they have the right ideas. They know how they want to approach a round, but the actual executions and getting past these choke points was my big fear for both these teams going into this map. I thought for sure the Viper would have a little bit more of a presence in dividing out sites than we normally see, but it just hasn't been enough to move TSM away from their positions. And Sim comfortably now with an operator in play, that's going to be so much harder to use those flashes and smokes to get rid of his positioning.
5-1. That was another buy round there for QoR. And once again, they are dealing with nothing but crumbs. Viper's Pit, all they can really rely on here. Fine in a pinch, in a post-plant scenario. But they're facing down that showstopper from Sim, who has all that he could ask for and more.
Is this out? Okay, call for a timeout. Yeah, QoR, now's the time to bring it. Desperately needed to change up these strategies here. Everyone's got to get onto the same exact page. First, figuring out how Sim wants to operate, start of round, take him down if need be. Just find a way to comfortably get past these choke points on bind. And this map, lacking a mid, makes it so difficult to find a safe way to split push in. No matter where you go as an attacker, you're dealing with a linear funnel. And the fact that these shots, these kills from QoR have been very inconsistent this map makes it all the more difficult. That pressure goes on the Zeldris. He's the one that needs to become activated for the team.
That's a big part of why that we saw Viper to create a virtual third lane on this map by throwing a wall that sort of cut A short down the middle. You could sneak into U-Haul, you could swing the wall onto the site, and then of course you could come out of shower. So that gave you like a virtual third lane on A. A little bit harder to do that now, but that still is set up for QoR. This very Viper wall that allows for that, breaking up the site just a little more. We saw some experimental ones earlier on, QoR throwing diagonally from
I like that.
Ziff is standing right now. Yeah, especially if it's like more single use. Like it's similar to how you'd use it on Breeze to get in and onto that side.
Oh, Zeldris, there we go. Great change of pace, full lamps control. That's what you want if you attack A. Very hard position now for TSM to retake.
They're just concerned about a push here. He also wants to probably bait some attention into U-Haul. We can get full value out of that judge, but TSM are not biting. They know that this is a save round. And they know what Zeldris is going to do on that raise when he's strapped for cash. They have to cover 7 here, but they don't have the best angle to do it. But the player inside U-Haul had nothing but a judge, so no capitalizing on that. Looks like the Annihilation found absolutely nothing.
Sky's out.
Oh, they still gave Zeldris something to work with. No one cleared it. TSM eventually able to get rid of Zeldris and that judge, but the damage is already done. We're in the post plant now with the molly on site. Sim cannot stand there. and might get caught by the player. Nerve pushing up here. He has to pull the operator out real quick, and the shorty fortunately does the dirty work for him, but it's traded back. Advantage to QoR, but TSM, with the help of Gimon, at least able to shut him down. They won't have the time for a defuse.
It's a scary round though for QoR. Their entire team comp is based on taking those A site fast. Well, we talked about the Viper Wall, good for dividing out the site, but on top of that too, you have Brimstone, double controller. Great way of dividing this map, this site into 2/3. That's all you need as an attacker to reclaim it. Make sure you can hold on to it too. And the fact that it came so close to these 1v1s again, premature Molly too, well, somewhat premature, I would say, from Nerve. Still allowed them to win out the round, but had it just been the Molly in the 1v1, I don't think that would have been enough. All right, though. Fast push again towards QoR. Big sonic sensor setup now on A. Very, very big follow through. Look at the positions of Seven and Gimon. They're waiting to use that sonic sensor first, bait it out. Wait for the stun.
Great against these fast hits. Make no mistake. Here they come though. Seven stun up, caught inside the grab net. And he's able to hold his ground for 3. And Deadlock Util went a long way to helping TSM hold this side down with 2 versus 4 as it was. Only at the loss of the Gecko player. Running headlong into that Deadlock Util is a death sentence.
And keep in mind, for the most part, TSM, they don't convert as many defensive rounds as they do the attack on this map with the Deadlock comp. That wall was so good at stifling out B main, even if it wasn't used early round. Would have forced QoR back into the funnel towards Hookah, and that's a place that no one wants to be. Unfortunately, though, Spike's on the other side of the map. T-Dog, 1 off Nightfall, 43 seconds. I mean, look, there is a reality. Is it a big reality? No. But if you can take 1 down and play anti-trade, there is a chance to bring this to a 1v1.
30 seconds left.
Without a Spurs TSMR, that is an opportunity. No one will be watching for this, but...
Oh, he's looking for exits instead. There's not even an attempt from T-Dog.
I mean, again, if you played this round out 100 times, there's maybe one half a round where you can actually pull off what you just described.
Hey, there's a reality.
Yep.
Oh!
I'll find
I don't think Dr. Strange would be able to find him. There it is. TSM clears up T-Dog. Gets them up to 6 rounds here. They've been just incredible on defense. Very, very hard for QoR to answer. They want to play with pace. That's what their comp's designed to do. They want those early plants with Wingman or just overwhelming, satcheling over onto that A site. But so much of this Deadlock Util denies that in general. Aforementioned Util this time deployed over towards the B site, in case of a fast Hookah push.
Yeah, well, you've yet to see the appearance of the Viper's Pit either. Where will it exist? And again, this entire team comp is meant for a fast A push. It's going to be so hard to find it on B.
Yeah, you need a bloody post plant to make use of that, ultimate.
That has been the most arduous thing for QoR, just getting onto a site. Double defender setup outside of garden here. Proto waiting for the grab net. Oh no.
I love the grab net crunch idea here. That's fun.
Yeah, but it's not going to be a reality, at least this round, but the protocol set up just in case.
QoR know full well that there's a double face there at the top of B long, so that is intentional to funnel QoR into Hookah and all of this utility.
Oh no. But there's no flank utility from QoR either. They can get flanked every round if
they have none
play
of the
it
map.
this slow.
They have 0 of the map here.
They're waiting off the Nightfall, but they don't know about the sonic sensors in Hookah.
And here's Walters in response. Give you so much early warning. The first sonic sensor is for the early warning. The second is to play off of, apparently. They get through Hookah, but here's Gimon, and it's good for 3. And yep, you see the Deadlock involvement in every one of those kills. Once again, TSM astutely funnel QoR into all of their anti-rush util, and they take full advantage.
You can only hope now, if you're QoR, that maybe you can have a better luck on your own defense. I have to only worry about the Deadlock. Big win con will have to be make sure they don't get on site, but I mean, you've already seen for QoR, it's kind of a big issue.
Man, that was so sick. Yeah, I want to see from Gimon's perspective. I don't know how hindered QoR were when they came down out of Hookah. Because obviously you can't play off the first sonic sensor. They weren't really. Okay, so, but again, they just had their back turned because they were trying to turn on the double stack from over towards B long. Still, very, very nice.
These early reads from TSM have just been so on point. There hasn't been a round where they've seemed lost on this defense.
Not much of the half left here. Guys. Why is that? Thank you, observers. Motion sickness activated. Motion sensor also deployed.
Yeah, just shut down again. How malleable a Proto's utility has been is that no 2 rounds have really been the same for this deadlock util. Good fake push here towards A. If Zip finds any impact here, they're going to rotate over towards A side, but if not, the protocol is, again, we'll push B as a distraction. Or anti-distraction, I should say. And if they do push B, and Zip is able to get the flank of a lifetime, that'll be gigantic.
Bring them down.
All right, they were waiting for that hookah push. Ziff snuck in there. How well has he sold this? Decently, but the wall still comes up, and they want to cut Zeldris off from the rest of his team. Hang about.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is ugly. They've only got so long before the smoke dissipates, and now Zeldris will be revealed. Proto lining up a grab net as well. He does get it down. They are caught inside of it. Oh, my goodness. And then the orbital strike claims them. Snarly falls. Timon going to be snarled up himself, but it doesn't matter because the Proto has the off angle. Oh, man, this is a showcase of just what Deadlock can do when you have good early warning and info.
I mean, wow, people were writing off Deadlock so much when she was first released, but the power of her is that you don't rely on her as a traditional Sentinel. You're looking to play purely anti-entry in a Raze meta, and you're looking on the attack to play pure anti-retake in a meta where, again, speed and space creation is everything for a lot of these teams. And then, hey, you get that job done, you essentially have a free duelist who doesn't need to be hindered towards anybody else with their utility.
Like into the orbital strike as well. Like, man, insult and injury in equal measure.
Oh, right.
I think the Prowler, yeah, Prowler can reach up there. Trailblazer mostly can't. It's hard to push the Raze off that angle normally, but this is dirty stuff.
Zeldris!
He doesn't know. He's unaware. Well, that would have been a freebie. Sim may not realize how fortunate he has gotten. However, deep penetration into the site by QoR doesn't matter because bam, Sim whips out the shorty.
Unbelievable.
TSM are going to roll this map. Holy.
I would pay very good money to hear QoR comms this round. He's in labs! Bro, he's in labs!
Last round in the half.
Oh, what? That was a major misplay.
Yeah, look, unfortunate. I guess the issue is there as well as Zeldris can't do too much with that positioning towards vents. He's like, oh, I have to go to U-Haul now, and sort of gets caught. Yeah, that's so unfortunate.
Yeah, like, but you didn't fully clear it.
Yeah, just a slight. Oh, I love that. Block the molly. Huge fan.
Oh, I way back in the old days when there used to be a lot of poison orb lineups from the attackers, you could just see people just jumping around, start around, trying to body block it. Hey, huge opening pick now. Brimstone now gone. Those are the smokes of TSM removed. Not as much of a stall.
And Sim wanted that so badly.
Spike dropped.
TSM are getting impatient now, pushing up so much. They know it's the last round. They're handedly in the favor here of this defense.
If a player swung out of hoop here, TSM taking such aggressive angles. Nothing yielded though from Poise's position. Yeah, now we can chase this in with a Thrash. Poise with the fear of God. Snarly not setting up to try and recover Thrash necessarily, to try and make his way in. Yeah, Poise tried to get out of that covering angle after getting rid of Thrash, and Zeldris is waiting for him from Octagon. Finally, signs of life here from QoR. The third attacking round would be great. Could have been so much more.
All it really took there was TSM overextending themselves and taking these very ego picks. Now the side swap. This is where things get interesting. Now, we talked about the double controller from QoR and how they could have had so much impact on A side going fast. And while they did for some rounds, it wasn't consistent. But now with that double controllers in the defense, they can play super stall heavy. The win con now for TSM is that they need to disrespect both of those controller smokes. They have to say, you know what? Brim, let's bait out your smokes early. We can rotate, we can double back. Viper Wall, doesn't matter, we push through it. And that's where the deadlock might come in handy too. You have double flashes too, you have a lot of post-plant utility here. QoR cannot allow TSM to get on site in any capacity.
So much of our conversation has been about how like Deadlock really gets to come to her own on the offense side, right? To shut down these retakes. We really got to see what she can offer you defensively. It's just not as face up. It's just not as obvious, I think. But funneling people into routes that you have covered with that util and then, turning around to capitalize, that is something that TSM did extremely well. Looking like a completely different team from the first map. They looked uncertain, slow, scrappy. Here, have a very clean understanding of what they need to do. I mean, it's their map after all, makes sense. 7 he makes sound. He does go through that stim briefly, but backs up as the utility is drawn out of the defenders. They're going to have another crack at the kid. Grab net. Slowing Zeldris down. He can't even hold the angle properly. Ziff and T-Dog give a good account of themselves. TSM trying to swarm over the site here, and Ziff shuts down that Dizzy and buys time for Nerve to come in. All right. Bare minimum for QoR achieved here. Pistol gained.
Yeah, really solid round coming out from QoR Saver. Great read early on about the fast push coming out from TSM side. And going to what you said before, you know, the difference between last map to this one from TSM is that it really felt like, excuse me, there were a lot of rounds where TSM, especially on their defense, they looked very uncoordinated on Ascent. The comms weren't necessarily there, a lot of solo peeks, dry swings, no real follow-ups. But because you have that deadlock, you need to play around that utility and have that coordination dialed to 10 compared to other Sentinels. And I think TSM being tethered to that are working together and operating so much better from map 1.
Something grouped up here for an early B probe. We have a Marshall brought up by Zeldris. Just wants to hold that angle into shower for the time being, and we'll see very little this though. This has potential to be very, very impactful. Oh, Dizzy gets involved first, though, and Sim is quicker on the trigger finger. Messy stuff here, but now playing out from that TP. TSM lost 2 players, gunned down as they tried to reinforce that hookah position, but Zip holds his ground. It's come on, just swing into it. And QoR get that anti-eco locked in.
That was an expensive buyout from QoR, especially losing the Judge as opening pick. That could have gone devastating for QoR, and they could have maybe never recovered their economy had they not converted that round. Zeldris already going to the operator. Light shields at that, but early potential shutdown from A site would be gigantic, especially with Poised outside A main with flashes. QoR set of info gathering could very well be removed here. Start of the round.
We saw this from Sim. That A short hold with an operator. Always good for one and can satchel away. Guiding light to force off the angle. But they're not moving. Zeldris is posted up there. Happy as Larry. Cops a big hit there from the Marshall.
Good heal though, at least. Benefit of still having Sky. It's been a reset now from TSM. Waiting for that overextension from QoR. Knowing full well they have nearly double the rounds over them. Such a great call here for a change of pace in red.
They're dogged up B long to try and sell this. Here comes the action over towards the A side though. T-Dog with the Marshall converts. Gets rid of that lone Sky. And yeah, I mean, no surprise. TSM now probably feel like they need to trend back towards B. Hoping that they've drawn some players from QoR away by what was an obvious looking fake. And 7 takes a headshot there from T-Dog. He's dishing it out right now with the Marshall. Ziff is going to clean him up there with the mollies. He touches down and the spike is amidst it. Sim's good for 2 though. Taking a big hit at the start of the round and getting healed back up. Hasn't taken a lick of damage since then. We'll have a postpart on the 3 versus 3 and QoR don't know if they can actually push up halls here.
That wall's gonna be devastating too. It shuts down at least one funnel. It may require only elbow to be pushed in through now from QoR side. Wingman. Could be a good test to see where the wall lies.
They're getting halls control. Slowly. So that elbow flank is on the table.
Their timing's slow. They'll have to pop out of elbow at the very last second.
Can they? Oh, man. With an operator. Moving. Sim! That's beautiful. That's 4 kills for the duelist. And now Zeldris is in a weird spot with a weapon he'd rather save, but no way to get out of this site unscathed. He might try and cross spawn. Yeah, but he's on the run. All right, he's going to be able to get out with the operator at the very least here. But TSM get their 10th round as QoR streak at the start of this second half is brought to a halt.
It's getting scary now for QoR. They had such a great snowball lead going into the second map, and now it's been lost quite a bit. And it was a close map 1 still. TSM, they only gained 10 rounds. They've matched up to that now on bind. And ball's entirely in their court at this point. They're great fakes in the early round to force QoR to push up and take these very outwards positions that have not worked out. And it looks like, though, Zeldris is going to attempt to go for it again with that operator. No real follow-through, too, outside hookah. He falls. That's op gone.
Here.
Just had a great game so far, rather. Despite QoR overall looking lackluster. I see he gets ahead of the molly. TSM heard their way now in a belong, claiming that orb for themselves. 7-1 away from yet another thrash here. Sees on top of the wall. Sim caught inside of that right now, so no chance to send this showstopper elsewhere, and Zip explodes for 2. That's a good start. T-Dog doesn't have a great weapon to work with. It doesn't matter. He finds the head of the first. Not so lucky on a proto. He only looks to have taken 1 hit in total there.
Zeldris still hidden.
He saw a proto, surely. Wingman sent out. Still in the post plant here as Sim will be forced back. This time not successful. Last time in that spot he found 2 with a nasty spray transfer. Excuse me, it's a proto too low. And that's a very relevant range for the Stinger to go to work. QoR quickly shut TSM down and get back on the winning side.
It makes you wonder now, QoR, Zeldris was never discovered that round with the op in Hookah. I'm wondering now, will he hold that same position again this next round? He can't be countered. It won't be expected. Or is he going to switch it up? It looks like he's heading his way over towards Hookah once more. TSM, there is a solid chance they double down and go for B yet again. Oh, but no, instead he's going to change his position and go towards long. Not a bad idea. But the fact that he remained hidden for so long at Hookah shows that TSM, they were more willing to take the direct push.
They're fighting, I guess they're fighting for orbs pretty heavily here. We've seen that TSM really value those. They've already got that Thrash up for 7, but there's a couple key ultimates here that they're trying to accrue.
That's a really good call. And there it is, Prowler outside immediately.
Yeah, and they played aggressively towards showers as well, did QoR.
Oh, look at this, though. Completely unknown, ignorant to the fact that there's a 3 push inside of Hookah. One of which is the Gecko, spike in hand, waiting to use that wingman directly on site, and has Thrash to clear out Garden. Oh,
okay,
that might just seal the deal.
They know everything now, at least about this B site. Ziv can double back though, and Sim was the only player actually out of Hookah. What? Okay, Gimon loses his head amidst the action. It'll be a wingman part at least, and Poise now makes Zeldris the only player on this side of the map. Awkward for an operator holder, and he's going to take it elsewhere. Does get caught by Thrash, but there's no chance to follow up as he had already made it through the TP.
He's out of commission. It's a 3v3.
He could take the Hookah TP, but it's risky with an op.
Oh, I'm surprised he's doing it.
Oh, he's got no idea what he's walking into. Yeah, Poise was there. Late timing through Hookah, to be fair. Wingman's going to go and check halls here. Going to run into that Gecko. 7 will be waiting for them here, and this time, yeah, much more comfortable for TSM. Looking to pave the road to a map finish here. 2 versus 2. But time is not on their side, and 7 can just wait.
Enemy remaining. That's 3.
Now, QoR going to try and get at least one of their guns out of this situation. They can buy 2 more, but otherwise it's looking a little grim.
I mean, at this point, look, your QoR, you might start looking towards map 3 to see what you can do here. This whole series has been just a battle of timing. I think Vans alluded to that too after Ascend, is that the timing for both these teams has really dictated what the push and how aggressive they are and what they look like. Annihilation's available for a Proto. Haven't seen that as an entry tool just yet, but it's very well a possibility. Seeker's available too. There's more of a gamble stack capability outside A, so using those 2 ults beginning of the round doesn't seem like an impossibility. Farming for ults here could be great for Gimon if they want to go for at least 1 to get their orbital strike. Big gather around on A main. Seekers are first, Annihilation just for him second.
Fast hit for TSM. Satcheling towards U-Haul here, as opposed to the side itself. Trailblazer goes ahead of him, but of course that Nightfall here has interrupted things a little bit. QoR had some ultimates of their own to use, and they also have a Thrash after the fact. Nerve keeps his. Plays up against the wall there as the smoke clears. And eventually that wall's going to be brought down now. A Proto, they're ready for that reflank from Zeldris. Still 2 rifles available for QoR. Must win round for them here. Must win.
Absolutely. Timing's so slow. They're waiting for some sort of call. They're waiting for the smokes to dissipate.
They last for a long time. Frustratingly long, Max. Eventually this wall does drop. You're going to get caught with U2 in their hands. Gimon. Great intuition to play close here. Orbital strike means Zip has no way in, and guess what? We're back to Save Town.
Oh, I don't want to go to Save Town.
Yeah, well, blame your mother.
Dad!
Yeah, keep your seatbelt on, kid. And stop asking me when we're going to get there.
We're already there. I want to go home.
12 rounds for TSM.
Yup. This is such a tough ordeal now for QoR. This is, like you mentioned, this is their map pick. And QoR's never been the best on this map, I would say. But 12-6 now. A timeout could come out here. It's hard to say. I mean, at this point, 6 rounds in a row. Any adjustment whatsoever, even if a string of rounds have begun from core, TSM just makes one adaptation and we go to map 3.
Couple set play opportunities here. You can obviously try and play off the seas with this orbital strike. You have Thresh available defensively. So it's going to let you probably scout an extremity that you don't otherwise want to check yourself.
Over there.
They're had to bring it through showers. Early Viper spits out now, blocking out that lane. As soon as contact's made showers, they're bringing Thrash through the shower TP.
Here. Not much you can do here now. You don't really have, you don't have a TP to dive through if you're TSM. You'd have to go through the Viper's pit to get a route over towards Hooper side. But if you are too slow and you fight for this too obviously, that means there's an orbital strike opportunity for Nerve, who's obviously not in the vicinity right now, but and it also won't be able to be used to deny a plant. Sometimes we see the orbital strike just to kill Wingman, which feels like overkill, but it's an option.
There's a lot of tools Core have at their possession now. Snarly, not opting to go for that Thrash TP setup. Fighting for their time now. Of course, the Viper has to stay within the pit. One has to guard the Viper as well, just in case there's the shower crunch. This push from Snarly here. This peek towards showers. I'm sorry, long will be everything. And Snarly falls. That's one nail in the coffin right there, Mitch.
This is going to draw Nerve back over towards the B side, though. That player peeking out of Octagon, getting caught.
30 seconds left.
Viper ball thrown up here to allow Nerve to get in and onto the side.
They're still for the orbital strike.
You're not convinced. Okay, Nerve finally. Okay, Nerve doubles back for a moment here. This might have cost him that position, though. Now he'll be spotted trying to enter the site, and yeah, he has to back up. Zeldris here, lucky they had him entrenched inside Hookah. This might derail TSM entirely. All thrown up towards elbow, but this position right here, Hookah, this is everything.
My territory.
Zeldris looking to swing off that. Okay, we have a cocooned player, but Zeldris plays ahead of it. Now should be able to release the Sip. Eventually. And yeah, Sip pops out of the cocoon and gets the job done. Sim brought down after he threatened to cause problems and stay alive in the map.
Very scary. And we talked about exactly that interaction with the Annihilation. You send out one of your teammates, the other one's forced to swing to save their teammate. Luckily, though, Zeldris was there to remove away a Proto into that round. A good way of keeping themselves in the game. But again, look how many ultimates were used. Orbital Strike, the Viper's Pit. Snarly still gets to keep Thrash into this next round. And that was a very costly one for.
I mean, they gave up long after losing the player there, right? Zeldris just saying, right, well, I need to play for some really ratty positioning here. Because Nerve was unconvinced about where that was going. All round, Core have a good comp for getting that information, right?
They do.
They have the Gecko. They have the Haunts to play off of here. Also the Prowlers. And they still don't know where TSM is going. So they do well considering they are hedging for most of that round.
Yeah, that's where the stall comes into play as well. You have the Viper's wall that should be blocking out B, making these plays from TSM so much slower. Subsidizing that on A side have to be the Brim Smokes and contact plays. Oh, very dangerous game from Ziff. Sim is 1 HP.
I can heal that up. Boys will get there.
Great info gained off of that too, knowing full well at least where one's contact is. Scouting out top B. Dial's so far back.
It does mean that the Core spot the position of the Rays pretty early in the round. And again, this is also going to be critical. Yeah, okay. So it's a trade. You don't get Thrash back, but you do confirm there's like more than one player there for TSM. So that's valuable for your defenders. Mosh Pit to slow them up a little bit more, but mostly it's been disrespected by TSM. They actually have a player into Hookah. I don't know if Snarly realizes how far in Sim has gotten. Wall's going to force him out to the side, and yep, Sim finally comes out of Hookah, descends, and they've got the wall set up now. So here's that attack side deadlock, proven to be a little bit oppressive. Decent position from Heaven to play from Sim, aware of it, not exposing himself to it, and a Proto knows there's a flank potential. It's Showers that's uncovered thus far. Nerve needs to group up with these two players in Showers and make something happen for Core to stay alive. That's a good start. Nerve catches a Proto, he's on the swing. 3 players swarming over the site, and Nerve finds yet another one. That tower position, so powerful thus far. Just a tickle there on the site. Poised able to go for one, just the one. And Core have the opportunity here. Bigimon has the backstab. Great trigger discipline. Showstopper goes awry. Zeldris loses his Nerve. 10 HP to stay in the map. Then they might be asking for too much. Dizzy obscures his vision, and 7 puts him out of his misery. We've got a tied series now as TSM snap back on their bite.
Woo! I mean, just as intense as Ascend, we're seeing a battle of wits and a battle of timing, rotations, the fundamentals between both teams to see who can get better of the two. Both teams, they had one side where they should have excelled at, and we had seen, again, attacking rounds. TSM looked really dang good.
Yeah, look, really happy with that. The way they played the map out, the compositions were excellent. A far cry from the first map. It's quite crazy to see how different the difference in confidence rather for TSM between those two maps. And it makes this Icebox decider that much more interesting. Stick around for that. We're going to discuss it a little bit more before we jump into the game. But for now, going to a break, so don't go too far. This would be our last map of the day here between TSM and, of course, this core team still searching for a series win.
a clinical defender side here, and a quick clap back from TSM to take the second map of Bind over court 13-7. And boys, welcome back to the desk. It definitely was a map where TSM looked so good on the defensive side, finally on their map pick of Bind, because back and forth we've seen, or throughout these weeks of where we've seen TSM come out to fight, they've always had very strong attacker sides with this composition because of how much pressure Deadlock could add into blocking these lanes. But they looked really good on defense off the gate.
Yeah, I think like a huge part of this for TSM on defense was funneling people into that Deadlock util, which is not always a given that you're going to get value from it in some of these rounds. They really tried to make sure that when there was a fast hit, when they were anticipating that, the sonic sensors were laid down and there was always a grav net available. I don't know if the barrier really made a huge difference, but every other part of Deadlock's kit got used there on defense, and yeah, not always easy to do. But this is the kind of map where Cake pointed out, like there's no mid, so you are pretty linear. You come from one of two directions on either side, so you can stack players to be long, set that util up, and then have a player look to follow up on it, of the players come out of hookah. So it's something that we just saw repeated quite often from TSM to great effect. I also want to point out Sim had a great game. He and Gimon really locked it down.
I mean, Sim's had a great series so far. Even on the attacking side of Ascent, it wasn't the best for TSM, but Sim looked like the most in the server player for TSM's side. And I think just in general, the amount of homework TSM had brought out going into this last map was so good about controlling core at every single level of play, forcing them to rotate one position after another, and really using everything in their kit available to make sure core was forced no matter what to play TSM's game.
I agree. I think the type of homework that you just mentioned here, Keg, is something that's huge here for TSM. I think on just simple things where, when you're trying to add so much value into a Deadlock defense into your B side, and then usually you have these lurks from a Viper on A, the TSM just decided to double back up on a high-low stack just behind the staircase, anticipating a Ziv push through U-Haul, and immediately punishes him, which allows for the Rays to rotate over and have a strong side B. I think the read that they were having on a defensive side definitely looked a lot better, where they played with less chaos, if I could put it that way, for lack of a better word.
Sure.
They had good control of, or good understanding of where to be, how to fight, and then how to play these retakes on top of that. But even most importantly, I think their stall capability with the Proto is really good here, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely. We sort of talked about how maybe Viper's role on Bind is less important, less impactful. Some teams still bringing her and others aren't. But, being able to buy just a couple of seconds of time where there's a grav net that's also, if it's thrown to interrupt a side hit, or just a wall that has to be blown up. We talked about on pistols, it's mega busted. But even outside of that, exposing yourself to sightlines because the wall is translucent, could be shot through while you're destroying it. It gives a huge advantage for the Deadlock's team to sort of play off of that there. So yeah, in lack of like a second controller, really leaning to this double initiator setup, there's still a lot of good stall potential on this TSM comp.
And we've seen value of it too when grav nets were being thrown in combination with the orbital strike as well. Something that's not new, but something that has to be well synchronized for this type of composition if you want to add value in that stall and these type of trap plays. And we saw that value once when we had core trying to jump out of that hookah towards that B side, and they got swarmed by that the amount of util that came through the stall. So that was really well done. So TSM's able to fight back, although like a first map where it went back and forth here on both attack sides, and a Thrifty that unfortunately TSM suffered a loss to. They now have a chance to fight back and win the series here in this third map. But going back to how we introduced this series, gentlemen, we talked about it where Icebox, or just a map veto in itself, should still favor core at this point. So I don't think that you should bring your hopes up too much here for TSM, Keg.
I agree, yes, but the thing about TSM on Icebox is that we don't know at all what they're gonna bring. The last time they played this map was literally 3 months ago to the day.
Yeah.
Honestly, like here's the problem. TSM's like best map became their must ban.
Yes.
So that means that your map pool is kind of effed, if I'm honest with you. Like all of a sudden, you are gonna have to play some maps that you do not prefer to play. It's one thing if like, your best map gets banned out, and okay, they've used a ban on us, no worries, but TSM have to get rid of the map that was Breeze in the past, so they don't necessarily have like a map that they 100% want to go to outside of Bind necessarily, so they're going to have to be exploratory. They did have notice about this happening, this rotation, so that's why we're curious about their Icebox. in terms of what they've been working on, you know, in the interim, have they gotten this short up? Because a lot of teams are going to ban Lotus against these guys. And a lot of teams are also, there are a lot of teams that don't like playing split. We even saw MXS like ban that very same map as well. So TSM need to have another silver bullet in their map pool. Let's hope it's Icebox.
And hopefully it's going to be Icebox, right? You go from very hot and breeze being your best map to now potentially very cold if you want to work something there, because the only, like when Keg mentioned it before, the last time that they ran this was 3 months ago in March, but the composition that they ran was not really like off. They still went double controller, but they didn't add any agents that adds verticality. So they went no duelist. They had a Killjoy and double initiator, which is KO and Sova. That means that you don't have a Gecko plant either with the orbs they could throw on the attack. So if they actually let this slip right now for Icebox, I'm hoping that we're seeing or at least a Sage in there, or at least a duelist in there, or something that adds value so that you can get verticality or plants. If not, this might be something that's going to look very scrappy. And we know on a map like Icebox, when it gets very scrappy, T-Dog and the rest of QoR could look very good, just like we witnessed a few weeks ago against TTR. That said, TSM under Chaos, not that great. We've seen moments where, you know, they're not as coordinated on how they want to like double swing on these hectic moments. So I'm hoping that there's going to be a good game plan at least to start, so that they have that cushion to start with Kick.
It's tough, right? Because when I think of QoR, I do think about them getting into Icebox, winning that map, getting in from open quals all the way in the challengers, right?
Yeah.
This has been a great map for the team, but we don't know what's going to be brought out from TSM. There's no reality where they don't bring a duelist here. They absolutely have to.
Well, we're going to find out right now, because the agents are now ready. So we'll pass it back to you guys to close the series between QoR and TSM.
A lot of questions about this Icebox for QoR. Their last outing, they only won one attacking round against an M80 team that is already looking a little green around the gills, it's safe to say. And we actually have that zero verticality comp here for TSM. Sim is going to be on that Reyna, whereas unsurprisingly, it is going to be Zeldris' Jet.
I'll go back and look in a second, but I'm pretty sure TSM's comp is just the EG's Deadlock comp without Deadlock. They have the Reyna available. They have the Killjoy, which would take the place of the of the Deadlock, right? So they want to play a little bit more for information stall-based plays, but they still want to have Sim, who has just been electric this series, to pop off as that Reyna. So my expectation for this attack, very little lurking coming out from the team, although they have a big option to, and they're probably going to be all grouped up together and just take these executions somewhere to bind where they all play together.
This is a comp that both in Americas, both Leviathan and Crew experimented with, albeit in double controller shells. So TSM using the double, are using the Gecko here in this kind of setup, but we've seen teams play the Reyna alongside like the Harbor Viper comps. So a little bit different here. Obviously, the Omen does give you some degree of verticality that Jet otherwise would have offered you. But so much about this says we're happy when we defend to fight on sites. And on offense, we are going to really get up in your face. The issue is, of course, is that TSM will be susceptible to retakes on A because they can't get up onto rafters easily without using a TP. Like, Reyna cannot fight up there typically.
I will say, though, the double flash from both Reyna and Gecko is severely underrated. We saw that so much in the early days of challengers and open quals and find so much impact in group fights. Kind of like this.
Sim at the fort. I'm going to be checking this corner. No, of course. It's been around far too long. We're going to be able to cover up some of that damage taken there. Lear available, of course, would get Sim forward. He just finds Snarly through the smoke, and QoR getting a little exposed here, trying to play so far forward. Wingman here will do his duty, and that molly goes a little too deep.
Yeah. We're left alive now for these defenders, really playing off the timing of Ziff to make their way through mid. That Viper wall, it's going to be everything, though. Still one Lear available from Sim. Just using it off of contact, all the stall, making this pressure time so much more difficult for QoR.
Here's that Lear. Finally gets fired off. Nerf spotted there at the back of the site. A Viper wall will be problematic for QoR to contend with, although it is harder to keep up consistently now. Sim swung into a little bit of a light up there from the recon, but hey, no harm done. 3 players up for TSM here as the pistol is snatched away.
Yeah, very solid start from TSM. Textbook example of what you want to bring when it comes to a relatively aggressive comp with the Gecko and Reyna. However, though, QoR, they've been a team that's been much quicker on adjustments, especially on their defensive side so far this series. I'm curious to see what they have in store for what they can expect now on, say, A site if we see a similar push from TSM. But TSM, it looks like their timing is going to be very different this time around. They're opting to play more towards B once again, despite now Ziv having a much more aggressive presence with that turret. But this wall will be a really good opportunity for them to scale up just a little past that orb to bypass away from that turret.
Can they obscure themselves from the turret? They have to obviously move on to the far side of this container. They just take the turret out here. So very, very standard Viper wall. And an early push up for orb control for QoR on the B side. Snarly able to take that. And slowly we go. Here comes that wall. Sim here is the question is like, is he going to try and leer through this wall? Okay, so non-standard plant position there as well for the wingman. 7 able to find 2 though with a stinger. Gimond as well. Wants to surge into the back of the site here. TSM just throw down. They got better weapons here. They got a lot of space to work with. And it's all up to Snarly.
Yeah, at this point, Snarly just looking for exits. Anything to farm out Thrash as soon as humanly possible. Did like the stack up there from QoR despite the lesser weaponry. Tried to reflood, deathball their way back in directly on top of the spike. Did not work out well. TSM themselves, they over-aggressed. They knew they had the better weaponry. There it is. Second round now for TSM's favor. And both these teams have done their homework for their own map picks. They found ways to bypass and maneuver themselves around each individual sites, right? But again, TSM have not played this map in 3 months. What they have in store is going to be a complete unknown to us casters. And so if you're QoR right now, you're really relying on probably recent scrims to see what TSM have in store.
Yeah, I think TSM have really shown us anything overly special, right? They're leaning pretty heavily on like, the double flash that they have set up. Technically got a paranoia there as well. And it's just these like early pops here for QoR over on the A side. This time it's going to meet some resistance, but TSM are in no position to deny an orb take here from the defenders. So that's Snarly with 3 now. And again, that one way, to some degree circumvented by the Omen smoke that a Proto put down in the way, is cancelled out essentially. And Sim gets to just raw pick that one. Nerve sees all that he has to. Going to head down over towards the middle part of the map. And once more, TSM can move up behind this wall.
This is good though. Safety wall in play. They extend beyond that with their flashes. A plethora of that too for TSM side. Good anti-flank too.
Well, they can also play past that Viper wall because they have an Omen smoke there to get smoke. Poised here. See T-Dog come. So there's like multiple layers of like, you know, offensive smokes here to make use of. They're just kind of losing out in the middle part of the map. TSM.
We saw this a lot last week too, where defending teams, they'll take mid control, use that for the macro rotates, tell the team, hey, it's safe, you should be able to rotate. T-Dog Gong, he can micro the team a lot better here. The Proto falls. Really good statement for QoR to keep themselves competitive in this final map of the day.
Yeah, acceptable bonus. Acceptable bonus. I think TSM like can take 2 guns off of QoR. It's about where you want to be. Maybe you ideally want 3 there, but you know, such as this map that you can get so far up on that B side here, you can get a post plant scenario. So even when you don't have a lot of weaponry, even if you want to just do some damage, you can. And TSM are going to buy straight back into this with that Thrash already up. It's round 4, folks, and 7 is ready to rumble.
Yeah, and you mentioned before that A orb has been given for QoR to free just about every round now. They can try to continue cycling here. Maybe a minor conditioning factor from TSM's side that they may be able to swing and catch somebody out guard on top belt, but QoR, I'm sure they are ready for it, especially with Zeldris pushing up very aggressively.
Okay, him drop down. I don't know how Sim sees that first. That is pretty absurd. Okay, Snarly's down. He was looking for his 6th ult orb there. And he got the orb the last 3 rounds in a row. So TSM ready to punish that little play from QoR. And now they're just, wow, really rubbing it in that they already have the Thrash up, huh? That's brutal. But they cleared bottom side here. Sim can't get to rafters by conventional methods. Has to sort of, you know, strafe jump over there. But TSM are going to get this post plant. And they have a Rainer stat with Empress available. It's going to be tough to break.
And we mentioned on the desk too, the verticality of taking A site will be a lot more difficult without a jet or a raise. You do have the Omen, you do have the rope to allow someone like Sim to take this upper level control a lot easier. So it takes more time. Slightly few more steps for someone like QoR to make that retake a bit more viable.
You just have no Raptors control. You don't need it necessarily, but you just have to play accordingly. Maybe they would have wished they had it now because they just got absolutely smoked on this retake. 7 has to try and salvage. That was almost a grotesque spray transfer. Zeldris and Ziv both go quite low. Beautiful stuff for QoR. not easy to make a retake like that happen.
Great timing too. Off a nerve with this gigantic retake. Yeah, and they're already go bring out the red pings. Like, hey, okay, we gotta watch for mid now. A lot more movement's been made by QoR, a team that wasn't willing as much in the last 2 maps to go for these big, grandiose flanks. Looks like we do have a bit of a pause here.
That's fun. We'll take pause.
Yeah, hey, we can podcast it up. I mean, look, so far now, Sim, recent changes to Reyna, Empress now active, no longer a 30-second timer to wait it out. That means Sim can find a lot more value and bring out these ults a lot quicker than we traditionally see with Reyna, although we don't see her a lot in pro play, with her being brought out here.
Yeah, like I was saying before, we've seen both Kesnet and Aspas in recent memory try and make use of her on this map. I also think Sad or Winthrop used to play Reyna on this map. I mean, to be fair, Moobs played Reyna on Breeze at one point, so you know they'll do whatever. But
yeah, I mean, we could look as far back. I think like even Asuna, like year 1 of this game was bringing out Reyna, but it's just that the verticality and the amount of space you can create attacking wise on this map just shows that hey, you know, there's better options than bringing out Reyna, at least historically. But that's the benefit of bringing out Gecko, right? You unlock so much by having 2 sets of flashes now that technically aren't like traditional flashes. They're near sights and plasma blinds, right? But it allows your team to quickly run ahead of those flashes rather than being accidentally covered by them too and take full control in place of a jet.
We're going to play a disconnect, folks. So that's what we're waiting on for them to return to the server. The story so far has been a pretty close game. TSM obviously take their pistol away. And what we just witnessed was a full retake here. TSM with 5 players up, getting absolutely smoked. I think they take 4 casualties before they can actually fire back and get a trade. So, you know, again, with the comp that QoR know that is going to sit and sort of fight on the site, on the lower ground, you know, obviously with that Reyna not being able to climb up on the rafters, which is something, but if you want to see someone abuse that immensely, it's something QCK used to do a lot for Loud. Like he would just jump between the generator and the rafters there and just go back and forth constantly, cloud burst one way, the door, just making it impossible to get back in. TSM don't have a way to really block access through rafters at all. So they do need to deal with that and boilers simultaneously, which in a retake situation like we just saw can be difficult.
I mean, yeah, having Raptors controls can be tough here, but given their post-plant utility for their attack, they have so much they can dump by giving a little bit of space away to QoR. As long as they can protect that spike and, you know, dump Mosh, you have the nano swarms on top, it's a very tight win condition, but it's one that a lot of teams have grown accustomed to for the attack.
Absolutely. We've seen that quite often. And again, like a lot of the time, that's what the double controller comps have to contend with here. Like the Harbor Viper setups would sort of get the site, they get a post plan. And then if they're playing into like flash initiators, they know like there's going to be a pretty heavy retake. It's going to get, you know, complex the fighting, especially if it's like a Gecko based composition that they would have to deal with, especially KO in the mix. Some teams going without a duelist in order to have double controller, double initiator, like your M80s of the world. But here we go. It's 2 apiece here. We are back with TSM on the attacking side.
Well, speaking of M82, QoR have done their homework since they last lost this map just under a week ago to M80. They only got 1 attacking round in their favor here. They won 7 defense rounds. Should be a much better side for them. Good for Zeldris. That's huge. A double opening pick. Those 2 flashes are completely gone.
Finding the Reyna so early and getting rid of the Gecko is big. It also means there's an opportunity for Seven to keep those orbs coming in. Speaking of which, Snarly has that Thrash available, but just no point spinning him around like this. Zip is exploiting the curve of that Omen smoke. 3 comfortable kills on this anti-eco look from TSM. They did actually bring a proper rifle in here, so where's their economy at? It's enough to full buy here. That's fine. Another lockdown to start to become a thing worth discussing.
Timeout now from TSM. Really have to divide and conquer out how they want to play this early round. It's been the most difficult part for them. Zeldris not having to worry about, at least just, like an operator's presence, is able to take so much free space inside mid and catch people off guard, even without himself having the op. But honestly speaking, pretty soon, last week, Zeldris having a struggling time to go up against Koala Noob's operator. Don't have to worry about that this time around.
Yeah, again, we probably won't see too many of those brought into the game. Also worth pointing out that, you know, there isn't like an easy, a super easy way of dealing with lockdowns on the side of TSM.
That's true.
You know, not a lot of that sort of indirect damage. You can bank a molly. you know, the Mosh Pit or the Snakebite case, but you don't have like Hunter's Fury or Paint Shells or anything like that to deal with it. So they're, you know, I say they're relevant now because that's just come up, I think, for Ziff, and I think Poised is 1 or 2 orbs away from that. So when we're talking retakes for core, as they're often electing to play, at least they did on that A site, it's going to be non-negligible of a factor to consider.
Yeah, I mean, bouncing off of that too, Nerve having one off Viper's Pit, a lot of rotates are going to be happening from TSM's side as soon as those ults start to come through. If you're TSM, one big win condition you could have is trying to bait out those ults early, make core panic. They haven't panicked the whole other ults this series, except for maybe some Hunter's Furies. It's not going to be online just yet for T-Dog, it's already been used up last round. But this default's good. They're able to have a presence on both lanes now with that Reyna and Gecko. Nothing found just yet, or are more willing to give up B site than they are A. They've had close retakes before. Nerve is one off again from getting that ult.
The Viper Wall basically forces you into the retake. This is very effective at covering everything unless you are harebrained enough to swing it. Here's the Empress. They'll just says, you know what? I'm good. I am good. I'm waiting for the retake here. Dizzy there. For 7 makes a bit more space. Ping in the smoke here. Wants to double swing out of it towards Snowman. There is a double stack of plays here for Core right at the back of the map though. And Sim gets caught out. Inside Empress, no less. That was Ziff there through mid, late reflank. We are going to have simultaneous lockdowns here. And Gimond and 7. They win out there as they push over towards Snowman. Core absolutely falling apart at the seams here. No one, actually it might be, no one yet caught inside those lockdowns. Okay, they go for nothing. Now Ziff and T-Dog have got to put it together. 7, 8's ahead of the Molly. Takes a little bit of damage, but T-Dog has no chance to defuse. They're out of here. Core have to give this round up.
At TSM, they're finding so much value taking early space against B site. Even that distraction factor, keeping defenders on A for the double push, has been so strong, delaying these rotates from Core. That delay allows players like Sim and the Gecko to push beyond the site itself into that small crevice between kitchen and ropes. And that has been their protocol. Take site control, get past the wall, flash into it, make sure you have this very big stranglehold for anyone rotating either in from kitchen, Snowman, or even mid. That is one area that Core should not be willing to give up anymore. Every time TSM have gotten there, it's been a definitive win. Sure, it's been a little close, but a win nonetheless.
Yeah, sure. I mean, again, like, it's 2 layers. Like I said, the Viper Ball is there, and then there's an Omen Smoke at Snowman. The problem is you can't see the mid-reef flank as attackers. When the Viper Ball comes down, you can get shot by, like, their KJ or something like that.
Yeah.
That's happened, like, a couple of times. But in general, like, you either play forward like you are this round with Zeldris at yellow, or you just play for retake and hope that you can sort of outdo your opponents, even against that Reyna Leah, which midway through a retake can just ruin you.
But Mitch, look at this. T-Dog brought out the Owl Drone, did not spot a Proto, waiting for the anti-lurk outside tunnel.
But that's just how busted that turret spot is at Boiler. It's so good. A Proto has a great spot there, but, you know, gets lit by the turret, has to get out, then gets spotted by the recon. So, inanimate objects kind of winning out in that battle. And here comes Aaliyah onto the site, just straight through the Viper Wall. Again, you can't do anything about this, you know, Rafters presence, so the Soup player's already set up there. Sim is very active.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wings.
That's right. Now again, we talked about how this could be a struggle for TSM in the post plant, not having that Raptors control. A lot of post plant utility though in the favor of TSM delaying the spike plant defuse.
Sim having to reposition there with the dismiss. Gimon is going to have a great timing here. It's astonishing. They're not ready for it at all. And now Zeldris with the operators about to give that one up. It's a burn offering to whatever god is chastising Core. Having lost 2 rounds in a row. Clean hit and post plant from TSM.
Yeah, clean rounds off of the hands of that timeout TSM had brought in. Timing looking a lot more better. Big plan in mind about how they want to execute around from the very beginning. The spacing has been looking good. How they want to divide out these rounds, especially the mid presence, has been so good. Hasn't been a lot of work necessarily from TSM's side. They're usually in squads of 2 or 3. And they split push and converge together for these plants. And Poison Orb's out now from mid. Great lineup. Normally we see that outside A main. Good proactive plays though from Core. Oh, but the instant trade.
Yeah, no gun recovery either. I think Ziff was hoping for a little bit more. Maybe just expecting it to be a loose end Jet player. Or rather a Reyna. TSM now showing a an inclination here to end B. They have the Killjoy U2 ready for the flank. Eventually, that's going to have to be picked up by Poised. Yeah, now it's removed. They're committed. They are ending B. Viper Wall comes up here. Plant already down, care of Wingman. And now we take these post-plant setups. But they have not scaled into Snowman at all. T-Dog will be able to make his way up here. But there are so many angles he needs to account for. And alone, it's just not feasible.
Yeah, the buys are not looking great for Snarly and Co. either. Losing the one Vandal invested into that round. It's dire straits right now for QoR on this defense. This was their better side going up against M80. TSM surely have watched into this to see how they generally play, especially these retakes on B site. They're really calling QoR's bluff the majority of these rounds. They take these opening fights regardless where QoR is placed, and they still take that site control. They're not willing to back up and give any chance for QoR to take back space. They're taking fights directly to them.
They've also conditioned QoR not to expect early action on A. QoR constantly, like, you know, sending Zeldris across the zip, trying to make sure they get ult orbs in Snarly's hands, and TSM are just not opting into that. They're not engaging those early fights. Proto on top of 2 here. Zeldris,
oh no.
I mean, to call this audacious would be an understatement, but he's going to miss all of this action. Okay, here's something at the very least. Now they realize just how far up mid they are. Zeldris has the opportunity here. Yeah, the advantage of surprise. Snarly here waiting out by Boiler.
One enemy
TSM
remaining.
got past them though and can wrap around towards the rafter side. But they eventually get brought down as help comes in from Kitchen.
I mean, this is such tough timing for the mid push here from QoR's end. That one owl drone from T-Dog has to be everything. We saw a Proto a few rounds before play that same exact upper tunnel angle, waiting for someone to push out, and had his timing just waited like an extra second or so, he either would have been spotted out by that owl drone, or he would have taken down Zeldris, and could have been a very different round for the attacking team. But as you mentioned, that conditioning, don't expect anything too fast from A side early round. Zeldris still remains with the operator though. This could be a good start here. As long as though, I'm gonna say if there's no early flash, it's not gonna stop Zeldris though. This opening pick could be everything. Not a lot of space creation from TSM's end. Taking an opening pick down against either Seven or Sim would be huge to delay flashes for the post-tank plan.
How much is the Aldrome going to tell you here?
Not
yeah, very
much.
little.
I have a feeling T-Dog's going to go for Hunter's Fury here. It's too slow and there's no contact B, let alone mid.
Okay. Zeldris can't even really inflict any damage there. Plant was interrupted at the very least though, so there's that Hunter's Fury. Viper's been here thrown in the screen's direction. Smoke also covering rafters here, and it's the only viable point of entry. Zeldris missed an opportunity to clip Sim there, but the window was far too small. And now we wait. We sit and stew inside the Viper's pit. It's TSM. You can see the attempts here to scout it out. He has no idea where TSM is set up on this side. Dismiss allows Sim to continue to reposition. Use both charges on the dismisses, and there it is. Looks like for a moment, Nerve was stuck inside some kind of primordial jelly. Yeah. Sim is alive still. TSM can spray down. It's going to be Seven finding Nerve. And Zeldris is going to try and salvage this weapon. Just gets away.
If Sim had one more bullet before he had to reload, this would have been a lost operator for Zeldris. Yeah, the chase through. Sim's going to get revenge. Oh, maybe not. But even then, Viper's Pit played so perfectly, delaying out any screen's push made it very awkward for Zeldris to find impact with that op in the late round. Was still good to find one, sure, but as long as you can deny the effectiveness of this long-range weapon, it's going to make, things a lot more difficult for QoR.
Yeah, money's bad. Money's very bad here for QoR. And
that too.
I think they need to figure out how they're going to work around the ultimates they've been able to generate. T-Dog obviously used the Hunter's Fury before the Viper's Pit came down, or about the same time.
Before. He played. He tried to do anti-entry with it.
Holding it a couple seconds later. It could have been a very different story there. Again, I think it interrupted the wingman plant, so you can see what the idea was there, but then the Viper's Pit was in their way. There was an Omen smoke over towards Heaven. TSM really had it covered up. And then Sim's able to just play from 410. He just transitions between those high ground buildings. Crow's Nest 410, he just dismisses in between them with each kill. And now he has Empress in this next round, so that playstyle is even scarier because you don't know when the heck she's going to pop up.
Wait a minute. Is this QoR's second timeout?
That will be actually
not a good sign.
10 rounds in, it's definitely on the early side.
No, not even. Having 2 timeouts on the same half? You never see teams win after that. That's scary.
Here.
And it's not as if they're trying to orchestrate like around with a lot of ultimates here either. They're going, they must be looking for something a little set. Okay, so
Yeah.
fair enough.
Trying to
Smoke to the
funnel-
top of 410.
Trying to funnel TSM back over to B side. They're expecting this to be a big B given the lack of ults.
Empress pops.
Oh yeah!
Monster
Monster
on
on the loose!
So this can be scouted out to some degree. Yeah, no one's planting the ground. It's all high ground. They'll just able to take a shot there from screens. It's good. We also have a detain on the side though. It's Zeldris caught out. And they know where he is. Gimon's able to push into him. There is a Dizzy to follow it up though. And Nurse doing a lot of work here through that Viper's pit, but it's going to come down now. Damage is already done though. QoR finds such an important round. And yeah, we'll have to ask ourselves the question whether it was worth a timeout for. 5 defensive rounds to work with now, heading into the last of the half, and at least a little bit to work with weaponry-wise.
I mean, look, the coaches and T-Dog had to have things bound together if they want to use 2 in 1 half. Their attacking side has been traditionally weaker on Icebox than their defense, and they won't be able to talk to their coach anymore if that's the case. They'll have to be on their own. And look at this now. Ultimate's not really available now from TSM. You would think, again, you would stack up utility for QoR's end on B, knowing full well that traditionally, without those ults, this is where TSM like to go. Though it just has that anti-rotate. I like this play.
Scatter.
Info found back yellow.
All right, good opener here for Sim. And they're going to move ahead of... Okay. Yep, just a nice little headshot straight through the wall there. Sim does very, very well to take QoR down to 3 players. They do have Zeldris to work with, the operator in hand. A late reflank potential, but look at this spot from Poised. Sim's ready for it at the very least here, but that puts pressure on the defenders now. They can't reliably use this flanking route in a retake scenario. But Sim just doesn't miss. That's 3 in the round.
All 1v1s. No trades.
Well, that's good for Reina, isn't it?
One enemy remaining.
Oh, excuse me! Not legal! Straight to jail! Zeldris good for 2, but man, Homie's gonna run out of knives at this rate. The TSM are waiting for him as he rounds the corner at yellow. 7 rounds on the attacking side for TSM. Highly respectable total.
Absolutely. Look, for TSM again, we haven't seen them play too much. We weren't sure what to expect going into this matchup. Looking fantastic on this attack. And now, on the defense, Sim is not bound to any utility. Sim can effectively play wherever they want, similar to a Jet. They don't have that verticality. But Sim's rifling has been on point this entire series. They could just go and mow people down anywhere they want start of round. That is a scary prospect of your core.
All right, his pistol
This is
will really
everything.
give us a chance to, see which way the wind's blowing, I think. QoR obviously failing to win the pistol at the start of this round. Still had a really good, after that first buy, had a nice little 3 rounds that they were able to string together. But Sim's definitely starting to run roughshod over them here. And on defense, he can do that even more so because he's already entrenched on that A site and just plays off a Lear timing.
Poison's
No
off.
info for backside. Recon bolt used
Toxins going up.
on B main, not even back yellow. Possible lurk here off of Nerve could be beneficial towards the end, but this is such a slow approach for a pistol.
Selling the B hit, but it doesn't work because a Proto is positioned in front of the Viper wall keg.
Yeah.
They know it's a fake.
This flash timing is everything too. Audio heard. Matter now of someone grabbing that orb and the Dizzy emerges.
The model of Gecko just waiting to send Dizzy here is crazy. All right. But it's interesting to take the fight here because Sim actually can't be involved whatsoever. He's waiting for someone to push up. They don't. Still, Gimon able to win it out there, find those 2 kills after there was a trade.
Toxins going up.
So A-Site 1 for the defenders.
Yeah, I mean, already a distinct body advantage here. No real flashes for the post plan. Very little utility at that. Single mana swarm to hold the spike. 2 shock bolts, sure. You can just throw bodies at core at this point, realistically.
Yep. Your Reina is full health and has Devour and Dismiss. So just run it down. Have an eye. You have the paranoia here.
That's 1. That's 2 util.
All right, take the fight yellow. Sim wins it out. Able to heal up. That's
Enemy
huge.
remaining.
Full channel of that Devour. And that's just T-Dog with a shock dart. It's not to be. TSM now find their 8th round. And again, just continue that momentum. Picking up where they left off in the first half. And that's pretty tough for QoR. They're going to be staring down a potential 5 to 10 scoreline.
You're absolutely right. Now the buy snowballing against them potentially will be devastating. We've seen them force buy before. I don't think that's necessarily the answer here, but Zeldris is going to maintain that Marshall. Yeah, you have to find maximum impact with it. You won't be able to dash in with your team. This should be a round for QoR now to play for picks. 3 sheriffs to work with now. Defaulting out, waiting for the overextension of TSM. I mean, you're really just looking to hunt down Sim. You don't know that he has a Vandal just yet, but you can take an educated guess.
All right, Zeldris.
Here.
Knows that no one is pushed too far forward, not towards 410 or pipes because of that recon. Sim is not going to be drawn out of position so easily. Decent sell, though. TSM look like they're chomping at the bit to take a fight over a day, but there'll be no contact. Everybody looks like they're going for a high-pace hit onto this side. Again, a Proto wants to play ahead of this Viper wall. They showed us that in the last couple of rounds. Might be a high-low swing, though. That'll be tough to deal with. He doesn't have a chance to make use of this Outlaw yet.
Yeah. Viper toxic,
smoked him off.
It could be so much harder to uplift that wall again. A Proto. Look at the shields coming out from QoR. These are potential one-shots across the board with an Outlaw.
There's so much stall, Keg. I mean, that smoke thrown by a Proto stops QoR in their tracks. And then there's Killjoy util on the plant location. It's getting cleared now. So the Viper wall does get renewed. And there's no plant. It's interrupted once more. And Proto finally finds one. Patience pays dividends. And that swing there from Zeldris gives the game away. QoR now running with 2 players. And Snarly apparently not getting blinded out there by Dizzy. I'm not sure how. There's so much stall there for TSM with their double controller setup. It makes it really hard to just hit that side with nothing but a Viper wall.
Hey, look, double controller, nearly double the rounds now TSM have. And remember, QoR, the timeouts aren't really available for them this half. They're all by themselves here. Have to figure it out on their own.
I mean, I don't know how much of a timeout you need to say, like, hey, guys, we need to win this bonus round. We need to beat them on their bonus, rather. They have an Outlaw. Let's buy armor.
Yeah,
There's 4 half armors.
Look, Mitch, this is the most important round in this series. If QoR can't convert this very distinct overbuy compared to TSM, this series is over for them.
Sim's gone for a variation in positioning here, though. And Aldron does not catch it. He got that for free. And the leader follow up. He could have dismissed away if he had to. A Proto also has that long line here with the Outlaw. Bam. Good for one. Zip down. Gimon is going to be silenced here, and there's still more pressure coming from this direction. I don't think, a Proto doesn't see that high angle, so the Outlaw eventually knocked loose. But on this bonus, you've taken 3 guns away already. Snarly able to get a Vandal at the very least here, but TSM are happy with this. They have done significant economic damage. There's no Viper to bring this wall back up, by the way, so a swing by Poised from Snowman could be good for at least 1.
Spike planted. 1 enemy remaining.
1v1.
And a gun to pick up here too, unless Snarly can get in position to stop it.
Turret.
All right. QoR get fortunate there, at least keeping 1 gun into the next round, but it's far from a sure thing, and they're far from stabilized.
No. Even then, the economics now for QoR not looking good. That still might be a nail in the coffin for them. They don't lose the round, sure, but keeping 1 Vandal away, they did get the spike down, which is good. More money in their pockets. Light shields across the board, though. And with how hairy that early first 30 seconds was of going up against Sim was, I don't have the most confidence in these light shield plays.
Yeah, feels risky. QoR definitely just buying the most powerful weapons they can and hoping they can make it work. Alt watch here. Getting close to Viper's Pit for Gimond, who's had a pretty busy start to this half. Snarly 1 orb away from a Thrash.
No fuel.
Snarly could get close. May not even need that orb. The plant itself could be enough. But getting to that site might be very difficult. Gimond 2 off Viper's Pit. A litany of KJ utility all over the place. It's a great read about where they think QoR might attack into next.
For all intents and purposes, confirmed here by Poised, who sees the Aldrone. Gimond here with some stall utility. Locked and loaded.
Toxin screen down.
That wall's about to drop and will be replaced by a Omen smoke. There's the second wave of Dizzy. He sees nothing either. Zeldris has managed to get across here. Mindful, KJ util alarm bot goes off here. He can gain Rafters control, but not necessary at this time. Can play around the Viper wall at 410. TSM, they look to flood in here. They say, you don't take Rafters, we'll do it ourselves. And now they're here with the defuse. There has to be a swing on this. Wingman is doing so much work, generating a heck of a lot of pressure. They get it to half already. And now they're in a 2 versus 2. They've got more health. They've got a smoke even for a Proto. Another 1 versus 1. Poised v Zeldris. Making all the noise and Poised. Get out of here.
Unbelievable. Starly, though, for better or worse, does have Thrash available into this next round. We can see another faster A plant again. Good lord, these gunfights, the positioning from TSM has just been on point. QoR find themselves tunnel vigiling so much to the backside control, looking to play off of each other, but the trades have not necessarily been there. 6 to 10, a save. Zeldris may be able to invest just a teeny tiny bit for the team, but no, 1,300 credits left. Full shields, Bladestorm, the best they can do. And they have to go for A again. Closed and condensed. B-side's no place for pistols.
TSM are about to hit a critical mass of ultimates too.
I know.
If they can just eco farm this round, they'll have all of them. Every one of them.
Oh, geez.
And that would mean them and they'd be 2 rounds away from victory as well. Okay, I mean, QoR, the deck is stacked against them.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Here it is, Thrash. Zeldris follow it up here. Tailwind, a little bit of a hole in that wall. It's going to be a trade. T-Dog goes down as he tries to push onto the side itself. Zeldris will have to be satisfied with just the 1-for-1. Unclear if he spots Sim, who now is under the effective Empress. A fearsome foe to challenge now. And we'll see TSM start to converge here. 1 player through Boiler. Might be an overload again here through Rafters. Once more as QoR have elected not to try and take that position up. Oh, Sim doesn't care. He runs headlong into Starly. Just has a numerical advantage with his Empress active. And still has the use of all those abilities. Finding Nerf here would be, yeah, that would have to be the death knell. Able to reposition, Zeldris chases, but it's all Reyna all the time. Always was. As if there's nowhere to go. The defuse complete. TSM get yet another round. And now Poised has a lockdown into the next 2.
The litany of ultimates. Look, if you're QoR, your best fleeting hope was that maybe they'd overuse their ults in the retake here, but no. TSM, the confidence is fully high. The Empress was enough. Secure the 4K. Very little tradability. Even though against Arena, it's very difficult to have happen anyways with the invisibility and the dismiss. A timeout from QoR. So it wasn't their second one. Okay. I see. That's good. That's really, really good for the team now. They have an extra chance to talk to their coach now and say, okay, what do we do to keep this series alive? That's going to be so difficult. 6 to 11. The buys shaky at best now. They just came off of a save and it wasn't looking good. And as you mentioned, Mitch, a litany of ults now, TSM have in their favor. Gonna be tough. You go A site, you may have a better chance in the 1-to-1 fights, but then you have to worry about all the ults that can squash you down. Whereas the B takes have been a little bit more shaky. There may be an opportunity to get away from those ults much quicker.
We'll really have to put this together. So far, not so bad, right? They're using their Viper Wall in a very standard fashion to gain purchase on that side. They even chase their Thrash in, right? Zeldris goes ahead of it, able to find at least 1 kill. But T-Dog elsewhere, like off screen, has also pushed into Crow's Nest, I think, and lost out. So the defenders already get themselves a trade of sorts. And maybe it's like not enough like pre-plant util to guarantee that position. T-Dog maybe just playing aggressively for a stronger position. Either way, now they have to do it against a pretty overwhelming ultimate advantage where the defenders have a Thrash to play off of, plus a lockdown.
And T-Dog's gonna be very careful too. He's the IGL. You don't necessarily want to go down immediately. Could be able to help control your team a little bit more once you do fall. Could be explaining the aggression, but even then, you really don't want to expend any bodies when you're down 6 to 11 this series.
Back to me.
Snarly able to refresh that utility here. TSM have made the correct decision. Congregating here around the B site. We may see initially Sim play ahead of this Viper Wall. And a stalling smoke deployed now by a Proto.
Great audio.
Thrash going in. Chase the Thrash in. Sees very little. Oh, he doesn't see on top of yellow. Sim doesn't realize it. Just see the boot of Zeldris there at the top of his vision. The blunt object now for TSM. Off the table. 4 players here.
You should
QoR
run.
cut noise.
Proto can reposition off of his ult. Go for the flank potentially.
There's no way. They're staying here. 100%.
30 seconds left.
They got the Reyna down. More of that stalling util deployed though by the defenders. They play outside. They respect the lockdown. And they aren't able to interrupt the plant. Decent timing on this, Max.
Yeah, this is really good. Now keep an eye on Nerve. Nerve can unlock this whole round with his anti-flank.
G-Dog moves up here. Lockdown gets destroyed. He's able to spray it down. Nerve with a late reflank. You called it. And QoR secure themselves such a crucial round, just as TSM looked like they were poised to send them packing.
Just, you know, from the front.
Yeah, I mean, look, all those ults used. You couldn't ask for a better round from QoR's end. Come on now. Viper's Pit potentially available. On a save like this, it's hard to say. Depends if TSM really want to close this out or not. They're still playing with fire themselves. They're not out of the woods just yet. It was looking dominant before, but now a 4-point differential is not the most amount you could ask for. They have to start playing much more carefully now. Sim needs to value their life so much more. But it's also a save round. They could do it after this.
Yeah, again, a lot of these rounds have been close. TSM down to like 1 or 2 players. So their economy slowly has been getting downsized. Sim will take the kill and be happy with it. Swings again. Why not? Go for it. Gimon is going to be there. A drifting? Surely not. Not at this point of the game. You cannot afford it if you're QoR. The Proto has to back away now. Has a stalling smoke. Going to deploy it straight away. And to step inside it. Zeldris, though, is ready for it this time around. It will be poised. 2 guns taken away from the attackers here. Just as QoR really wanted to get themselves settled, but Ziff and Nerve have a decent bit of money to work with already. Okay, QoR put 2 rounds together. The climb begins.
Now, TSM again. That gap is closing. They have to worry about their money now. Again, I'm eyeing that Viper's Pit. I'm expecting it to come out this round. Where? That's a great question to ask. Proto now, operator in their own play. Zeldris was finding so much struggle last time they played Icebox in M80. Again, they were going up against Koala Noob, who debatably the best operator player inside Challengers. A Proto, though, pretty remarkable in their own right. May not be able to shut down Zeldris nearly as much.
Nothing spotted there through mid for a Proto. Sim's pushed up so far.
Oh, Sim.
And that opportunity goes begging, but look at this. God, he doesn't give up. He's relentless.
Sim is taking years off of my life.
He could catch a time. He just somehow knows. He knows, man. It's such an odd play to make, but he knows that there's no map control for the attackers there. That's at multiple rounds in a row. Sim's been shut down, trying to just go for that little inch more.
That's what else can you do as the Reyna, right? Like you're so ingrained in wanting to push and push and push and take in as much as you can. But you're right, Sim is getting overly greedy now, setting themselves up for now TSM being 4-5, with the round barely starting. There's still a minute left.
Viper's beat up for Gimon. Same for Nerve here. So QoR can secure a safer post-plant scenario. The risk is getting up there with Wingman to make use of that ultimate.
Here.
They're waiting, of course, for their fuel to regenerate. Or also have a player to answer a reflank from mid. Or to put one together of their own. Poison Orb here has to be respected. So much stall from this double controller composition. And 7 Seasons Snarly dive into the fog. Meet him with a headshot. No spike down. 16 seconds left on the round. This has to happen here. And it's just 7. Eventually snuffed out. Zeldris finds 4 in the round. And QoR, life in them still. They are putting these rounds together.
Scary, scary endeavor now. Now TSM, they have 1 timeout available. If they use that, though, QoR get the chance to talk it. Oh, no. Reinforce exactly what they've been doing. Big condition. You mentioned it yourself, Sim. Overextending early rounds. Something that needs to be corrected. B-site, though. Very difficult for TSM to maintain.
How many kills around has Zeldris had this half? It's something disgusting. Oh, man. It's 27 and 13. We thought Sim was running away with it. Yeah.
Already has 10 more kills than they did the last time when they faced M80 on this map. This is a complete turnaround for the player.
Yeah, they've looked really, really good. I mean, 4K in that previous round. Bailing out QoR. In a number of these last few rounds where TSM had looked, excuse the pun, poised to take the map away like 13-6.
Wow.
Yeah. Probably
Okay,
a better
I'll let
word
you
for
have
it.
that one.
It's not shoehorned, you know. It's probably not a better word than that.
I feel like shoehorn would
Positioned,
work.
Poise. I feel like poise is the best word for that
Yeah.
assignment.
Setup.
Hardly feels like it's intentional, really. It's only because I call it out.
It's okay. I liked it. Keg seal of approval. Oh, what is this from TSM now? A stack up towards A, expecting a big difference from QoR this time around, and maybe right. Oh, QoR, they nearly walked away from this gamble, start of round to go back to B. But they want to change it up themselves, expecting a stack up on B side from TSM's defense.
Awkward buy here, though. I will point out the strongest gun for TSM is on this side. Demond! Okay, Snarly, not too shabby at all there. 7 only left with that sheriff in hand. But apparently the town wasn't big enough for he and T-Dog. Now Viper's Pit in a post plant. Very much easy to put together on A for QoR. And Poison and Proto have no opportunity to upgrade their guns. They're all left in a heap across the map.
I've dropped the spike.
Paranoid doesn't connect necessarily. It does against one. That's T-Dog. Safe for the plant.
Doesn't stop the plant. He is full faith in his teammates. All right, another quick one here for QoR. TSM have lost control of this game well and truly. And QoR will be buying for the rest of the game.
The patience has been unbelievable from QoR now. Facing a failure, essentially, out of this series. They're bringing it back now, a 1-point differential. Double Viper's Pit available. Double Thrash available. A mirror comp, essentially, from both teams now in their arsenal. T-Dog is close to getting their own Hunter's Fury, and Ziff not too far off lockdown. All of these ults have to be played picture perfect for QoR if they want to tie up this game. Pushing A site. Surely now we're going to see an early Snarly ult with Thrash. Has to benefit and help Zeldris with this entry.
They're just hoping for one of the defenders here to try and gain info with a low 410 peak.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Thrash. Gonna be checking under rafters. TSM playing full retake here. No side presence whatsoever. Gonna be leaning on those flashes so heavily, but Sim sees an opportunity. Zeldris is overextensive, and now it's time for Empress. Thrash here from the defenders, forcing all of them back. The clock starts to tick down. Sim, oh my goodness, more than happy to push straight through that wall. Straight through that pit. QoR can't use the Viper's Pit, not with Sim on the other side of it here.
Spike did not go down. Still divided up by that wall.
45 seconds.
No
Sim's still
time
an
to
Empress. It's about to get very, very messy.
Fake wingman.
Easily done. Sim finds one. That's going to have to be enough for now. It's 7 now from Rafters. Spray through the paranoia is able to find one. And that's all TSM need. 1 for 1 from here on out. They'll be sorted. They'll have put a stop to QoR's reign of terror. And T-Dog, despite how imposing his tower of Dr. Pepper is, has no choice but to walk away and seek shelter under its eaves.
Limping away from this round now.
10
Or
seconds
have
left.
to play into overtime if they want to have a chance to win this series.
Someone pep my boy up. Get him a fresh can.
He's got to get that sugar spice and everything nice now. QoR still get the plant down, but it's far too late. At least a little bit more money in their pockets.
Match point.
Still for TSM, their economy was so bad. So bad. They're finally able to get a decent gun round. And they've got 4 units of armor here picked up. Ultimate's not particularly compelling. T-Dog can strike a mortal blow here with a nice Hunter's Fury. Last time we saw it, it was premature. On an A side hit on the first half.
Oh.
Didn't do much to interrupt TSM.
But the Mitch, they're going to entry with that ult again. He uses them so early on. He's going to use that to benefit Zeldris spacing in.
Zeldris, 0 frags in the last 2 rounds.
Operator 2.
Our drone here will threaten 7. Allows Zeldris to post up. He just sees a pixel, man. That's more than enough. Zeldris takes full advantage. The only player that was close to an ultimate for TSM is down.
No smokes available outside of GMD. Could very well see some repositional value, maybe, but you would have had Omen ult. You go into the back line, so you can't have that anymore. A minute left on the clock, and again, remember, your entry, Duelist, swapping away now the Operator back to a Vandal.
TSM have had to hedge. The noise cut here for QoR has kept Poise and Gimon over at B. I have no idea what's about to happen over towards A. It'll be TSM forced into a... Well, I was going to say full retake, but they've scaled back into the site defensively behind this wall. They're going to swing it together. There's no high ground position right now for Zeldris. They could at least find a trade here.
Fake wingman. They're baiting it back over to B, but look at all the KJ utility right on default and yellow.
Okay, really, it's all about Gimon here. Needs to demonstrate some serious composure. Show him GMD's frags, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Nerve loses here. Zeldris! Oh, no! Dashes into the hail of bullets. Can he come on and find another one? The flash was good, but Snarly's able to shrug it off.
10 seconds.
10 seconds left.
Sim in a position here to pounce.
Standing.
Ziff trying to ward him off. The plant? It's got to come in now or never. And Sim can't interrupt. Core, stay in it. And TSM now, oh my goodness, not a lot of money to work with at all. Not a lot. Barely 2 shackles to rub together.
Uber, we've come full circle. Poor, playing slow and meticulous, just like they did back on Ascent at the beginning of this series. Slowly flying away.
Look, this player is flash. It's a paranoia, yeah. Wow, that was fortunate. Core, I mean, Snarly, despite being flashed, is able to find that kill. Allowing Gimon to have 3 there would, it would be curtains for you, surely. Now, though, TSM, it's a hobbled together purchase. Stinger for 7. Sheriff for a Proto. I mean, that might as well be a Vandal in his hands, but still.
There's my buddy.
Proto does have from the shadows to work with there. Could go for that flank once more. They use it for information mostly, especially on B-side plays. Last time they were forced to use that ult, it was the double KJ lockdown. Now Ziff does have one to work with here. Who would use that amidst the chaos?
At what point does Sim decide that Core are committed here? About now, apparently. Hunter's Fury being fired off. Nothing found as a result of it, and 7 getting value out of that Stinger. It's a 2-for-2 trade. T-Dog finally connects with a Proto, though. No plant. Still no plant.
You should run.
And the spike is out in the open. Got to be a lockdown here for Core. Trying to clear the site, clear the space, allow them to scoop in and recover the spike.
I have the spike.
But Sim gets nervous. He backs up. Now a player advantage achieved for TSM. Mosh pit. T-Dog able to get ahead of it. Just in time, trying to play ahead of Sim, and he predicts it well. He's even up the numbers, and Poise only has a Stinger to work with, so he swings at the same time as 7.
1v1.
1 versus 1. 5 HP, Cake 5. 7 has a wingman. Unbelievable. He wins the fight out. Doesn't even have to go for that util. 5 points of health, and TSM shut Core down. Take the series away. It doesn't get much closer than that.
Wow, from the beginning of Ascent to the very end, intensity all throughout. What a hard-fought battle between both teams.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, we saw Core really start to make a bit of a comeback there. The Rainer play from Sim looked good, but Zeldris always a problem. Zeldris always a threat over the course of the map here. He goes quiet in those last few rounds, you know what I mean? Really looked like he'd be making that 30 bomb happen, but stumbled towards the end. And TSM found a way back into the game.
A bit of a comeback only? A bit of a comeback? It came down to a 5 HP 1v1 with 7 to allow TSM to win that one. When
Yeah, but
I
also you thought Core would win, so yeah. What do you have to say now, buddy?
Well, that's why it was close. It was a map pool that favored Core until TSM came out with his composition, and that's why they had to hard fight to win this on the 34th round of regulation. It wasn't like an easy fight. It looked like they had some sort of solution here for TSM once it came together with this new composition, and then Core had to start thinking on the fly, though, right?
This is looking like stage 1 Core to me, right? Like the individual, like I don't know. I can't talk about this team without Zeldris being the first player that I want to talk about. Because you're going to get maps like this, I said, but he can play the jet and he can actually, take control. He threatens to run away with the game almost every time. This guy, he just graduated high school.
Yep.
I mean, I'm terrified for anyone that has to play against him. This TSM boom is like, sure, we dodged the bullet there, boys. You know what I'm saying? And Proto just grabbing his walking cane, stumbling to the door to relieve himself after, a 3-hour series. Like, damn, that young Zeldris almost got me. Holy.
And a story that continues this way, where you're looking at the first blood opportunities that was in favor of Core. And this doesn't only speak on how Core was playing pretty decently here towards the attack side, but it was also on these defensive rounds where TSM put a lot of faith into Sim's overextension with the Rada to get a 1 dismiss, get a 2 and dismiss, or give them some sort of player advantage in that way. But they were able to read that very well and punish them in these early rounds. So Core did an excellent job, actually, to learn on the fly of how TSM played. It looked very much of how Core played against Dark Zero, and they had to learn and call like some insane stuff from T-Dog to make this very close here, Kick.
Yeah, I mean, the bounce off of that too, Vance. I think T-Dog's calling has just gotten so much better since open quals to now. He has taken his level. I mean, he was already like one of the IGLs in like the amateur scene of Valorant has just been able to upgrade that so much. But when it comes to like really big kind of picture plays, I suppose, like someone like Sim just pushing in every round, something you don't think is going to happen over and over again, it does take a little bit to adapt, especially after a very long series like this. And sometimes, though, you tunnel vision and lose sight of those bigger picture plays.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, but at least you had to have some heroic plays, and we saw some value come out of Sim as well as this Reyna pick. You guys mentioned it on the cast. You were saying, hey, we haven't seen this since maybe like Asna in the 100 Thieves era versus M3C, or even most recently in VCTs where Leviathan were using that as well, but also in a Harbor and Viper setting. This time they're using an Omen and Viper setting, which actually still brought some good value here, Uber, because those one-ways that are being thrown by a Proto did give a lot of space opportunities for aggressive pushes on the defense for TSM.
It's not even that as well. On the attacking side, TSM, it's kind of like, remember how G2, when they played the Brim on this map all the time, right?
Yes.
They would not have a Viper even necessary, or like not always use her wall. They would just sky smoke into Snowman.
Yep.
And they would sky smoke into like the top of that B site, and they scale up behind that. TSM had the option to use a Viper wall, and then as that came down, then they Omen smoke over towards Snowman, and they can flash out through that and continue to take that space. So these teams are trying to find ways to work around the limitations of Viper now has, right? That lower duration of that wall, because it's less of a sure thing. It's less of a guaranteed post plant. So the double controller comps might be, more plentiful now, more frequent because of Viper, and maybe not being so good just on her own there. So it's worth keeping an eye on. But I like TSM's approach on it. So nice to see Omen, featuring a little bit more in Icebox. Don't always get to see it.
Exactly. It's a double controller setup that was a change this time around. They still played a double controller setup for TSM. It's nice for us to try to understand the playstyle and what the approach was here for TSM from our point of view. But it's going to be better if we actually get it from the coach himself. So I'm actually being joined right now by Coach Faded of Team TSM. Faded, what is up, my homie? It has been a very long time since I had a chance to speak with you. Congratulations on the big win. First off, why are you so handsome? What's your routine, your skincare routine here?
My mama set me with a little bit of a skincare routine from Korea, so, got to take care of it as you get older. It's got to make do with what I have.
For sure. Let's talk about this game a little bit, or at least before we get into the game here, Faded, I want to talk about just TSM in general, and you as well, because, if you're new into the challenger scene and you're still looking to find out about you, there's not too much information about you in terms of like past experiences on VLR or like what, and you're a little quiet on Twitter as well, so you're like a man that works behind the scenes. So how did you connect with everybody else from TSM, and how did this come about? Let's start with that.
Yeah, so actually shout outs to one of the homies who was helping out today too as well. Baby Bay, he's a very, very good friend of mine, and last year on FaZe, they had a lot of switch ups, and the competition was very steep back then. So it kind of gave me an original opportunity just to kind of help them out. I'm kind of like a person that's like for the boys. I'm really about my friends and my homies, and I just saw it as an opportunity to really just use some game knowledge and analytical skills to really help them out back then. But I think the work kind of, was a little well used, and it was a little, important for them to be able to, pull out some of those games back then. So I think, the relationship really built with them. Poise is also one member from FaZe from last year. And, I think it just during the off season, it took a long time to really focus on, seeing them get better, right? I think, GMD was also part of that crew with mid-phase, shout outs to Corey and Nature. They were also part of it, but, they gave me a lot of, they taught me a lot. And I think one of the biggest things was, they saw the drive that I have. I think, I like to keep my head down. I don't necessarily care about the public eye as much, in the sense that, I really want my work to show for itself. And, credits to the team. I think this, and I want to give big shout outs to the team. Every single one of them, I signed them homework. They come through heavy with it. And the key thing is, they're very intelligent. And I think, all the players are shown such growth. Shout out to Seven. He's put in so much effort. He's always been known for his mechanical prowess, but he really has come in strong in terms of the strategic elements. He's a leader. He's a big voice on the team now, and just seeing all the players flourish. Like even Sim and himself, he's been very disciplined. He's starting to play a very smart way of the duelist role, and he's kind of changing his play styles here and there. So it's very difficult to read sometimes. And I think it really is the group effort of the team.
has the improvement of this team, this night and day improvement from day one, because let's look back at stage one here of TSM, where it wasn't the best start and it wasn't the best showing here that we had for TSM for the very beginning, because I guess everybody's still trying to find their groove. But we definitely started seeing some improvements a bit during the mid-season cup, where you're able to take a map away from the best teams but still lose in the process, but there's still some improvements there. What has been some of the biggest pain points, and how did you overcome that as a group to make sure that you have a strong showing here in stage two?
I think the key thing was in the beginning we had about a week of practice as a team heading into the first split. I think one of the key things was learning each other's tendencies, really understanding each other as not just players but also people. I think it's really important that nowadays with teams, you can have the best strategies, you can have the best everything else in terms of the actual game structure, but you don't have the player synergy. That's where it becomes really, really tough to really make it through. When your back's against the wall, you're relying on one another to really get each other out of it. So I think up until this point, we've done a lot of practice in terms of the game, trying to catch up to a lot of these teams who had a lot more time during the off season to really prepare. But I think one of the key elements is that every player on my team, they respect each other. They respect me. I'm willing to agree to disagree. They hear me out, and I think we finally got to a point where we're really jiving. We're really kind of in this motion of everyone putting the work in together, everyone just kind of coming together and understanding, respecting, and really making the adjustments. Right? I think it's tough in the beginning when you're dealing with player personalities, but also trying to learn the game strategies and creating strategic elements. But now that everyone is kind of involved, it really helps out with ownership, right? Every player takes ownership of each strat. They take ownership of the game. They have this never back down mentality, and that's what I really love about them. So
never give up, never what? No, I'm kidding. I don't want to get into that. But I think that's pretty awesome, though, that you have such a growth and maturity from each one of these players, where now the team bonding and the team synergy is there. But for TSM as a whole and as a team, this was something that I put in my notes, and that's something I even Uber mentioned when we're looking at the map vetoes, where Breeze is out of this map composition, or out of the map pool rather. And I remember we had the conversation, and you're like, hey, Breeze is usually our favorite map. It's something that we love to play. Usually teams will ban it against you, and then you'll have a chance to play Lotus. But now most of the times now Breeze is out, Lotus might be banned, and now you're going into like a bind where we've seen some up and downs, but outside of that is like a question mark if you want to look at it from the outside in. So in your eyes now, if you're pulsing the map pool of TSM, where do you place yourself in terms of that level of comfort with the current map pool and the current patch changes?
I mean, honestly, our team is very confident with across all the different maps. I think it really isn't really a discomfort with a map versus another map. I think it really is just us playing to our strengths, right? I think we found good comps. We have a lot of different comps we can run on all these maps. We've been really doing a lot of trial and error, and just making sure that we focus on the fundamental aspects, right? I don't think our team has any. I don't want to give away any secrets or anything like that, but. We have, I think, the commitment to learning and being able to grow from, not just staying stagnant with one comp, or not just staying stagnant with a single idea, right? We've been really exploring into understanding different ways to play different comps. I think one key thing, though, is that we're always thinking about the strength of our players when we're playing any of these maps, right? And how to best utilize them. I think every map has many different ways to play it. It just depends on learning about your players and your players learning about each other and really playing to the strengths of those, right? Who knows? We may come up with some funky comps on Haven or other maps, but I think the idea right now is, for us to really, now that we have this synergy, it's just putting ourselves to the best strengths that we have. So I'm gonna be honest, like we're restructuring and doing a lot of things with all the different maps, and I think the idea is for us to just play our strengths and play our best. So.
Yeah, and that's one thing I'm going to have to commend you for as well. It's not only on who's comfortable in playing what, but I'm noticing now rather that a lot of these players that you currently have are also comfortable in playing different roles. Just for example, here, this Icebox composition, you now have a Proto playing Omen instead of playing a Viper, and you give it to GMD. Or in other maps where, Poise used to play a Sky, it's now going to be Seven's responsibility. So you're definitely seeing a deeper agent pool for each of these players as well that allows for you to adapt a little bit more with comp changes, meta changes, or just have a strong system in the long run, which I like to see. But let's talk about that in terms of those comp changes, and more specifically on this map of Icebox, right? A map that you only pulled out once here in stage 1. It was a double controller with no verticality and no gecko, which I thought was kind of troll. But at least this time around, you went with a double controller with a gecko. But I like the I like the approach that you guys had to that, to play a lot more aggressively. But what I want to focus on and dive in is into the Reyna pick. So Reyna has had a buff that not many people has been talking about, which is the Empress that stays on pretty permanently, and also the overheal. For you guys, in terms of that agent buff, is that more valuable for you than the ISO talk that everybody's talking about now?
I think ISO is insanely strong right now. I'm not gonna lie. I think the really cool part is that I try to give a voice to all my players, right? And we really talk about the strengths and weaknesses behind all the different agents, right? And I think we take a conglomerate of ideas from the players and kind of put it together. I think I'm always trying to play to the strengths of Sim. He when he's confident, when he is playing that role and he's in that mindset, he can pull back from that first kill. He can continue on to get that 3-4, that ace. Like, he is really, really strong when he's comfortable with what he plays. And I think I'm always going to be taking my players' opinions into consideration. Now, with the Reyna buff, I think you saw it. I mean, he was going in, getting frags, getting out, going back in, redoing it every single time. Like, that's the confidence that I'm trying to instill in him, right? And I think the idea is there's a balance between confidence and the idea of playing discipline. But I always say, if you're gonna go overheat. Like, go get the job done, right? Like, don't have any doubt, like, because the moment you have doubt is the moment that you start playing weak. But just do your thing, right? So that's where the Reyna really stems from. It really comes from a team conversation as well. Seven was a part of that in terms of layering it with the get-go. Poise is really, really good about putting it all together in a macro scale. Every single player has their opinion, and I think like with a Proto, even, right? Like, his use case, like, you guys will be able to see, like, he is strong in many different areas, and being able to pull that out of him, not just that standard Deagle, Senti aspect, like, he has a lot of strong attributes, and being able to try to get him comfortable with it and being able to show it to the audience and to the world, like, that's what I want, right? Like, I want everyone to see not just the one side of each player, like, I want them to see the full element of each player, so.
Which was nice to see, because sometimes when you see Sim, when he was overextending those icebox rounds where he got punished, you were still able to turn around for the rest of the team. So the confidence doesn't only stem for your duelist that's trying to swing out, but for the rest of the team to pull the pants up when you have to play at a disadvantage and make it work. So it has worked today, man. I have to give you a big congratulations to that one. Don't take offense if you're watching the VOD and I'm saying that this was the battle of the mids here, Faded. I think it's more to talk about how you guys are also at that pack where you're able to fight from like that 4 to 8. For you, to ask you that final question, where do you currently see yourself if you're going to have to rank yourself with all the teams that we're currently having challengers, and where you think you would end up going into the playoffs?
I mean, I have full confidence in my team. I will never change that mentality. I think, I will always have belief. Like, I have some insane players. Like, I'm not going to lie. Like, every single one of them on their own, they are very talented. And just seeing the ability and like the drive for them to want to grow more as a player, not just staying stagnant, like, we can be at the top. Like, we can win it all. Like, that's all I'm focused on at the end of the day. And I will always have that mental with my players, because they know I trust them no matter what. Obviously some of the matches we've lost, like, it's tough on us, right? But we always we bounce back, and we always think about what can we do better? What more can we do, right? Like, they never give up. So in terms of the way we rank ourselves, like, I'm always going to say my players are at the top. Like, I will never ever think differently. So
yeah. I love that, because that also is the mentality for other teams where we've seen upsets for today. For example, Sad Esports defeating MXS today, right? So anything is possible right now going to stage 2. So, Faded, I'm going to let you go and let you celebrate a big win here with the team. Thank you so much for your time to hang out with me and have this post-game interview. Congratulations. Good luck for the rest of the stage, and I hope to see you during the playoffs.
Appreciate it. Thank you for having me on.
Thanks, brother. All right, well, that was it here. Let's bring back our two bozos back to the analyst desk, mainly being Mitch and Keg. Keg's just a wholesome, nice guy. Mitch, douche. How's it going, guys? That was actually a pretty good interview, right?
What a zinger. I didn't see that one coming. Holy. I appreciate the compliment.
Let me just get a bit more comfortable. Sorry, what were you saying, brother? Sorry, I missed that part.
Hold on. I got this.
Nice.
I got pretzels.
Still a wholesome interview though, right? So you're starting to see a lot of confidence as well from Faded with what he has to talk about. Despite highest of highs and lowest of lows, they're still able to maintain and keep that mentality, and that's something that's needed here from this type of leadership, such as Faded or somebody with experience like Poise with these young fraggers, because they're potentially gonna take that role later on in a couple of years. The Sims and the Sevens of the world to be the next leaders and the veterans.
And it's just a special chance, I think, to hear from Fader because, like he kind of said, he's not like the kind of coach that really wants to be perceived. He's not like, you know, out on social media, but you know, it's clear to see the passion, but also like, it's not just waffle. I have heard coaches just sit there and just throw out buzzwords and stuff, but like, it's it's great for the TSM org. It's also great for this young team that someone like Fader is like so dialed in, is really interested in like shoring up their fundamentals, creating a great environment for them, really believes in them. Like, this is such a good sign for a team that is ostensibly at some point aiming for ascension and beyond. So they're in good shape. And I don't know, it's a great interview, Vance. Yeah, it was really good to hear from Faded, I think, and what's going on in the engine room for those guys.
Especially when it's such a big organization, right? And they had some big coaches come through, and for him to step up and do that and talk that way, it shows to a lot of that leadership that you have within TSM. But that said, though, this is what we had so far here for these games from yesterday to today. Keg, anything that really stepped out, that really pops out to your mind? I think it's obvious here, this sad esports upset against MXS today.
Yeah, took the words right out of my mouth, Vance. I think SAD 2-0 versus Moist is spelling dividends about how much these teams that have upgraded over from the first split into today. I'm really excited to see TSM take this win and move on forwards, especially after the interview we had from Faded to show, the inner mechanisms of what goes on behind the scenes. The way things are going right now, playoffs are going to be probably one of the most intense playoffs we've ever seen in North America.
Yeah, pretty awesome to see how that's going to pan out. And then coming up tomorrow as well, we still have one more day of matches to go, actually, throughout this week. I think we're week number 3 already in this stage. Or week 4. Yeah, dude, we're flying by so far on this stage. But yeah, we have Blinn versus Dark Zero and YFP versus Dobros. Anything that you want to keep an eye on here looking at this schedule for tomorrow, Uber?
I think Blinn are the real deal. Kind of crazy, right? Team that comes up out of sort of our promotion midway through the season, with great results. I mean, they 2-0'd M80, right? That's something I sort of keep coming back to. They did lose to TSM. So I think this is a real chance to find out whether Group A is just a little bit shallow or they are the real deal, because Dark Zero, of course, have only dropped 2 maps over their 3 wins and looking really, really good. And Dobros have, I can't believe I'm saying this, they have impressed me somewhat, I think, here. This YFP Dobros game,
it's gotta be good.
Yes, this YFP are 2-1. Like, they are no slouches. I think, they've beaten Winthrop and SAD. All right.
Yeah.
They lost to Turtle Troop. So we are in week 4, Vans, and I still don't know what to make of that team. So they dodged relegation. They look like they're going to avoid it entirely this time around at this rate. So hopefully they can keep it up.
I think that's why it's rude when I'm calling it the battle of the mids bits, because we just never know which type of team is going to show up here for these matches.
Can you just own your trash talk once in your life? Can you just like not apologize for something you say just one time? Holy crap, Vance, just once. Bro.
So yeah, I'll just say here, everybody, thank you so much for tuning in for today. Mitch is a douche, and we'll catch you tomorrow at the same time for day 3 of week 4 of stage 2 of Challengers. Peace. That word doesn't mean anything.
One enemy remaining.